Alright, and audio is that working? Can I get this heard? We are going to test just by listening, just getting this all set up to make sure everything is working by the time the actual stream can get going. Alright, and audio is that working? Can I get this heard? We are going to test just by listening, just getting this. There might have been some background just because I'm just making sure that everything's working on this end. And it looks like it is. So everyone, welcome to the second half extravaganza. It's been busy. I've been doing a lot of stuff, having been traveling, getting ready for a new semester. So we've missed a lot of weeks, and we've missed a lot of interesting stuff. But interestingly, we're coming right into playoffs. So I figured, since I want to cover some of the playoff battles, and honestly most, if not all of them, I figured beforehand we need to know who's in the playoffs. We need to know the best stories coming into this. We need to see some of the best matches. And so that's what the goal of this stream is. And it's going to be a long one. There will likely be a break in the middle because after my last one, which was 2 hours, I almost lost my voice. So there will definitely be some breaks in here. And this won't go in necessarily a week-by-week order. There will be some jumping around. But we're going based on... we'll usually start with 1 to 2, just really good matches for whatever reason, maybe close, whatever, maybe requested, all these different things. Then we'll get into some of the stories from some of the competitors that I found super interesting here in the second half. Maybe they clinched a high seed. Maybe they just fought their way to get into the playoffs. Maybe they had an interesting run of upsets. Regardless, we're going to cover it all, and then after all of that, we will go into we'll go into the final regular season standings. We will go into seeding, playoff, what are we looking at this week, and yeah, so we'll get into the whole playoff structure at the end. But we're going to start here with the Genesis division, and first battle that we have is going to be Layton versus DD Qyad. So DD Qyad has been having a very struggle bus of a season, as is the case with everyone. There's always going to be some people having the struggles, but one thing that I wanted to highlight in this stream as well is when people pick up their first wins, if they pick them up here, especially for those who are lower down in the standings, especially if you have 1 or 2 wins, to highlight your first win in the season, if it's your only win especially, is something that I wanted to do a lot. So this one, we're going to be covering DD Qyad versus Layton. Layton, of course, DD Qyad, of course, running with the Terra Sharpedo with that speed boost ability, but overall Sharpedo very frail. I've used it before. It's very frail, very much you need to use Protect if you want to use a good speed boost building set. And without the Mega Evolution, which I've used it with Mega Sharpedo, without Mega Evolution, it's a very tough Pokemon to use. On the other hand, we've got Layton over here rocking not only with the Sneasler and Aegislash, but with one of the most versatile, I would say, but not super powerful Terra abusers, because it's not the most powerful Terra abuser Espeon isn't, but with that magic bounce ability, very useful at a lot of matches, just to prevent hazards, to prevent status effects, stuff like that. So yeah, let's get right into it with our first match of the day. And yes, we're gonna get some of these down, but going into the Quagsire here against the Sharpedo, who does get the free speed boost, and you saw that Protect come out, which means importantly that you can use Protect again here, but it's not going to, because it knows that there's not much coming out of this Quagsire, so it's able to easily get the Toxic onto there, very valuable Toxic onto the Quagsire. Scald's going to come into the Landorus. It doesn't get the burn, but it does do quite a bit as a super effective hit comes out. Moving into the Raging Bolt, though, the Scald's not going to be a big deal. If a burn actually comes onto this Raging Bolt, it might actually be more useful, because now Layton cannot get a Toxic or a Sleep effect if those are in his team set against that Raging Bolt. It's going to just U-turn out. It's going to just Volt Switch out, so it's a lot of switch moves in here from DD Qyad. It's going to use the Court Change to get the rocks up on the other side. That could be important if that Togekiss does not have any sort of heavy-duty boots, but it could very well have one because of that Landorus on the other side. You always have to be worried about rocks, but As such, it's just going to use hazard control by Fortress. Good to just not even let a scout come out for Togekiss later down the line. And then they're going to switch into Quagsire. Quagsire is going to take the Trailblades. That's going to be Protean boosted, and that's going to be a kill. The first kill onto that Quagsire. Togekiss going to come in, though. It's going to get U-turned by the Cinderace to get out of that bad matchup. Air Slash going to come into the Metagross, only doing 22%. Going back into the Cinderace to get that Protean back. Not Protean, Libero, whatever. But the Pyro Ball comes in on the switch in from the Bug Steel type. That's a one-shot, and quickly DD Qyad up 6-4. Now close combat comes in, does not do enough damage. Landorus is going to switch out into the Suicune. Very defensive play from DD Qyad here to stay ahead with this lead. Just keep the lead up. And there's the Thunder Wave from Togekiss. He's going to get onto the Suicune. That's pretty brutal if, of course, the proc happens. Overall, though, I'm really liking, this is the thing, I'm really liking this defensive strategy from DD Qyad. It's allowing him to get in and just pick the right matchups. And look, Landorus has been taking so much damage till when he hits, but it's still alive. It's forced to get another hit in. And that's been big. Still up 5-3 now. Metagross gets on the switch, a 2-time speed boost. Knockoff's going to come in, do some damage, but he's going to live because Aegislash has that shield for him. Sacred Sword going to come in. They're worried. Yep. Layton worried about the weakness policy. Makes it so he can't do a lot of damage. Ghost is going to come out. Psychic Fangs doesn't quite do enough. Shadow Ball is going to finish off the Metagross. Now it's 4-2, and as we all know, now it's 4-1 now. But it is technically. Though I think actually Cinderace may outspeed here, and if it does, Powerball hits, Dire Claw is going to come out, and this is the game. Now that Dire Claw has been revealed, it's okay. Luckily, boom. Luckily, yes, I forgot. There's Thunderclap, which is just Sucker Punch. Overall, this was a really well played game, and it should be expected that even if you are struggling in Genesis Division, it is the top division, so you are going to be playing it well. But I would say that Layton has been playing super behind this entire game, and it's because the amount of switch moves here with DJ Qyad and allowing that switching to dictate how the flow of the match was. Right? We saw U-turns come out of Landorus. Landorus' only move that it clicked was U-turn. Until that last turn, the only move that Raging Bolt clicked was Volt Switch. We saw the U-turn on the Cinderace. We did not see any attacking moves on the Sharpedo. This was a very defensive set out of DJ Qyad, preventing Layton from getting any good damage coming in, and more importantly, setting up positions in which you would have to keep switching and avoiding offensive pressure in order to avoid like quick hits from this team. And overall, it put Layton on the back foot throughout the entire match, and good moves like, Trailblaze picking up the kill on Quagsire, a well-timed Pyro Ball getting into the Fortress, and just a well-played game by someone who's been struggling most of this year. So I just wanted to showing off all these different matches for people who, maybe haven't had the best results for the season. Moving into this one, however, this is Renellen and Caracazza. Caracazza being Shifty Boy up here, and Palafinian being Renellen. If we look back at their teams, we're going to go over these real quick. Renellen rocking that Terra Glastrier. Had seen success, especially in the Twinkle division with Phantom. We'll go over that later. But Terra Glastrier, very aggressive, very powerful physical attacker, though does not have a lot of speed, but also backing it up with a lot faster threats in the Latios Mega and the Iron Valiant, as we can see. On the other hand, we have Caracazza. We have Caracazza rocking the Terra Decidueye, which is always kind of nice to see, along with a very strong, very quick score of their own in Garchomp, Tapu Koko, and Chi-Yu. Though we do see a lot more bulk down the board in Venusaur Mega and Iron Hands. On the other hand, we see down the board, we also have bulk here with Wren in Mandibuzz, Arcanine, and Jellicent. I bring this up because this one here is a bit of a marathon, so let's strap in. We're going to see the leads of the two Terra captains, an immediate Terras from both of them, and it's going to be a Terra type advantage for the Decidueye going into that Terra Water over the Terra Fire from the Glastrier. And now Vileplume's going to come in on the Decidueye to get back that type advantage. The knockoff's going to come in though and knock off the leftovers on Vileplume, and that's going to be very nice to get for Caracozza immediately. Venusaur going to come in. It's going to get that Mega Evolution. Sludge Bomb, though, is going to be immune into the Jirachi, being that Steel type. And now a Body Slam coming in to Garchomp. It's going to get the Paralysis immediately, but the Rough Skin's going to basically make it so it's equal amounts of damage either side. U-Turn's going to come in. Rough Skin going to do a little more Jirachi, but that Leftovers is going to basically make it negligible. And now Stealth Rocks are up, but the Defog comes right back out from Mandibuzz. Well-timed U-Turn, setting up that Mandibuzz to counter that Rough Skin boost. Mandibuzz now going to switch out on the U-turn, taking some Rough Skin damage, but now comes Iron Valiant, forcing out the Garchomp, but a Spirit Break's going to come in, hit 52% onto the Decidueye, knocking down the special attacking, and Iron Valiant does outspeed, so forces Decidueye out into the Venusaur, who is not going to take much damage, but that lowered special attack is importantly going to neuter a bit of Venusaur's offensive output, and now with the Sludge Bomb coming in onto the Jirachi, which is again immune, it's going to have to be forced out again. We're going to see a lot of this switching coming through, but there's a lot of passive damage building from this Garchomp with the Leftovers getting that health back. However, Spirit Break going to hit for big damage, and the Ruskin only going to do 12% back. Toxic going to come down onto the Iron Valiant. Caracozza playing this for the long game, but needs to make sure not to lose too much health. Ooh, it's revealed to protect on the Garchomp. Very defensive set here, but there is the... Wow, there is the protect. And the Brave Bird's just enough to not... Brave Bird's just enough not to kill on the paralyzed break... On the, like, paralyzed block protect. So Garchomp able to get a little more health back. And the Brave Bird's going to continue to just chip down the Mandibuzz and its recoil while not doing too much damage into this Caracozza team. We're going to see a Roost come out of the Decidueye to get back up to 81%. And now Venusaur is going to come back in to take a Strength Sap. That's not going to do a lot. Heals Vileplume back to full, but Venusaur being a special attacker, it's not going to use Sludge Bomb anymore. It's going to go into Giga Drain, but that set still doesn't do hardly anything to Jirachi. Wish comes out from Jirachi. It's going to be a long one. Body Slam comes in, only does 12%. The Ruskin's going to take damage, but the Toxic is immune. It's expecting to switch out, and it does not happen. Jirachi's now going to switch out into the Crocodile, and the Stealth Rock comes back up. Rocks are set up for Caracozza. The Scale Shot's going to come in, though, and that's going to be enough to take down the Garchomp. First kill, and it's a Moxie Crocodile. So now Crocodile basically with a Dragon Dance on there. +1 attack, +1 speed. Unfortunately, can't do much to the Venusaur. It's going to come in and Giga Drain. Now, here we go. 5v6. Wren is ahead. Body Slam coming out. That's not going to be able to paralyze the electric type Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko going to U-turn. And we're going back into more switching games. We have a lot of switches coming out from both sides. Now going into the Mandibuzz versus Chi-Yu matchup. Iron Crown comes in with the Quark Drive. Gets its speed heightened on the Tapu Koko electric terrain. However, the Defog gets rid of that electric terrain and nerfs that Iron Crown. Mandibuzz now able to get a Roost on the Volt Switch, and Tapu Koko comes in. Tapu Koko now Volt Switches out. Both teams just looking for an angle to pick up a kill. In fact, I feel like that early kill onto the Garchomp is very important, because in a game like this where you are switching back and forth, you have to find times to get kills that are irreversible. You know, get damage, get kills that is irreversible. And a lot of times in these long matchups, you have a lot of Wish passing. You have Roost. You have stuff like that, what makes it so that all damage is reversible. So you need to pick up that KO, because if you don't pick up that KO, then a Fire Blast doing 50% basically does nothing, because even though it did get the burn, oh, but we got the crit instead, and the crit is enough to take down the Mandibuzz. Now it's a 5v5, and that's a big damage. That's a big deal for this Renellan team, because Mandibuzz is very good at reversing a lot of that damage, and more importantly, clearing hazards. Unfortunately for Caracozza, they've already lost their main hazard setter, but if there is hazards in, from what I believe, we'd have hazards from Iron Crown possibly. But also, just in general, not being able to clear the electric terrain anymore set by that Tapu Koko, so now Iron Crown may have more opportunity to start running away and getting some kills. So Mandibuzz being lost there is a pretty big deal on Wren's behalf. Vileplume's going to come in on the Venusaur. Chi-Yu coming in on the Vileplume, but is Vileplume just going to switch out? Yes, it is, but unfortunately it is the Jirachi, which Chi-Yu has a very good opening to get. There's a Protect revealed on the Jirachi. Dark Pulse comes out from Chi-Yu, but Dark Pulse, you know that there's going to be big damage coming in, and that's going to be 39%, even resisted from the Crocodile. Venusaur going to come in on the Earthquake. It's going to do quite a bit of damage into 31%, but Synthesis is going to heal that right back off, and this is a big thing about these marathon matches. When you all have healing, a lot of damage isn't permanent. Got to get over 50% damage, otherwise it's really just not worth your time. Glacier is going to come in on the Decidueye, but the U-turn is going to come out, giving Carakaza the advantage. Tapu Koko is going to come in, set up the electric terrain, hit a Volt Switch, and he's going to go into the Mega Venusaur. Interesting. The high horsepower only going to do 25%. But moving into the Decidueye for the water type, trying to bait out like a Terra Blast of Fire because Glacier has very little moves. Knockoff's going to come in, and that's going to get rid of the leftovers. That is progress for the Decidueye. Protect from Jirachi just to get that healing back, but Decidueye's U-turn also going to be blocked. Jirachi's Wish. Decidueye's U-turn. It's going to go into the Chi-Yu. Now Jirachi can protect and get it, but he's going to switch to the Glastrier. Dark Pulse is going to come out, but does not have enough to kill, and Glastrier is going to heal all of that right back off with the Wish. Alright, Venusaur comes in on the close combat, not going to do much damage. Terra Blast here could be pretty damaging, but Venusaur doesn't have that Thick Pack ability, so with that Thick Pack, it makes it so that fire types aren't very powerful against that Venusaur. Venusaur in a very powerful position at the moment, I would say, because there's not a ton that can hit it for much on Wren's team. Positioning that Venusaur is going to be the big deal. U-turn's going to come in, do 36%, get Iron Crown in on the Crocodile. It's an interesting choice given the speed type difference, but Tachyon Cutter is going to do enough, and the speed from Quark Drive is going to be enough to outspeed. So Iron Crown picks up the KO on Crocodile. It is now 5-4. Icicle Crash comes in and does about a third damage to Venusaur. However, that Thick Pack ability doing work for Venusaur. Jirachi comes in to protect against the Venusaur, going into the Decidueye, and now we have a U-turn. However, it's getting down. It's 5v4, and the Iron Valiant comes back out for the first time in a while, has that Toxic on it. It's just going to switch out, take a little bit of damage from Toxic, though, which is not nothing. It's not nothing because it forces a little more play out of Wren to keep that Iron Valiant alive if it wants it to get in later. Alright, the Protect comes out from Jirachi. Volt Switch comes out from Tapu Koko. Does not connect because of the Protect. Jirachi back to full health. Vileplume comes in. Do we see any interesting moves? No, it's just a Volt Switch. Goes back into the Iron Crown. Iron Crown in a good position here because there's not a lot that was going to resist it. Vileplume's going to use Protect just to scout out what move's coming. It's going to be the Psychic Noise. And I believe that prevents healing. Yes, that does prevent healing, so it prevents the Wish coming out from Jirachi. Decidueye is going to come in on that Jirachi, which can no longer heal. It can only Body Slam, and Decidueye is already paralyzed, so it's not going to be battering. U-turn for 15%. Into Vileplume. Does a Spirit Shackle come out? No, it's just another U-turn. Marathon games. Tapu Koko comes in. Protect from the Vileplume. Volt Switch gets blocked, but that electric train's ticking. Shifty Boy's gonna try to get that Iron Crown back in, I assume, but no, it's instead going to be the Venusaur, and the Strength Sap comes out fully healing basically the Vileplume. So Vileplume's still on a lot of health. Decidueye gonna come in, take that Body Slam for 17%, just avoiding getting paralysis on more Pokemon. U-turn from the Jirachi goes into the Vileplume. Is there going to be any moves? Nope, it's just going to continue to U-turn. Just continue to U-turn. Keep on going. Keep on trucking. Yeah. This is... Yeah. Here we go. Now, resisted on the... Glacier resisted Flamethrower only does about 25%, which is a little less than I'd expect. I guess Glacier is a very bulky set in this. Jirachi's going to use the Wish. Volt Switch going to come in. Yep. Oh yeah, and also, by the way, Golden Mazda, if you wanted to see pivot moves, get ready for this. This is move. We'll have to go in and see how many pivot moves were used at the end of this, because it's probably north of 100 already. The Terra Blast coming in, only doing 30% to that Venusaur. Now Venusaur with the Giga Drain is going to get only 10% and going to get 5% back, but when it's not taking a lot of damage, a lot of these pivots are just going to get U-turn coming in from the Jirachi. And yes, we will be counting this at the end. If it does get over 150, I will be I'll be laughing. Alright, there goes the Quark Drive. Close combat in, and that's going to take down the Iron Crown. It is a 4-4 game now. Iron Valiant picks up a big KO onto the Iron Crown. Now with the Quark Drive, it may outspeed Tapu Koko, but it's just going to be a straight switch. Volt Switch comes in from the Tapu Koko. Back out into Chi-Yu. Just the posturing continues now that the advantage can't be pressed by the Iron Valiant. Fire Blast is going to be protected against burning another one of those PPs. One thing I guess we should be mentioning is we're starting to run out of PP on some of these Pokemon. That being said, Vileplume does go down to the Fire Blast. So now it's a 4-3 ball game, and close combat's going to hit for 28% into the Venusaur. Not enough for Valiant to really stay in and try to attack like this. It's going to be just a free synthesis for that Venusaur. Now the advantage can be pressed by Carakaza. Here we go. Protect comes in from Jirachi to get that heal back, and Decidueye is going to use this opportunity to get its own health back. It's back to 100% for both Mons. U-turn's coming out. Here comes Chi-Yu, looking to press that offensive advantage. Glacier is going to come in, but it is a Dark Pulse that's going to do 45%. The Wish is going to come in and negate that, though. And there goes the high horsepower into the Venusaur. Not going to do too much, but the Chi-Yu's going to come right back out on his... Oh, but the high horsepower hits, and Chi-Yu is down. The biggest offensive threat for Carakaza goes down. And now it's a 3-3 game. Glacier with that attack boost and a lot of bulk. Can it get another big hit off? Icicle Crash coming out. It's resisted, but still does a third of Decidueye's health. Can Decidueye takes another 33%. It needs to avoid the flinch and the para, and it doesn't. Glacier have a good chance here. Close combat's going to take out the Decidueye, and now Palafinion is going to take a big advantage here. Now Tapu Koko trying to avoid it. Alright, it's going to go back into posturing, but now it's from down 4-3. Palafinion's up 3-2, and now we have progress being made. Jirachi sends up the Wish. The Thunderbolts are coming out from Tapu Koko. It's the first bit of thunder because it can't just switch into the Venusaur. The Thunderbolt comes out from Tapu Koko again. The U-turn's going to come out into Iron Valiant. Iron Valiant, can it outspeed the Tapu Koko? It doesn't matter, it's just going to switch back into Jirachi. The Thunderbolts are going to continue to rain, though. Tapu Koko's just going to continue laying Thunderbolt. It gets the paralysis. Now, Glacier comes in. Thunderbolt's only going to do 31%. The heal is going to come back up. Glacier is up to 57%. Can it take down the victory? 30% goes into the Venusaur. Venusaur's in two-shotting range. The Giga Drain is not going to do much. Icicle Crash comes down. Venusaur is on 15%. One big hit can do it, but the Synthesis comes in because it does outspeed the Glacier. It needs to fight through all these Synthesises. There's 2 left for the Venusaur. Can Glacier get out of it? It's going to be the Toxic on there, so Glacier is on a timer now, but Venusaur is going to be forced into using one of its last 2 Synthesis here. There it is. Terra Blast comes in. It's going to be 35%. Here comes the last Synthesis from Venusaur, or will it just take the kill? No, it will just go for the last Synthesis. Venusaur cannot heal itself anymore. Glacier has one last move, though, and the Toxic plus Sludge Bomb is going to take it down. Iron Valiant now has 1 health bar left to get through. The Zen Headbutt's going to land. There goes Venusaur. And now it's Tapu Koko versus the world. Iron Valiant's going to get the Quark Drive boost on the speed. Does it outspeed? No, it's going to just switch into Jirachi. The Thunderbolt comes in. Jirachi goes down. And now it's Iron Valiant, which likely is choiced against Tapu Koko. The Thunderbolt comes in and finishes it off. And there's the win for Carakaza over Wren in a 118-turn marathon of a game. Just, man, it will say... A lot of these games, I feel like you can see a lot of posturing, and you can see a stall team that goes really long, but in this one, it really did feel like at any moment, anyone could just knock through. In many of these stall-type games, you would see that a lot of times it would be like, oh, 10%, 10%, 10%, you're going for full-on PP stalling. This wasn't quite what this was. A lot of it was just getting that damage off, forcing healing, and seeing how you could exploit the forced heals to your advantage. And eventually we saw that from both sides. We saw the early kill onto the Garchomp, which made a big deal because then hazards were not being able to set up, allowing for the pivoting to keep going. On top of that, we saw the kill onto the Mandibuzz, which allowed that Electric Train to stay up, and all that sort of thing. Then we saw a big amount of damage come in from that Glacier, which allowed it to get its boost onto the attack stat, getting 2 kills, but with the speed coming out of Tapu Koko, which was likely, I would assume, Choice Scarf, given that it outsped a speed-boosted Valiant, that means that, yeah, it was probably Choice Scarfed, and Koko was able to finish it off despite going down late there. So, and I did say I would do this. Let's go into it. How many pivot moves were used? Starting off with Palpinian's team, 0 here, 0 here. We had 1 U-turn used here. We had 0 here. We had 11 U-turns used here, so that's 12. And not a lot here. But the real comes over here on Caracazza. We had 8 here, so that's 20 pivot moves now. We had 0 here. We had 0 here. We had 2 here from the Iron Crown, only 2 volt switches, and then we had another 9 here. So 31 pivot moves used, and a lot of other switching as well. So yeah, in a Marathon matchup, that's how you had over. See here, if we had 118 turns and 31 used, I'm just going to quickly run a calc. 31 over 118. Yeah, so in about a quarter of turns, there was a pivot move being used in this game. So, but still, what an absolute roller coaster, back and forth affair by Wren and by Caracazza. And this is where I reveal that Wren's also been another one who's been struggling. In fact, Wren had not had a win at this point, and so this was very, very close for your first win. However, we will also cover another one with Wren, this time versus DriteWhake. Of course, we went over Wren with the Glastrier, and now we look over at DriteWhake with that Hisuian Decidueye and the Mega Mawile. It's funny, it didn't mean to happen to pull both the Decidueye matchups for Wren, but it just so happened that way. So let's get right into it. Alright, we're going to see another one where we get both of the Terra Captains to come out immediately. I promise this isn't the same game, because Glastrier is going to go a lot more aggressive. Got that Poison Terra, avoiding the poison from the Pecharunt, importantly. Now Pecharunt's going to go with the Shadow Ball. It's not going to do much into Crocodile, who is now Intimidate Crocodile, not Moxie. Moving into the Decidueye, the rocks are going to be set up by Crocodile, who's going to go back into the Glastrier. Flying type Terra out of the Decidueye. He's going to go with the Brave Bird, hitting huge damage onto that Glastrier. Jirachi's going to come in. Brave Bird hits for another 36. A lot of damage coming out of this Decidueye. But the Wish is going to be sent up by Jirachi, and that's going to be enough that if Jirachi uses Protect here, it's going to just be enough. So a switch out is going to come into the Diggersby, which Diggersby does have that huge power ability with the ground typing. But Return's going to come out and do huge damage, because huge power is going to boost that Luster Life Orb into stratospheric conditions. Now we're going to see another Return. Glastrier goes down, and we already have our first kill, which is a lot quicker than last time. This Diggersby is very, very threatening. The quick attack is going to do about 43%, but the Moonblast is going to come back out and finish it off. That's a kill per side. It's 5v5, but Iron Valley on half health. Now Zapdos is going to come in, but misses the first Hurricane with that 70% accuracy, and misses the Thunder Wave. The hacks are real. Going into the Crocodile now. Crocodile's not going to do anything to the Thunder Wave, so that's 3 wasted turns from the Zapdos, and now Crocodile is at 100% health. U-turn's only going to do 13%. It's going to go into the Pecharunt. Does a big... Nope, it's going to be knockoff, which is still super effective, but not quite the Earthquake coming out from the Crocodile. But now the Earthquake's going to come out, does outspeed Pecharunt, and picks up the KO. It's 5-4 Wren. Now switching into the Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle's going to get the kill onto the Manabuzz to make it 4-4, but Iron Valiant's going to get the free switch and outspeed, and here comes Starmie. Vacuum Wave comes in. It is, maybe it wasn't outsped, maybe it was worried about that possible, about the possible Choice Scarf set onto the bundle. It's going to just switch out after not getting it. Body Slam going to come out, does not get the para. Flip Turn comes in. Jirachi at 61%. He goes into the Decidueye, who's now weak to the Self Rock's going to take 25%. Now it's 60%. Scrappy blocks the Intimidate, but the Brave Bird comes in, does huge damage, does not kill the Crocodile, and Decidueye goes down to its own recoil. Freeze Dry, though, going to come in from the Iron Bundle and take down the Crocodile. It's still a 3-3 matchup. Iron Valiant comes back in. Starmie's going to come back in to counter, and there's another Vacuum Wave. It gets a little bit more chip onto the Starmie, but it's going to force another switch into Jirachi. Starmie with the recover, capitalizes on the switch to get a bunch of health back. Moves into Zapdos. Zapdos with those heavy-duty boots does not take any damage from the rocks and does not get paralyzed by the Body Slam because it is an electric type. Hurricane does land, and now the paralysis hits again. Jirachi is going to use Protect. Hurricane blocks the Hurricane. Hurricane's going to hit for a third time, and that's going to not quite kill, and the Wish is going to come up. Hurricane's not going to kill again, and the Wish is going to heal Jirachi right back 55%. Zapdos not doing much, and there's another miss from the Hurricane. Another Wish going to come up from Jirachi, just able to continue to sit right on the Zapdos and not have to worry about it. The only thing to worry about would be that possible confusion or more paralysis, but at this point, Hurricane is, I believe, going to start running out of PP before you can do anything. Thunder Wave expecting a maybe switch. It does not happen. Jirachi is paralyzed, but does get the health back. And this is the problem. Zapdos can't do anything to this Jirachi. I don't know if there's anything that can do anything to this Jirachi. See, Flip Turn comes in. It's going to start whittling it down, but it still has more wishes. Zapdos going to come back in. Body Slam going to land for 13%. The Roost is going to heal it back up to 100. But Wish is going to come out. U-Turn comes in from Zapdos. Gets into Starmie. We see a Body Slam come in. Does it get the para? Does not get the para. Starmie under 50%, however, is going to have to recover to get back above. Body Slam going to come out. Does it get a para this time? No para. Flip Turn comes out from the Starmie. Back into Zapdos. No one can really touch this Pokemon on DriteWhake's team. It's a matter of can they outstall the Jirachi. Wish still has 10 PP left. Body Slam with 17, Protective 12. There's still an unrevealed move as of yet. Jirachi is paralyzed. Just allows it to continue stalling. And with this para, it's actually kind of unfortunate for DriteWhake because it allows Jirachi to continue just sitting here on the field. And Hydro Pump's going to miss. It's going to reveal that, in fact, Iron Bundle is not choiced. The Hydro Pump's going to land a second time, but the Wish is going to expect it. The Encore continues coming. The Protect comes out. And U-Turn comes in from Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle can now... Oh, it's just going to U-Turn. I was going to say it could Encore Jirachi into that Protect, but it's just going to continue to switch out. Starmie going to come in. But this is the big problem. The only thing that can really hit it for any meaningful damage is that Iron Bundle. Problem is, Iron Bundle cannot win the 1v1. So, Jirachi is in a spot where it's just a matter of time until Jirachi can take this down. Jirachi is just going to continue to sit here. It's winning this battle. Thunder Wave comes out. He's never going to switch. Zapdos just trying to stall turns to maybe out PP stall this Jirachi. Oh, and the fourth move is revealed. It is the Iron Head. And the critical hit comes in 22%, but that's not going to do anything. You need the confusion to come out here if you are DriteWhake. Goes into Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle, now let's see. The Paralysis comes out. Latios is forced to come in, and the Hydro Pump is missed and unable to capitalize on the Latios switch in. The U-Turn comes in, doing 27% to the Mega Latios now. Starmie comes in. Can it take a lot of damage? No, it can't. There goes Starmie. The Draco comes in from the Latios, and now there's not much you can do. The Freeze Dry is going to drop it down to 3%. It gets the freeze, but it thaws right back out, and another Draco Meteor lands for 77%. What a roller coaster right there for DriteWhake and Palafinian. Latios will go down, but not before landing a huge amount of damage onto the Iron Bundle. And now it should basically be over, because though Zapdos can try its hardest, it cannot get through this Jirachi. This Jirachi is just going to continue to do little bits of damage. It doesn't have to do too much. Just going to go until Zapdos is out of PP. Yes, until Zapdos is out of PP. We might need to, or give a confusion. There we go. For the sake of all of us, we're getting a confusion to maybe make something happen. It's going to switch into Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle with the heavy-duty boots. I guess we could have seen that earlier. Boom! Hydro Pump's going to land. Big damage. Iron Head's going to come back in. It's just Zapdos. Good God. Jirachi's going to get the para, though. Hurricane is going to miss again. And Jirachi's paralyzed again. The U-Turn's going to come in and low it down to 10. There's the Protect. We needed the para there to take down Jirachi. But nope, it's going to be at 60%. And at this point, there's 2 Hurricanes left. Thunder Waves are left. Iron Head's going to come in. Good God. I'ma just... Normally I wouldn't do this, but at this point we know how this is going to end. We're going to speed this up a little bit. We're just going to throw this on fast because we know what's coming. It's just going to be a little whittle down of Zapdos. He's going to heal up. Honestly, we're just going to throw this on hyper fast. Yeah. This is just what it's going to be for the next, like, 20 turns. So we're just going to throw some fast because we all know what's happening here. Another Roost. Another Body Slam. Another set. It's just this. Jirachi being one of the most bulky Pokemon and having this wish support is quite something. Now, we will look quickly in. Roost is on their last leg. Zapdos with his last chance to heal. There's the last Roost coming out from the Zapdos. This should be almost the end. And there's the Hurricane taking it down, but Iron Valiant could still pick it up. And there we go. And in the end, on a second marathon match, just so happening to come out to the same turnabout as the first one. So yeah, somehow, with the second 118 turn game, this time Wren picks up the win, being their first win of this season. In week 7, what are the odds? 2 118 turn marathons for Wren, goes 1-1 within them. What a set. And then, alright, yeah. So next we're going to get into this game. It is Gaillardia versus LonelyLitten. Now, LonelyLitten, big competitor. LonelyLitten is currently the 1 seed in... is currently the 1 seed in the Genesis division, so expected to do big things in the playoffs. In this game, however, we're gonna and that's with that Terra Captain Pikachu, which is a cool, and it's a very I believe this was one that a lot of people had their doubts on until recently. I believe last season we had a champion with that Terra Pikachu. Now in the top division, can LonelyLitten pilot it to a championship? We'll find out in the playoffs. However, this time they're going up against Gaillardia with that Terra Surfetch. It's another one we haven't seen. Really cool Pokemon. Really made Farfetch'd actually playable, because it now had an evolution, and it's just cool to see that Farfetch'd was more than just an afterthought. But yeah, it's going to be interesting because the Pikachu is a very ballsy pick, and I haven't seen much out of the Surfetch either. So let's get right into it. We're going to see the Greninja lead versus the Pikachu. Pikachu's going to immediately land a Fake Out, going to get 27% onto the Greninja. That's big damage to start off with, and Alola is going to come in to not take much damage from the Protean Greninja. Going into the Surfetch, do we see Terra? We do not see the Terra out of the Surfetch. We just see a knockoff getting rid of the Assault Vest reveal on the Alola, and that's big. With the Assault Vest being revealed on Alola, we know that there's no Wish, we know that there's no Protect, any of that stuff. We're going to see the Terra Flying come out, and the Brave Bird's going to land for huge damage, picking up the kill onto the Tapu Lele. Now Pikachu comes in and threatens out the Surfetch. Now it's going to move into... Oh, and the Psychic Terrain set up by Tapu Lele prevents the Fake Out from working, but Tyranitar sets up a Sandstorm, going to start buffeting. Knockoff comes in from... no, but it's already been knocked off, so it does not do much for Alola, but we do know Alola has 4 attacking moves because of the Assault Vest, unless there's some absolute god tier plays out of LonelyLitten. The 2-time special attack gets set up by the Thunderous Therian, goes into the Corviknight. That's not a great one. It's going to block the Sludge Bomb, but now Corviknight not in a great spot because... Ooh, it's going to go to Pikachu. Pikachu with that Lightning Rod, but the Psychic comes out from the Thunderous. The prediction of the switch out of the Corviknight gets it, and now Thunderous is off to the races. All 3 remaining Pokemon, all weak to Electric. And boom, there's one. Yeah. And now Corviknight comes out. Boom, there is 2. And I believe this should be the end of it. Boom, there is 3. Critical hit to end it. And Gaillardia takes the 6-0 sweep on the 1 seed. This was the only game that LonelyLitten lost during the regular season. So this ends the perfect season bid in week 6 with a 6-0 sweep, a huge upset in the Genesis division that I think that I just wanted to cover, because when else are you going to see the top seed in the division just get 6-0 stomped like that? Big win for Gaillardia. We will take a quick look at the standings at the end of each division, but then we'll go over everything at the end of the stream as well. But yeah, big win for Gaillardia. Now it's time to cover, I would say, one of the more intriguing players in I would say this is one of the more intriguing players in the in the Genesis division, and that would be Kung Fu Panda, labeled here as Undaunted Hero. I'm a big fan of Kung Fu Panda. I played with him on a team in a team draft league. Great player, and is doing some good stuff out here in the Genesis division. But we're going to cover a few matches from him because there's some big matches. We had a couple requests. Which for the people who sent in polls, thank you, even though I haven't done this in a while. Thank you for sending in games. But yeah, Kung Fu Panda's been requested multiple times, and it makes sense. And we should probably look at it. It's got the Galarian Articuno with the Psychic Flying type. Big damage there, but with the Terra allowing it to avoid some of that Stealth Rock weakness and a lot of the knockoffs that can come out. That's a nice little setup. Also got the Meowscarada, the Mega Diancie, and the Iron Treads. Very powerful attackers here. And then also Quavel can easily steamroll a sweep with that Moxie plus Aqua Step setting up to speed. Yeah. Brad Boy, we will see if we get Knuckle Stack action. I have not looked at all the teams yet, but there's a lot of matches, so I cannot tell you what Pokemon are in all the matches, because I swear to God, I have picked out like 40. This may be way too overambitious, but hopefully we do see some Knuckle Stack action, because Knuckle Stack, I remember picking that Pokemon. It never really worked out for me, but I could see the vision with it. So yeah, but let's get right into the first match. This is against Blitzkreig with the Terra Flygon. Shout out to Terra Flygon. Used it in that same team league that I used with Kung Fu Panda. Very fun Terra. Very fun with a lot of just different options, both physically and specially. And then also got a lot of good physical attackers in the Urshifu Single Strike, Melmetal, and then a good Iron Moth attacker. So let's get going. Going into it. See here. Yeah, and this is the match between two very high seeds. This was a very close match for the 2 seed, so let's get right into it. The winner of this game is the one who ends up getting into that 2 seed. Gonna be U-turn from the Meowscarada into the Terra Flygon. Flygon with that Steel is going to immediately get a Toxic onto the Rotom. Big land, because Rotom can use its lack of weaknesses to take a lot of time to kill. It's going to have that Rocky Helmet reveal. The Volt Switch is going to come in and do big damage to that Tornadus, though it does have the Regenerator ability, so that's not the most permanent damage. Flygon is going to come in on the Mega Diancie. Stealth Rock is going to come up, but Flygon now has forces Diancie out with that 4 times weakness. The Roost is going to come out from Flygon. It's full health to Rotom 76. The U-turn's going to come in. Rocky Helmet does about 16. Tornadus Styrian comes in. Doesn't get hit again. The Volt Switch comes in again. Another 44% onto Tornadus, revealing also that it came in on the rocks without taking damage, which means that it does have those heavy-duty boots. U-turn comes in from the Meowscarada. Does 10% to the Melmetal. The Rocky Helmet reveal on the Melmetal, though. Now Iron Treads comes in versus Melmetal. It's going to be a double switch back into Meowscarada on the Protect, which fails. Revealing that Protect on the Melmetal is a big deal. Earthquake, though, comes in on the Levitate. Does not do anything. Toxic going to do some damage. Melmetal's just going to stall. Will-O-Wisp comes out from the Rotom, revealing that Melmetal cannot stay in here. It's going to go into the Tornadus Styrian. Volt Switch going to get there for another 50% into the Tornadus. Big chunks coming out from this Rotom into that Tornadus, so it's going to keep healing them off with that Regenerator. Low Kick going to come in with the Protean fighting, and that's going to do big damage into Melmetal, only on 7% now. Melmetal just outside of the rocks range, just going to switch out. Low Kick's going to come in. It's another Rocky Helmet, this one on the Slowking. Big amounts of recoil from that Rocky Helmet into that Meowscarada. And now the Terra Articuno has not terraed yet, but comes in. And the Hurricane just going to leave Tornadus on, but it's going to get confused. It's going to go right through, though, and defog. However, Articuno now, with that competitive ability, now has double special attack, and this Hurricane comes in. Melmetal goes down. Can Articuno use this for a big sweep? Hurricane going to hit again. It's going to be resisted for 60%. Toxic comes out on the Articuno, so it can't sit here forever, but it's going to keep going. The Hurricane misses. Big miss, and the Roost is going to come out from the Flygon. That is a huge miss, because now the Hurricane does not kill. It leaves Flygon on 6% and can continue to Roost, continue to let that toxic damage build up. While maybe Flygon doesn't win that 1v1, it prevents Articuno from sweeping. Big 90% coming into the Slowking. And another miss! Slowking does not go down, and Slowking can just heal off a bunch with that Slock off. More poison damage coming in. Tornadus Styrian is going to come in, and another Hurricane miss! Articuno cannot pick up another kill, and it goes down. Huge amounts of misses coming in from Kung Fu Panda, and Articuno just goes from possibly sweeping this team to not even picking up another kill. Meowscarada's going to go down to 19%, but gets the kill onto the Slowking regardless. Quaquavel's going to come in. Close combat, though, is going to do over half, and if Urshifu can outspeed the Quaquavel, which it might have a chance. Oh, but the Citrus Berry is revealed. Close combat's going to land, leave Quaquavel on 9. Can it pick up the kill? The Aqua Step's going to come in, do 61%, but it gets the speed boost. Gets the speed boost, forcing Urshifu out. Aqua Step's going to land for 40%. It's going to get the speed boost, but the Rocky Helmet finishes off the Quaquavel. That's a third Rocky Helmet. Huge amounts of Rocky Helmet from Flygon, from Melmetal, and from Slowking. Now Flygon takes that Moonblast fine. Rufus comes out. Meowscarada comes in with 19%. Goes into the Tornado Styrian on the knockoff. It's going to get rid of the boots. But the crit actually doesn't matter if he gets rid of the boots. There goes Tornadus. Urshifu's going to come in. It's 4-3. Kung Fu Panda currently in the lead, but the close combat's going to come into the Rotom. Rotom goes down. The Will-O-Wisp is not going to come out. The Rocky Helmet does do some damage back to Urshifu, but now it's a 3-3. Flygon comes in on the Mega Horn, only going to do 21%, and the Rocky Helmet's going to hit Iron Treads. Earth Power comes in, does now 44 to Iron Treads. Mega Horn's going to hit again. Iron Treads might be choiced, and if it is choiced, then the Rocky Helmet's going to ruin it. Meowscarada comes in, but the Roost comes out from Flygon. Flygon putting up very good offensive pressure. Now Iron Moth comes in on the knockoff. That's a 100%. The specs get removed, and now it's a 3-2. Kung Fu Panda back in the lead on Pokemon. Close combat, though, is going to immediately even it out. Urshifu still taking up a lot of offensive pressure and a lot of kills here. Diancie can come in. The close combat's going to do 91%. Diancie will be able to finish off the Urshifu, but at what cost? Is now Flygon. I guess it doesn't matter too much because Flygon is there and does outspeed. However, now Meowscarada really just in an impossible situation here, unless it can pick up the kill, which it does with 2% on the Rocky Helmet. Undaunted hero Kung Fu Panda takes down Blitzkreig and takes control of the 2 seed in this battle. This was week 4, so early season on, but this was a really big matchup. Lives on 2%, and here's the thing: as we're going to continue covering, honestly, one of my picks of this season. I really do like Kung Fu Panda's attack. We see how close this matchup was, how much it went back and forth. With the very physical set combined here, we see the punishment coming out from the other side. Rocky Helmet on the Melmetal, Rocky Helmet on the Slowking. We had Rocky Helmet on the Flygon as well, doing a lot of damage back, but Meowscarada is just able to get through all of it, and with the low kick, well-brought low kick to take big damage into Melmetal and the Steel-type Flygon, Meowscarada is able to take it down for a 1-0 victory, about as close as you can get it. Now, getting into the next match we have, it's another one. This is Camel versus Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda, big, second seed in this division. This was, let's see here. This was week 5, I believe. Yes, this was week 5. And this was a requested match. And why wouldn't it be? We have one of my favorite competitors in this division this season in Kung Fu Panda versus one of the big founders, one of the big people on the server in Camel Convention. This is a big matchup, so let's get into it. Before we do, we have covered both of these people before, but of course Articuno and Galar from the Kung Fu Panda, and looking at Camel Convention right next to it, got that Sigilift with the magic bounce ability, also stored power stuff. Also has the Kyurem and the Mega Scizor, the Rillaboom. You see quite a bit of bulk out of Camel, and that's very common. He prefers a stall-like playstyle, and there's a lot of bulk here. We got the Rillaboom, we got the Scizor, we've got the Annihilate, a bulky offense there. Then we got the Umbreon showing up later down the way. So, let's get right into this game. Here we go. We're going to see the lead Meowscarada versus the Annihilate, and that U-turn is going to come in doing 9%, but it does boost Rage Fist. You got to always worry about the Rage Fist when you're going with these weak hits into the Annihilate. The Thunder Wave is going to come out, going to slow it down a little bit, but the Drain Punch is going to come back and do big damage into that Miltank that we were seeing. It's an interesting bring. The Miltank sets up the rocks, but U-turn's going to come out from the Annihilate, getting into Sigilift just a little too late for that rocks to be blocked by Magic Bounce. It doesn't even have Magic Bounce, though. I guess it doesn't have Magic Bounce. It has Magic Guard. My bad. My bad. Yeah, it's got Magic Guard, not Magic Bounce. meaning that it won't take secondary damage and all that sort of stuff. It also possibly has tinted lens if it's more offensive, but we'll see. Here we go. Roos is going to come out from the Sigil if we have not seen the Terra type yet. Going into the Rillaboom instead. It's going to take some damage from the rocks. Go Mega Dance. He hits with the Mystical Fire. That's going to do 50%. Special attack's going to drop. Can Rillaboom pick up the one-hit KO, or will it just hit? Nope. Meowscarada is going to switch in. Does it switch out? No, it doesn't. It stays in and goes for the knockoff. Bold move when Diancie could have just picked up the kill there. Rillaboom from Camel predicts that he's going to switch out and gets a big knockoff onto the Meowscarada. Now, a lot of damage coming into this Annihilate. A late game sweep with Rage Fist could be possible, and especially if Miltank can go down, then nothing will be able to be immune to it. Even then, Miltank's not a great matchup into it. So it's Annihilate getting really dangerous here in the background. Diancie gets some damage in, but switches into the Articuno, which does not have boots. He's going to take about 50%. Calm Mind going to come out from the Articuno. Flip Turn's going to come in, do about 18%. There is what is that? A Key Berry raises the defense. We've got 3 boosts on the Articuno. What is it going to do? Terra Fires on the Ice Beam. It's going to live. Does it get frozen? It does not get frozen. There's a recover out of the Articuno. Now Articuno with 3 big boosts. It's going to get another Calm Mind up. Articuno setting up for a sweep. It's going to get a 3rd Calm Mind up. Scald comes out. It's going to be super effective. Only do 25% though. Another recover comes out. This is big. This is big because Articuno has a really good chance to take this down. Stored power Articuno, and this may be game. This may be game if Camel can't take it out before it does anything. It's going to look for the freeze. It gets the freeze. Kyurem gets the freeze on the Articuno, looking for the sweep, and Annihilate's going to come in for free. Now Articuno just hopes it can get out of there. It does not have any fire moves because it's only Terra Fire. Rage Fist is going to come out and almost do enough, but the Key Berry keeps it alive. The Thaw comes out. Stored power. There goes Annihilate. Huge Thaw at the moment. Articuno stays alive, but it's only at 14%. Can it live? Another... Oh, the Earth Power comes out from the Kyurem, and there goes Articuno. The sweep has been diffused, though at the cost of the Annihilate and the Primarina. Rapid Spin comes out from Iron Treads, gets rid of the rocks, and gets a speed boost on the Iron Treads. It's going to be Terra Bug on the Sigilith. Interesting. Terra Bug is going to get rid of the rocks. Volt Switch comes out. It's only going to do 16% to that Sigilith. Goes into the Skeledirge. Sigilith's going to pick up the roost on that Skeledirge. Flame Charge is going to do 32% and boost the speed of Skeledirge. Psychic's going to come out though, and that's going to do 55%. Torch Song going to hit, and that's going to be the end of the Sigilith. Big boost here. We have a Skeledirge that has a chance to go for a sweep here, but it's going to be forced out by the Kyurem with that Earth Power. Meowscarada, can it get a kill here? Scissor's going to come in. It's unlikely. U-Turn's going to hit a minor amount of damage, but Meowscarada is going to get back out into the Skeledirge, which Scissor can't really face. Now Rillaboom comes in, but its problem, there's not much that can resist this, and there goes the Torch Song. Rillaboom is forced to sack in order to save the Kyurem and the Scizor. Now Kyurem's going to come in. Miltank's going to come in on the switch. Draco Meteor, and that's going to crit, and Miltank goes down. Alright, Meowscarada comes in. Draco Meteor going to drop again. It leaves Meowscarada on 1%. And the U-turn comes in from Meowscarada, leaves Kyurem on 2%, and Skeledirge comes in. Now, unless there's a crit from this Draco Meteor, it's not going to do enough. Skeledirge is going to take it out with the Flame Charge, get the speed boost to outspeed that Scizor for sure. And that is your game. Mega Scizor comes out, but it does not matter. Torch Song's enough to finish it off. And that's a big 4-0 win on some really close rolls for Kung Fu Panda. What an exciting matchup. Just to see the freeze come out. Like, Camel had a lot of really dangerous threats over here on the side, and was able to navigate through them by getting that amazing freeze, but just not able to finish off the Articuno just in time, and losing that Annihilate really was that turning point in the game, because from there on, especially with that Terra Bug coming in for the Sigilith, this Skeledirge was really just able to take over. But it's unfortunate because you gotta hope that Annihilate can go take out the Articuno in that situation, because otherwise you really don't have a good chance to kill it whatsoever, and it just sweeps there. So really good on Kung Fu Panda for setting up this great situation, a lose-lose situation, and yeah. So yeah, now for our final one we're going to cover with Kung Fu Panda. This is week 8. But we're also going to talk about this. Into this week 8, this is a big, really powerful team we have seen take down some big games from Kung Fu Panda. And on the other hand, we have Lennart on the other side. And Lennart has not had quite the same success this season. However, if the way this was set up is in this week 8, Lennart had to win this matchup. If Lennart didn't win, wasn't in the playoffs, season over. If Lennart does win, then there was a couple, like, Lennart could clinch, provided that Layton did not beat Wren by a lot. I believe it was. So let's get right into this one. It's a big one. So Lennart needs this win to stay alive with hopes for playoffs. Let's get into it. All right. Oh, wait. Take that body set. Yeah. For playoffs. Alright, sorry, I was just checking to make sure the stream was still running. It is still running. Cool. We're going to see the Meowscarada get that Protean Ice, and we're going to see onto that Gliscor. Gliscor taking a lot of damage from the Future Sight coming out turn 1. Now Torkoal's going to come in. Has that Sun for Lennart to get set up. Now, comes in with the Hatterene. Hatterene's going to possibly set up a Trick Room here, possibly. But no, it's just going to switch back into the Walking Wake, who's now in a great position here with that Protosynthesis speed activating. However, the Alluring Voice is going to do big damage into it. Now, Hydro Steam's going to come out. It's going to be resisted, only do 27%. And Life Orb is revealed to have that recoil onto the Walking Wake. Rest Rotom comes out, though, and it's still asleep. Is it Rest Talk? The Stealth Rock comes out. Is it Rest Talk? It is a Rest Talk Rotom, and it does not get anything in that first turn with the Sleep Talk. Just more healing coming out from the Gliscor. And now Brute Bonnet's going to come in with that Protosynthesis attack for the next 2 turns. And another Rest comes out from the Sleep Talk. It's going to have to be forced to switch into Meowscarada. Bullet Seed's going to come out. That does 12, 24, 36, no, 38. That's going to be more. It gets just enough. Meowscarada's on 4, and that's enough. The Toxic's going to finish off the Meowscarada. Quick 1 kill for Brute Bonnet. Now Gliscor's going to come back in on the Torch Song. It's going to do 23%. Raise the special attack, though, of Skeledirge, and you cannot live this forever. However, knowing the Earth attack, knowing the ground attack coming out from the Gliscor, it's going to force Skeledirge out into the Articuno, which is Terra Psychic for extra damage from that Future Sight. Now, Hatterene comes out. Hatterene's going to use the Psychic Noise into the Skeledirge. It does a good bit of damage and prevents the possible slack off. Torch Song's only going to do 20%. And Nuzzle's going to come out, paralyzing Skeledirge. Here's a big Future Sight attack, only going to do 27% into the very bulky Hatterene. Now Psychic Noise going to continue to hit into the Skeledirge. The heal blocks are going to stay up. Slack Off gets blocked by the heal block. And Skeledirge is having to switch out. Psychic Noise can come in. It's only going to be resisted for 18%, but it blocks possible recover out of the Articuno like we saw in Camel's match. The Fleet Freezing Glare going to come back in. Giga Drain going to come from the Hatterene, and Hatterene's able to take down Articuno. Hatterene's still very strong. It could use Giga Drain here, but it's going to switch back out into Torkoal. Diancie goes into Mega. Diancie uses Moonblast. It's only going to do 37% into the Torkoal. Torkoal loses special attack, but still back into the Hatterene. Power Gem comes out, and that finishes off Hatterene, but it gives a free switch into Walking Wake. Walking Wake, does it have a good move into... Oh, it's a Ditto! The Ditto comes in with the Imposter. He knows all the moves, and he knows what best is used. He could pull out a big move here with a possible Draco Meteor. We will see. Nope, Dragon Pulse is what it is. It's a critical hit, though, and that's just enough that I believe it'll be enough, but it doesn't matter. Sucker Punch comes in and finishes off the Ditto. Big Sucker Punch out of the Brute Bonnet. Now, Brute Bonnet with another Sucker Punch. It's only going to do 33% because that Fairy typing. The Power Gem's going to be enough to finish off Brute Bonnet. But now we have 2 turns left. Gouging Fire is going to come in. Gouging Fire with that Fire Dragon's going to use the Heat Crash. It's going to take down Diancie. Now, can Skeledirge and Rotom outlive the last turn of Sun? They're going to be able to. Slack Off comes out for the Skeledirge, and it's going to get back into this. Now, Gliscor is going to hit with the Earthquake to 39%. But unfortunately, that Slack Off is going to heal more than that. However, at this point, it's going to be really difficult for Undaunted Hero, for Kung Fu Panda to take this down because of the position he's in. Earthquake comes out for another 40%, but the Sockoff's going to come back. He needs to build these torch songs. He needs to build torch songs and have that be a way to win this match. It's still possible, but the para is just enough. There goes Skeledirge. It was a matter of time. The para takes down Skeledirge, and now it's just one Pokemon left. It is the Sleeping Rotom. It will wake up this turn, however. So Torkoal is going to come in. It's going to wake up this turn. Here comes the Hydro Pump, and it hits for 47%. The Sun weakening that Hydro Pump is going to be just enough. Discharge is going to take out the Torkoal, but at this point, it's foregone conclusion. Gouging Fire comes in. Under Sun gets that speed boost. Heat Crash is going to hit for 64%. Discharge is going to hit for a lot less. It does get the para. That's a pretty big para, but it does not really matter at this point. Heat Crash still outspeeds the Rotom, gets the kill, and that's a 3-0 win for Lennart LN. He has a chance at playoffs because of this win. What a big win. And if we're going to come over here to look at the standings, yeah, Kung Fu Panda takes that L to maintain the 2 spot, though he's basically had it locked up for the last few weeks. And big news here is Layton did, even though he did pick up the win, I believe that was the win, yes. He does pick up the win. However, unfortunately for Layton, but fortunately for Lennart, he picks up the win just close enough. Let's just double check this. In week 8, yeah, it was a 3-0 win for Layton. Layton needed a 5-0 win to claim to get into playoffs. Instead, Lennart at 4-4 off of that big win does pick up the 10 seed. And yes, going into it, yeah, sleep turns do not reset. They used to reset. I believe they reset until about Gen 6. I think they used to reset, but now they don't. So yeah, you can remember that. Like rest, yeah, those 2, and then yeah. But yeah, so we'll go over stuff at the end, but just to look at it. Yeah, just to look at it. Oh, sorry, I was wrong that the one against the big upset was week 8, preventing that LonelyLitten sweep. So that's huge. But also Kung Fu Panda here at the 2nd spot, Gert Bilbo at 3, Blitzkreig at 4, Camel Convention at 5. And we're going to go over one last match. It's going to be DriteWhake versus Zebstrikemdown. If you saw it already, well, then it might be a bit of a spoiler. But this is another big match here in Week 8. This was Zebstrika has a chance to clinch playoffs and clinch a 9 seed with this match. So let's get into it. You may have already seen it, but let's get right into it. All right, DriteWhake comes out. Of course, we didn't go over Terras, but the Terras are, of course, Hisui and Decidueye, which we saw earlier. And then Zebstrikemdown, of course, has the Terra Zebstrika, because what else would they have? Decidueye shows off the Terra Fire, though, and goes into the Iron Bundle. Empoleon's going to come in. Freeze Dry going to come in. Only hit 29%, though, because Empoleon has that secondary Steel typing. But the Freeze Dry gets the freeze, the second one, and Empoleon's now frozen. That's a big start for DriteWhake. But the Thaw is going to come out in the Scald. I believe Scald does always thaw, so there is that. But now big damage into it, and Iron Bundle applying a lot of offensive pressure. It is looking to be a choice set, though, because it does switch out on the Victini instead of going to Hydro Pump. Alright, Great Tusk comes in. Now Zapdos is going to come in and counter it. Great Tusk instead uses the Rapid Spin, though. Gets the speed boost. Head Smash comes in. Big head smash damage. It's going to take big 40% recoil, but Zapdos goes down. Intimidate comes out from Mawile. Now it's a Mega Mawile. The Headlong Rush does not kill with the Intimidate. And now Mawile is going to take up the Revenge kill with Play Rough. Huge damage. And now Mawile. Is Mawile going to play the game? No, it does not play the game. Does 42% with the Play Rough, but the Rocky Helmet finishes off Mawile. Mega Mawile goes down. It's now a 5-4 game with Zebstrika in the lead. Rapid Spin comes out from the Starmie. Does it now outspeed the Zebstrika? Does it matter? No, it doesn't outspeed the Zebstrika. Even with the 1.5 times speed, it's going to get big damage coming in from the Volt Switch, and Empoleon is going to go down. Now, Zebstrika can come right back in, and it will outspeed. The high horsepower comes in and takes down the Starmie. It's a 4-3 lead for Zebstrikemdown. Diggersby with that huge power comes in. It's going to get intimidated, but it's going to set up the agility. And even with the intimidation, Diggersby is still going to do a lot of damage, 77%. Can Salamence get the kill back? It doesn't quite get it, but with the Life Orb reveal on Diggersby, this is the last attack it will make. Salamence goes down, but so does the Diggersby. It is now a 3-2 ball game. Victini versus Decidueye. Victini's going to go over the Psychic for 39%, but the knockoff's going to come in. It's going to be a Colbur Berry, though, and that neuters the knockoff damage, both resisting it and also removing the knockoff attack from the item. Now Psychic's going to come in. The special defense drop gets it down to 51%. So now Roos is only keeping even. Iron Bundle's going to come in. Big damage out of the Psychic, but can't use the Hydro Pump. The Hydro Pump misses, and Victini stays in and takes down the Iron Bundle. Now Victini, looking to be choice, is going to get more damage onto this Decidueye, and it's a matter of time. There's another special defense drop, and it's a matter of time before Victini just takes down the Decidueye. Knockoff does another 34%, but it's not enough. Sorry, it wasn't even choice. No, that was just regular Psychic, because we saw the Colbur Bear earlier. A big 3-0 win for Zebstrikemdown, and that was their 5th win, and enough for them to guarantee playoffs, as the 10 seeds were going to be 4-win teams. And so, yes, Zebstrikemdown picks up the 5-3. Does not quite jump DriteWhake, even though they did take the win over them, because DriteWhake had a better differential on the season. So, yeah. Big scenes here from Genesis Division, and yeah, so we had a lot of good matchups, and I will just go in the future. I will cover this later, but I really do like Kung Fu Panda. LonelyLitten also big. It's a big deal. You know, it's a big deal to see that, but you know, it's also like seeing that come in is like I have a lot of trust in the person I teamed up with during a thing. Also, we do notice that Gaillardia, who did take the ultimate upset from LonelyLitten, preventing this perfect season, is out of playoffs. So of these playoffs, no one here has beat the 1 seed LonelyLitten. So that's a big deal. So, yeah. Now, let's get right into it. I know this is a lot of stuff, but let's get right into the next one here. It's going to be... make sure I can get it up. Let's see here. Get this up here. Alright. And let's transition into... yeah, let's transition right into the Moonsault Division. Looking into these, we have another 6 matchups to cover here. This is a big one. This is a big stream. And going into our Moonsault... a big one we're going to focus is a couple of matches with Hipi Mochi is a big one here. We're going to see a couple from S, a couple from Tytheguy. Yeah. So yeah, let's get first into it with Hipi Mochi versus in this it'll be Saint 70, but that is S. Let's look quickly at their teams. Hipi Mochi we're going to see a little bit of, and that will be with that Terra Braviary, which I think we've seen before, along with the Kyurem, which we saw do so much work in the Genesis Division, along with Corviknight, Slowking, and Thundurus. And on the other side with S, we have the Terra Articuno, Cantonian Articuno, not the Galarian Articuno like we saw with Kung Fu Panda. So let's get right into it with this first matchup. And this was a big, close matchup for playoff seeding in Week 4. First thing, we're going to switch into Jirachi, but that's going to be big damage. The Shuka Berry is revealed to take a lot less damage, but now the Shuka Berry is gone. Ooh, Doom Desire comes out from the Jirachi. I don't exactly remember what Doom Desire does. I believe that is something, though, that... what does the Doom Desire do? Doom Desire... oh, okay. Okay, so Doom Desire is like its own, yeah, Doom Desire is basically a different form of Future Sight. Okay. But yeah, a lot of pivoting here early on. And yeah, just a lot of pivoting trying to get that thing. Raging Bolt comes in for the Corviknight battle. It's going to reveal the booster energy, which importantly means that now it's not going to get that booster energy later on in this matchup, so it's going to have more reason to stay in, but so does the Gastrodon. Gastrodon stays in and immune to the Thunderbolt. It recovers right up on the Raging Bolt. Yawn comes out from the Gastrodon, and now Raging Bolt, not a lot of special attack, and has to switch out, so now that booster energy is gone for the rest of the match. Raging Bolt has no item. Gastrodon comes in on the switch and just recovers back up. The taunt comes out, but the Earth Power is going to come out from the Gastrodon. Does not do a lot in the Palafin, which has switched out, so it now has that hero form. Corviknight comes in on the Palafin here. Bulk Up comes out from the Palafin, and now Palafin's not in a bad position here. Bulk Up's going to continue to come out. Will there be big damage? Nope, it's just a U-turn. Kyurem comes in, does have that freeze dry. Palafin doesn't have to worry about that, but does it have enough damage to just straight up nuke it? It does not look like S thinks it does. Freeze dry comes out, only to 17%. Jirachi now shows the wish, but there goes Jirachi on the Earth Power. First kill of the match. Hipi picks it up. Articuno comes in. It does have that wish, but doesn't matter because Kyurem's just not going to do any damage, so it does not do anything. Unless it comes in. It does come in to recover the Stealth Rock's damage onto the Darkrai. And here comes Tinkaton. Tinkaton comes in on Darkrai's Nasty Plot, and Darkrai does not really have a lot to deal with this Tinkaton last I checked, because it tends to have that Sludge Bomb or the Focus Blast, but both those not too great into that Tinkaton, and of course Dark type's not very effective into it. Nidoking comes in, it's going to switch into the Raging Bolt, and this is not a good matchup for Raging Bolt, especially now that it doesn't have its item. Draco Meteor is going to come in. It's going to do about 48%. That's not a lot. Earth Power going to hit for 51, and Gastrodon is out damaging the Raging Bolt. He's going to switch into Palafin. And Yawn's going to come in. Big Yawn from the Gastrodon. Forces Palafin out. And here comes Articuno. Does it get... Oh, no, it's an Earth Power. It expected something else to come in. Gastrodon squanders the momentum, and now Freeze Dry is going to hit it for huge damage. Another Yawn is going to come out into the Articuno, but Gastrodon is going to be forced to switch out or die, and there it goes. Articuno is going to U-turn, take the kill onto Gastrodon. Now it's a 5-5 game. Nidoking comes right back in. Here comes the Sharpedo. Flip turn on the Sharpedo does big damage. It's going to drop it down to about 42%. And now, Earthquake's going to be immune. Alright, Corviknight in against the Nidoking. A Fire Blast comes out from the Nidoking. It only does 38%, but it reveals the Citrus Berry. Brave Bird's going to come right back into it. And now 39%. Nidoking, with another landed Fire Blast, would be able to take down the Corviknight if it used Brave Bird back. But instead, Corviknight's just going to roost off the damage. Raging Bolt's not going to be able to do much. U-turn's going to be able to take it out. Now Kyurem comes in 25% from that Stealth Rocks, and Articuno does not take any due to the heavy duty boots. Roost comes in. U-turns can only do 13. Goes into the Darkrai. Darkrai is going to take down to 76%. Now Tinkaton's going to come in to block the Darkrai damage. Nasty Plot comes in from Darkrai. Does Darkrai have a move that can work? No, it doesn't. It goes back into the Nidoking. Nidoking only at 20%. The Gigaton Hammer will be enough to take down Nidoking. Now it is a 5-3 lead for Hipi. Palafin's going to come in. Here comes the Corviknight. Corviknight not in the greatest position to do anything, but Bulk Up comes out from Palafin. What can Corviknight do here? Another Bulk Up comes out. Here comes a U-turn. Does not do much. Goes into Kyurem, but Kyurem now only on 62%. Can Palafin take it down with a good attack? Drain Punch comes in. It's a Choppleberry Kyurem to live, but Palafin's at 92%. Does this kill? It does not quite kill, but it gets the freeze, so it might as well kill. Big freeze, another big freeze coming out from a Kyurem, and there goes Palafin. It's 5-2 lead for Hipi. A nasty plot comes up from Darkrai, but there's a roost here from the Kyurem. If Kyurem could have taken advantage to go offensively there, it would have been great. Unfortunately, Kyurem goes down. Now Tinkaton comes in. It's 4-2. Dark Pulse hits for big damage. It's gonna make it. Oh, it's a flinch! It's a flinch, and now Dark Pulse is going to be able to finish off the Tinkaton. That's the main blocker to Darkrai's success, and there it goes. However, there's going to be a Poison Terra on it. It's going to live on 1 HP. The Brave Bird comes in, lives on 1 HP. Back-to-back 1 HP lives for both Darkrai and also the Braviary. Now the Will-O-Wisp is going to miss the Mega Sharpedo. Is going to get the flip turn. It's going into the Corviknight against the Articuno. What a match. What an absolute crazy match. Freeze Dry is going to live. It's going to have Corviknight live on 1 again. Another 1% live. Freeze Dry is going to come out. It's not going to get the freeze, and Corviknight's able to roost off all that damage coming back from the brink. The Brave Bird's going to come in. It's only going to do 30%. And now, Freeze Dry is going to hit some more. It's going to force another roost out of the Corviknight. How many roosts left does the Corviknight have? It has 4 left. Freeze Dry only do 22%, though the Brave Bird's going to come in and do 32%. Unless Articuno has a roost, which it does have a roost. Here we go. It's a matter of time. Both teams are roosting off. They're going to be burning roosts and stuff, but the Freeze Dry does have that 10% chance of freeze. We saw this with the Kyurem. It has not happened yet for the Articuno, but also with that Brave Bird being the main attacking move out of the Corviknight, it's going to be the main move that it uses, and therefore it's going to be taking recoil damage. So this is a dangerous play for Corviknight to have to keep balancing his roosts and its attacks. Freeze Dry is going to keep hitting, and if that can get a freeze, it'll majorly change the matchup. Remember, as long as Freeze Dries are left for Articuno, Articuno should be able to take down the Sharpedo as long as it has some health. This is a bit of 4E chess, because on one hand, Hipi just needs to take down the Articuno. However, if S can take down the Corviknight, then it should be in a pretty good spot. Ooh, the U-turn comes out for Sharpedo. Is this the right time for it? The Terra Fairy comes out from the Articuno. It's Destiny Bond Sharpedo. Destiny Bond Sharpedo takes the win. Big play, and Hipimochi takes the win 1-0 on what may be one of the games of the year. What a set of plays from Hipi and S. What a bait and switch. Just happened to find the right time to get that slow U-turn in, get the attack coming out. Could not reveal Destiny Bond early. If he did, the jig was going to be up. So getting that off, what a huge game. So yeah, now we're going to go in next over to another one versus Hipi, and this one is Hipi versus Starvin Pig. Of course, Starvin Pig, many know him from being around the server quite a bit. But this one, you thought the last one was close. Here's another incredibly close one as Hipi versus Starvin goes absolutely crazy. Let's get right into it. Now, of course, Starvin we've seen before on this show. It is a Terra Scrafty out of the Starvin versus, of course, Terra Braviary. Now we're going to see the lead-off Galvantula getting the sticky webs up, and now starting to land Thunders with that Compound Eyes ability. Does it get a para? It does get a para onto the Tinkaton, and now the knockoff's going to come in, do another 34%, but the Rocky Helmet is going to be revealed and knocked off by Tinkaton. Moving into the Cyclozar now. It's going to get the drop of speed. Now everything's going to start dropping speed. Thunder comes in. It gets another paralysis onto the Cyclozar. Now Galvantula can switch out into the Goldango, which now I believe should outspeed with the drop in both things. We reveal the Shuka Berry on the Goldango and knock it off. Overheat comes out. It only does 39% though. Cyclozar not able to do a lot of damage. Goldango able to heal that off, and now Cyclozar is going to be forced to U-turn, a slow U-turn out. Braviary comes in. Braviary Terra's Fire. Terra Blast comes in, 73%. Make It Rain comes back in. That's not going to be doing much because the Steel type move, and that's going to only do about 30%. There goes Goldango to come out. Galvantula is just going to sack itself on the Stealth Rocks to get into a different mon. It's going to be Primarina to get that ability started. All right. Moves into Thundurus. Can Thundurus takes 43. Thunderbolt comes in. It's only going to do 40%. Moonblast comes out. Barely leaves the Thundurus on anything. It's on 6%, and there goes the Primarina. 6-4 lead for Hipimochi coming into it. Lopunny comes out, though, and Lopunny, I believe, is that Mega Lopunny. Yes, it is that Mega Lopunny. Here comes the U-turn. It's just going to switch right back out. Rocky Helmet revealed on the Corviknight. Goldango comes in. Recover out of the Goldango on the faster over the Corviknight. U-turn's going to come back out. It's going to go into the Braviary. Braviary now revealed and no longer is that flying type. However, it gets that speed drop, and that speed drop boosts its attack to 2 stages. So now, Braviary, not as fast. Can be revenge killed a lot easier, and that's what's going to happen with the Lopunny unless it can switch out. It's going to switch out. But now, we know that Braviary can get a time where it's outspeeding still. It has that 2 times attack on the field with that Sticky Web. Close Combat's going to come in, leave Corviknight on 5%. Does it go for the Brave Bird? Brave Bird comes out, takes down the Mega Lopunny, but there goes the Corviknight. It's a 5-2 now. Can Starvin take this back? It's looking bad, but the drop in speed allows... Ooh, it's a physical Latios, and it's going to have Scale Shot, and that's going to be enough with loaded dice, assumedly. It's going to boost its speed, boost the defense, and now nothing should outspeed this thing. Here comes the Thundurus. There's going to be Prankster Thunderwave. However, another Scale Shot comes out, so the speed is not going to be... The speed is now neutral with that paralysis and the 2 times speed. What does Latios do now? It's a physical one. There goes the Earthquake. That's a 3rd kill. Now Sharpedo comes in. It does have speed boost. However, it's just going to be back to neutral speed. Scale Shot comes out and it gets protected. Can Latios get it for the speed? The Mega Sharpedo comes out. It's only going to do 15, 16, 17, 16, and 16. Big 5 with the loaded dice. It's going to boost the speed some more, but with 0.4 defense, it's not going to survive that crunch. Scrafty comes in. It's Dark Fighting type. It's going to Terra Fairy. The crunch is only going to do 33%, so it's going to take it down with the Drain Punch. And now it's a 1-on-1. Here we go, but this is the part where Braviary can do anything. It's on 6%, so it will die. However, with that 2 times attack, what's it going to do? It's going to Brave Bird. It's going to take down and kill itself. It's a 0-0 matchup, and the winner goes to Hipi because technically the recoil came after the last Pokemon by Starvin goes down. So, huge play at the end there. And there you go. It's a 0-0 win for Hipi, about as close as you can ever have. And back-to-back, really big, really fun matchups from Hipi. You see why we had to cover a couple of these. All right. So now we go into maybe one that you wasn't expecting to see as much, but here's one in week 7. This will be Shadow 2054 versus RoyceSnover, and this was a big one to battle for the playoff hunt. Both of these teams were not in a safe playoff position, and they were both battling for that 9 and 10 seed area of the battle. On one hand, we have RoyceSnover, which let's look at their team really quick. I believe it is the Terraforigiraf. Yes, Terraforigiraf with that Sneasler, Tapu Lele, Cornerstone, Salamence, Rotom Wash. On the other hand, we have Shadow with the Terra Inteleon, along with Iron Valiant, Mega Medicham, and Victini. So let's get into this big matchup. This is basically determining who's looking out and who's looking in. So let's who's in the playoffs looking out and who's outside the playoffs looking in. Let's get right into it. It's gonna be the lead Sneasler looking for Dire Claw Cheese. The close combat instead comes out. It's going to only do 29%, and it's going to be a special defense. Now Gliscor prevents itself from any Dire Claw Cheese by getting that Toxic Orb going. It's going to be an offensive Gliscor though with that Sword Stance coming out, but unfortunately does not seem to have much to hit the Rotom. Hydro Pump's going to instead come in onto the Zarude. Zarude's now going to see what it can do. Knockoff coming into the Moltres does 50% and shows off the heavy duty boots. Rock Slide, it's going to outspeed the Moltres, and there goes Moltres on the Rock Slide from the Zarude. Now it's going to switch back into the Gliscor to avoid any bit of cheese from the Sneasler. Rotom Wash going to come in. Poison Heal going to heal off the U-turn damage. Facade's going to hit with 31% from that Rotom. The Volt Switch comes out. It's going to be immune. Now, Gliscor at nearly 100%. It's going to switch out into Zarude on the Hydro Pump. No, it's a Pain Split revealed from the Rotom, being a more defensive Rotom set. Alright, Zarude going to hit with another knockoff. Removes the leftovers from Rotom. Big damage coming out of this Zarude, who does not have the band. However, it does not matter because it's going to go down to the Ogerpon with the U-turn. It's 5-5 matchup. Victini comes in. Decreate hits for huge damage, but doesn't quite pick up the kill on the Frigoraph. It's going to get a Citrus Berry. It's only going to do 35%, however, so U-turn's going to be enough to finish it off, and Victini gets out of there without losing too many more stats. 5-4 lead. No Terras now for RoyceSnover. It's going to go... Ooh, but the Defiant buff on the special attack drop. Now Ogerpon can be in a really good position. 2 times attack. It's got a lot of speed. But instead it's going to switch out because the Ice Beam comes in from the Inteleon. No Freeze. Then the Surf comes in. That's going to be enough to take down Rotom. Alright, 3-4. Here comes Sneasler. Sneasler going to hit the U-turn. 41% into the Ogerpon. It's going to be another Ice Beam though. And it's a Yachi Berry on the Ogerpon. Does not matter. It was at too low HP to really do anything. Medicham now going to come in to take the close combat. It's going to be resisted for about half of its health. Now, does the Mega Medicham here get the outspeed? No, it doesn't. But it lives with the Mega Boost to its bulk. The Mega Boost to its bulk. Oh, it's not going to live after this turn, though. Then the Trailblaze trying to go for the sweep. It's not good. The Poison Touch finishes off the Mega Medicham, preventing it. Close combat comes in. It's only going to do 29%. Gliscor is going to come in. It's going to Sword Stance, get the damage boost. However, Sneasler going to get more damage down on it. It's not going to be enough, though, because Gliscor is going to now be able to... Ooh, it hits the Agility, and now it's going to outspeed Sneasler, I believe. It's going to keep Gliscor going for Ultimate Greed here because it knows that this Sneasler can't do a lot to it. With that Poison Heal constantly healing it back up. The Facade's going to come out. It's going to take down the Sneasler. And now it's not much more that you can do. Intimidate comes out, but it's still 2.5 times attack. The critical hit does not really matter, but it is a lot of damage. And that's your win for Shadow over RoyceSnover. This Week 7 matchup ends up making it so this big Week 7 matchup does basically eliminate RoyceSnover, and it gets Shadow back into position to claim the number 9 seed eventually. So that's a big matchup. Shadow will be in the playoffs. RoyceSnover will be outside looking in. So, but great matchup between the both of them. Just Shadow took the win this time with a good offense builds glide score. Now moving back into it, we're going to look at a big mid-season battle here between Citrix Sage and Scary Smoliv. Smoliv had a bad start to the season, but but had started going on a heater in the middle of the season. So this was a big one to try to get back into the playoff conversation. So here we go. Now, Smoliv with the Terra Arboliva and Citrix Sage with the Terra Decidueye. That's what we're looking at here, Decidueye Hisui. Now, Iron Tread's going to come in on after the dual rocks get set up. The balloon's going to get popped by the Dazzle and Gleam from the Screamtail, and now Annihilate's going to come in. Rapid Spin, it's going to be a good spin blocker. Crobat's going to have to come in instead. Going to take 24% from those Stealth Rocks, and Drain Punch is going to heal Annihilate back up to full. U-Turn's going to come out, boosting that Rage Fist damage. Annihilate you have to be worried about that. Lycanroc's going to come in. Drain Punch is going to land huge damage, and there goes Lycanroc. Citrix Sage immediately takes an immediate down one Pokemon. It's 6-5 Scary Smoliv. Big prediction from that Annihilate. Brave Bird's going to come in, do about 50%. But the Rocky Helmet and the recoil is going to be enough to take out the Crobat. It is now 6-4. Citrix Sage comes in. It's going to be the Annihilate back to prevent that spin blocking. But the High Horsepower comes in. It's going to do about 50%. High Horsepower hits again. It's a lot lower roll, though. It's a huge low roll. And now Annihilate gets huge damage into the Iron Treads before being able to switch out and stay alive. Screamtail is going to come in with the High Horsepower. But that's going to be with the Rocky Helmet enough to take down the Iron Treads. It's 5-3 Scary Smoliv. And here comes Rillaboom. Rillaboom is going... no, not Rillaboom. It's going to be Darmanitan Galar versus the Urshifu Rapid Strike, and the Zen Headbutt plus the flinch gets the kill. It's 5-2. Can Zygarde come back? Zygarde knows that Guerrilla Tactics makes it so he can switch in on the Ice type immediately. And there's a Scale Shot finishing off the Annihilate. Arboliva is going to come in on the +1 speed. Zygarde is going to force out the switch into Decidueye. It's going to draw out the Leech Seed and be immune to it. Now here comes Hisui and Samurott. Knockoff comes in. Even though it was a fighting type, he sends in the Samurott. It's going to go Terra Ghost. Aerial Ace is not going to do much, even though it had been 4 times super effective on the other one. It's going to go into Zygarde. Alright, here we go. Zygarde now. We have a chance to build. It needs to build up some speed if it wants to get past this this Darmanitan, which very likely could be Choice Scarf because of that Guerrilla Tactics, making it so that it already has a band. The Citrus Berry with Harvest is going to be revealed, and there's a substitute blocking the Leech Seed. And now Scale Shot's just going to continue to build for that Zygarde. There's another Citrus Berry eaten. Unfortunately, I don't know if Zygarde might not be able to cut through this if it only has Scale Shot. The Hyper Voice goes straight through. The Citrus Berry gets harvested again. So Zygarde can't do anything to Zarvaliva. It's going to be the Decidueye Hisui. There goes the Earth Power, only 16%. It's going to be eating that Citrus Berry, but that one does not recover like the Arbolivas. Hisui comes in. This is going to be the Roost from the Decidueye. The Ceaseless Edge misses, though. And Triple Arrows is going to be able to finish off Samurott. Big miss out. Ceaseless Edge to get a chance. Earth Power is going to do nearly 50%, but the knockoff's going to come and crit. There goes the Life Orb, which it had because of Sheer Force. Earth Power is only going to do 37% now that it doesn't have the boost, and Roost can roost off that damage. Earth Power going to continue to hit, but the Roost is going to continue to come out. It's a net positive for that Decidueye, trying to get back to high HP before it gets to fight other bonds. Earth Power going to keep hitting. It's going to be 53%, but the Triple Arrows is going to come out. Does it get any boost? It's going to get the negative defense drop. So now we're going to see another Roost is going to continue to build right back up, but it's using a lot of the Roofs. The Decidueye using a lot of Roosts here. It's almost out of them. So, Earth Power is going to hit again. Here comes another Roost. It's going to get back up to where it was. Here comes the damage in from... Oh, no, it's the last one. There's no more Roosts on this Decidueye. It's going to get as much health as it can. There goes the Triple Arrows. There goes Landorus. Now, can Arboliva comes in. It's going to get the Citrus Berry back from the thing. It's going to tear a water, though. That's going to make it so the triple arrow is not doing much. It does drop the defense, though, which is very important. Leech Seed comes out, and there goes the Citrus Berry harvest. So now there needs to be a big damage. It's going to be crit. It's going to knock off that Citrus Berry. That's big damage, and it does not let him heal up. Besides this Leech Seed. Now, with the drop in defense, they're going to go into the Zygarde. This is a choice. The Earth Power comes out. That's going to be enough to take down Zygarde, and that should be your game. Decidueye can have a chance. It's going to take down the Arboliva with the triple arrows, but with only 10% left, that's enough that Darmanitan should be able to just come in and take it down with the Earthquake. And there you go. There you go. That makes it in the middle of the season, three straight games of winning for Scary Smoliv to get back in the playoff picture. Meanwhile, Citrix Sage goes down. Now, on the other hand, at the same time, we have Tytheguy also looking for a playoff spot. Yeah. Also, well, no, Tytheguy, sorry, not looking for a playoff spot, though it would have been really tough. It would have been tough, but maybe if everything gone right. Tytheguy was more just, he started 0-4. He could technically have gotten back into it with 4 straight wins, but this was on to make his 3rd win in a row. So technically, this would be his 2nd win in a row. This would be his 2nd win in a row because he started 0-4. This is a week 6 matchup. If he could win this one, he would have a chance to maybe try to get 4 straight wins at the end of the season to maybe snipe that 10 seed. But with his differential, it would have been very difficult. Importantly, though, if he wins this, that makes it so that he goes up against, after this match, he goes up against Scary Smoliv, and the winner of that would effectively have the best chance at getting to the playoffs. Or, in Tytheguy's case, have any chance left to get the playoffs. But basically, if either of them lose any more matches, they're both basically out, and this one was setting up a big matchup if Tytheguy can pull off this win. So let's get into it. Now, I guess before we start, let's quickly go back here. Tytheguy, rocking with that Terra Drifblim. I love Terra Drifblim. I just love Drifblim in general, but it's cool to see it as a Terra Captain. We also see the Gallade Mega, the Roaring Moon, and the Tapu Fini. And on the other side, this was another one with S, I believe. This was, yes, another one with S. So we're seeing that Terra Articuno. We've seen this team already. Let's get into it. Palafin leading against Roaring Moon to immediately get that hero mode set up. Roaring Moon's going to use the U-turn on the Arcanine to get very little damage for getting to the Tapu Fini on the Arcanine. Arcanine's going to go back into the Articuno. Articuno now with a chance to hit a big thing, but nope. Scissor's going to come on out. Freeze Dry is not going to do much. Does it get the freeze? No, it does not. U-turn comes out from the Scizor. Now going back into Tapu Fini. The Whirlwind's going to come out, though, and Rotom Mow's going to come in instead. Raging Bolt's going to come in on the Rotom Mow to hopefully not take a lot of damage from the Volt Switch. It only takes 7%. And now we're going back to Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon with a big amount of damage coming out, possibly from a big Dragon move, but instead it's just going to U-turn on the Arcanine that was intimidating it. The Earthquake's going to come out, though, and that's going to crit, and that's going to take down our Arcanine. Big kill for Mega Gallade to take a quick 6-5 lead for Tytheguy. Now, Palafin versus Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini's going to take only 36% and show off the Rocky Helmet, almost doing as much back to the Palafin on that Wave Crash. Now, Rotom Mow's going to come in. Thunderbolt's going to hit, only do 15% from the Raging Bolt. Volt Switch coming out from the Rotom, only going to do about 7%. Scizor comes in. Volt Switch comes out. That's over 50% to the Scizor, which is definitely either physically bulky or very offensive. Darkright's going to pull out a trick. It's going to be revealing 2 Choice Scarfs. Both of them are Choice Scarfed, and that's unfortunate. Darkrai now going to go with the Ice Beam that barely leaves Rotom alive, but it gets the freeze. That's another freeze on the stream. Boom! Darkrai takes down the Rotom with another Ice Beam, and now it's Scarf Darkrai with the Ice Beam. Darkrai does not stay in against the Drifblim, expecting maybe a Unburden set. It's going to be Terra Fairy. It's going to be a Terra Blast of only 18%. Articuno's going to roost off the damage. What does Drifblim do here? Drifblim lands the Thunder Wave into the Articuno. Articuno's not going to be as fast, and now Drifblim can start setting up Calm Minds. Articuno's going to get paralyzed, so it does not get to attack. There's a Terra Blast doing about 30%, but there's the Whirlwind out of the Articuno, and the Roaring Moon's going to come out. Tapu Bulu's going to come out to parry the Roaring Moon, but it's going to be a U-turn. It's going to do about 30%. That's decent damage. Now going into the Scizor. Scizor with that Bullet Punch and with the Bug-type ability, it's going to be U-turn on that Protect. It's not going to be able to switch out. Now, what does Scizor do? It has to U-turn because it is that Choice Scarf. We remember that. Now Tapu Fini comes in, resets the terrain, but the Horn Leech is going to come in and do 50%. Tapu Bulu now have a big thing, but it's going to reveal, it's going to hit some more Rocky Helmet damage. Doesn't matter. With Rocky Helmet damage, the Tapu Bulu is going to take it, but it's going to take down the Tapu Fini. There goes screen support. Alright, but Drifblim gets the Misty Seed, and now with special defense boost, it has a chance to go for an Unburdened Sweep. Gets the thing up. Terra Blast come out for 30%, but the Para comes out, so the Whirlwind does not hit. Another 30%, and another Paralysis. No Whirlwind, and Drifblim can stay set up. It's going to take down the Articuno. Now, even though it's a 4-4 game, Drifblim in a very strong position. Darkrai, though, with the Sludge Bomb, doesn't matter. It's double special defense. There goes Darkrai on the Terra Blast. Drifblim now with second kill. Palafin. Can Palafin take it down with Jet Punch? No, it cannot. The Strength Sap revealed from the Drifblim to get back up to 100% against the Palafin. Now Raging Bolt comes in. It's going to Thunder Wave, but it's going to miss. Doesn't matter. Wouldn't have done anything anyway. Thunderbolt comes out for only 27%, but it gets the Paralysis, and the Paralysis is full. Thunderous gets another 26%. Strength Sap comes out from the Raging Bolt to get back up only to 78%. It needs to get a land from its Terra Blast. Terra Blast comes in, hits for 67%, and now Thunderbolt is going to go down to 23%. There goes the Terra Blast. There goes Raging Bolt. Third kill for Drifblim, but it's not looking good. Now a Jet Punch is going to come out, and that's going to finish off the Drifblim. But the Aftermath is going to do big damage into the Palafin, lowering it below half. Gallade Mega now should be able to clean up, we assume. Here comes Gallade. Close combat is only going to do 30%, but that's enough that next turn it should be able to take out the Tapu Bulu even after the Grassy Terrain recovery. But it's going to protect to make sure it doesn't. Triple Axle is instead revealed, which will kill Tapu Bulu next turn, provided it doesn't miss. It doesn't miss, and there goes Tapu Bulu. Now is Palafin against the world. There is a defense drop on this Gallade, so it's possible a Jet Punch could do it, and it does. There it goes. Now it's a 2-1 game. Tytheguy just looking to finish this off. Roaring Moon is not going to die, even though it is a crit from the Jet Punch, and the knockoff is going to finish off the Palafin, removing the Choice Band, and Tytheguy can pick it up. That's his second win, which leads to a big match, which is our final match for this one. It is Tytheguy versus Scary Smoliv. Both of them, playoff chances are on life support in Week 7, and the winner of this has a chance to make the 10 seed, but it's like if Smoliv wins, good chance at the 10 seed. If Tytheguy wins, then there is a minor chance at 10 seed, provided other people lose. But this is a big matchup. Just get your season turned around between two people on hot streaks. Smoliv is on a 3-game streak at this point. Tytheguy is on a 2-game streak. We've seen both their games coming up into this. We've seen both the teams. Let's get into it for playoff eligibility. Here we go. All right, we're going to see the Roaring Moon lead versus the Arboliva. Now, U-Turn's going to come out, do 40%, but set up the grassy terrain for the Arboliva, which is Terra Water. It's going to be immediately repulsed by the Misty terrain. Alluring Voice is only going to do 17%. Here comes the Scizor. Scizor comes in, Tentacruel comes in. Tentacruel's going to go with the knockoff, get rid of those leftovers on the Scizor. Knockoff's going to come back into the Tentacruel, though, and is going to remove the Assault Vest, revealing the Tentacruel has 4 attacking moves. Manetric's going to come in. Curse is going to come out from the Scizor, boosting its attack and defense on the strength of its speed, but it's going to switch out into the Donphan. Mega Manetric comes out. The Intimidate hits the Donphan. It's going to be a Flamethrower to do some damage. It's going to only do 21%, though. It's going to switch back into the Arboliva, the Water-type Arboliva. Player Rough's going to come in, only do 19% because of the attack. Now it's going to get that boost from the Grassy Terrain and its leftovers. It's Grassy Terrain's leftovers, so it's not Harvest. It's not a Harvest set. Scizor's going to come back in against the Arboliva. Here we go. Knockoff comes in. 34%. Removes the leftovers. Terra Blast comes out, though, and there goes Scizor. First kill of the match. Scary Smoliv takes a quick 6-5 lead. Roaring Moon comes out versus the Screamtail. Not a great matchup for... It's going to show off not only that it's immune to Dragon Claw, of course, but also going to show off the Photosynthesis Booster Energy Defense. So now Screamtail in a good position with 2 boosted defense stats and going for Calm Minds to raise its possible thing. The Gunk Shot's going to come out and do 40%. It's not going to get the poison, though. Dazzling Gleam's only going to hit 30%, though. Back, and Gunk Shot's going to miss. That's the problem with Gunk Shot there. It's 120 power, but it can miss quite a bit. Gunk Shot's going to come in. It's going to do another 37%. Does not get the poison. Ice Shard's going to do a little bit more, but Dazzling Gleam's enough to fill out the Donphan. It is now 6-4 game. Roaring Moon's going to come in and U-turn, killing the Screamtail. And there we go. It's 4-5. Gallade's going to come back in. It is that Mega Gallade. It's going to get the Intimidate coming out from the Manetric, though. Toxic also comes out from the Manetric, which is faster. However, the Triple Axle is going to do some damage. It's only going to do about 40%, though, even on 3 hits. So now Manetric, with the Volt Switch, is going to do about 40% back. Get into the Annihilate. Is it another multi-hit move? No, it is Immunity, because it's a close combat. Alright, Annihilate. I'm going to take big damage from the Zen Headbutt. But that's a weakness policy on the Annihilate, but it's flinched! It's flinched, and that's huge. It burns the weakness policy and forces Annihilate out. And now Zen Headbutt's going to do big damage while Gaillardia goes down to 1 and doesn't get knocked out by the Volt Switch. But now there's no weakness policy and less health on that Annihilate. Now, knockoff's going to be enough. It's going to crit. Even though it doesn't have the boost, it's just going to do enough. Intimidate comes out from Roaring Moon. Second Toxic comes out from Manectric. Knockoff comes in to finish off the Manectric. It's a 3-3 game. Arbolive is still in the game. Tapu Fini's going to come in to rebuff it. Does it get anything? Strength Sap comes in. That's going to heal it back up near full. Going to go back into Tentacruel now on Tapu Fini. Light Screen's going to come up. Big, as a lot of these things may still be special attackers. But dual screens are up. Poison Jab, though, getting big damage in. No poison, though. And Moonblast isn't going to do anything, even on a critical hit. Knockoff's going to come out. Gets rid of Light Clay. Does reveal Light Clay. Importantly, probably so that Smoliv can recognize that, yes, it's definitely Light Clay. Knockoff comes out. I don't know why there's no... Interestingly, we're not seeing any sort of attack from the Poison Jab. That's a strange setup. No, I guess expecting maybe for the Drifblim to come in for possible Unburden Sweep, you know, looking to do that. And that's probably what we're trying to set up here. It's probably an endgame with that, because that Tapu Fini with the... Tapu Fini is pulling out to try to get that Misty Terrain set up again. Arbolive is going to take big damage, though. Now it's going to switch into the Tentacruel. Not much it can do here. There goes Tentacruel. 22% down. And I don't know why Tentacruel was going for those knockoffs. I really think it should have been going for Poison Jabs, because now Tytheguy is in a great position. Tapu Fini can come in and die. It's going to be a Rock Polish, actually, from Landorus. That might be good. But Tapu Fini is going to go down. Drifblim can come right in, get that Misty Seed boost. And now, yeah, there's not much you can do. Nasty Plot's going to come up from Landorus, but it's going to be a Calm Mind from Drifblim, basically nullifying that effect. Nasty Plot does outpace it, but a Shadow Ball comes in for 56%. Can it kill with the Sludge Bomb? No, it cannot. There's no poison either. Landorus goes down, and now it's a matter of time. It seemed like a pretty heavy misplay not to kill Tapu Fini when you had the chance. Going for those knockoffs, going for the flip turn instead thinking Drifblim would come in earlier. The prediction does not pay off. Scary Smoliv goes down. That eliminates them from the playoffs. And Tytheguy, though he does pick up a win, it is a close win, making it very unlikely for him to make it. So if we look at our standings, yeah, Tytheguy and Scary Smoliv, both of them end up losing their final matchups. So both of them are unfortunately knocked out fully and don't quite make it. On the other hand, we have Gamer Not Found. A lot of like pretty not interesting matches, you know, basically boring wins, which you'll take if you're Gamer Not Found. Boring wins are the best wins because you know you're just good and you're doing your job. He will be taking the _1 seed at 6-2. A lot more parity in this league, well, because now in the 2 through the 8 seed, they're all 5-3 with various amounts of wins, various amounts of differential. It's Hydra, seen at the 2 seed. Hipi Mochi, which we saw a lot of close wins, takes the 3 seed at 5-3 with +9. Riptide with the Aussie Kingdras at 4 seed. We'll look at these teams later. Citric Sage, who we showed off losing to Smoliv in their chance to come back. Smoliv had a very tough schedule here in the end of the season to try to jump back up and do it. Technically, Smoliv could have, with a win in week 8, still had a chance, because if Smoliv won week 8 by 4 more points, then it would have been okay. However, the problem was that was a match against It's Hydra, which is really tough with the 2 seed. But yeah, so Citric Sage taking the 5 seed, Major Comeback taking the 6 seed at 5-3 with +6. Starvin Pig with Wellington Ho-Oh taking the 7 seed. Saw a lot of him. I'd like to see where that's going. Benja Boy taking down the 8 seed with Terrifying Tepigs. Shadow taking down the 9 seed with the kind of back and forth start, but able finishing out strong to take the 9 seed. And then we saw S with a couple of losses, but also was able to pick up some wins when needed to take that 10 seed with plus differential. Unfortunately for RoyceSnover did actually win their week 8 matchup, which actually put them in a position to get back into it, but just unfortunately did not have the differential. Going back over to Simply Sadie, I will be doing the entire league, but I will not be doing it all at the same time. I'm probably going to actually go on a quick 5-minute break here before covering the next few divisions, just to let my voice recover a little bit, get a drink of water, that sort of thing, and we'll probably do that right about now. we'll go into a break. But yes, we're covering every division. We're going through big matchups from all of them. If you aren't able to watch it all, because this is going to be a long ass stream, then I will be putting timestamps in the VOD when I release it later. On top of that, at the very end, after I cover everyone, I will be going through standings, and I will be going through all of the playoff matchups, because we're getting into playoffs, and I'm hoping to do a lot of good playoff coverage here. So yeah, we'll be covering everything, but I'm going to go to a quick 3 to 5 minute break. Here we go. I hope to see people here back in the next 5 so minutes. Alright, I think we should get right back into it. Making sure everyone's got everything good. Sounds like everything's working good. Alright. Whew. This is quite a stream. I'm already almost 2 hours in, and I've already done 2 divisions. Dear God. It's fine. I will mention this. I will preface this. A couple divisions will have less than others. Like most of the ones so far have been more like 6, 7, some cases even 8 matches. But as we go along, a couple of them will be more 5 matches. I wanted to cover enough to cover 1 from each week at least, or an equivalent amount. However, I also don't want to obviously burn everything and take this stream like 8 hours long. So, if they're not a ton of super interesting storylines, then, you know, we're going to go over that. Speaking of, though, here is our third division. It is Sky Strike. This was another one that was heavily suggested. We're going to cover a couple heavily suggested matches, and then I will bring this up right now. In this Sky Strike division is one of my favorite comeback stories that I found when looking through these different matches. And yeah, so let's get right in with our suggested matches. First, we have the Penguineer, who is Bummerr, going up against Golden Mazda in what has been described as another marathon match. Not quite to the extent that we saw in the Genesis division, but looking right at it, Bummerr is rocking that Terra Wo-Chien with that live Wo-Chien reaction. So that's cool. And so, I mean, we should expect that a long game is going to come when your Terra Captain is that Wo-Chien. Though, let me just double check. Yes, that Wo-Chien is still the Terra Captain. I just need to make sure it wasn't like a trade piece. And on the other hand, we have out of, where was it? Out of Mazda, we have the Terra Cinccino, very much the opposite in terms of what we're looking at. So we're looking at Wo-Chien with that Latios, Blaziken, Ogerpon, and then Cinccino with Nargalade Mega, Landorus, Therian, and Slowking. So let's get right into it. Starting us right off, it's a big stream. A lot of people watching it. Big game. Latios flip turns into the Slowking. We're off. Wo-Chien comes in. Chilly Reception comes out from the Slowking just to get the slow switch. Gallade comes in. You see the Mega Evolution from the Gallade right here. It's going to substitute on the switch into the Cofagrigus. Can it do much damage into the Cofagrigus, however? Ice Punch is going to only hit for 19, and it's going to turn Inner Focus into Mummy. The Hex is going to be a crit. It's going to knock out the substitute. And now it's going to be switch out into the Alola-Mola, who is going to get burnt. Not a huge deal for the Alola-Mola. It does reveal the Will-O-Wisps on that Cofagrigus. And we're going to see a quick baton pass because of how slow Cofagrigus is into the Slowking. It's going to lose its Covert Cloak, revealing that it is Covert Cloak. It's going to be a Chilly Reception on the Wo-Chien switch in. Alola-Mola comes in on it. Here's Wo-Chien with that Leech Seed. Flip turn on Leech Seed, not do much. It's just going to be a lot of pivoting. It is a marathon matchup. It's just going to try to figure out how Mazda can get through this. It's going to be a U-turn, but it's not going to be 4 times effective. It's going to be resisted because of that Terra Steel reveal on the Wo-Chien. Knockoff's going to come in, removing the heavy-duty boots from the Alola, and now we're going to see Ruination. Big damage from that 50% of your health removal. Alright, Intimidate comes out. It doesn't matter too much because Wo-Chien does not use his attacks that much. Goes into the Cofagrigus. U-turn's going to come in, only do about 6%. The Mummy is going to change it, but that doesn't matter. It switches out into the Slowking. We'll see what happens here. Pain Split. It's going to lower a little bit of health due to Cofagrigus' low health stat. Chilly Reception can come back up. Fortunately, there's no big snow sweepers for Mazda to exploit here. Alright, Baton Pass going to come out. A lot of switching around, keeping Slowking in. The knockoff's going to come in, only about 14% though. Now Wo-Chien going to come in onto the Slowking. It's going to switch right back out with Chilly Reception. It's just trying to stall out some attacks. Landorus is going to come in. Kilowattrel comes in. On the Stealth Rocks, Kilowattrel has a chance to do something here. Slowking's going to come in. Air Slash hits for 42%. And now, Air Slash can hit for another 41%. It's going to get a flinch, even though it was going for that Chilly Reception. It's going to have to fully switch out, and that's another 61%. This Wattrel is going for kills. Here we go. There's another 38%. It's going to force another one. Nope. Slowking's going to go down. Kilowattrel. I'm pretty damn sure this Kilowattrel is going to be scarfed, and it's going for these Air Slashes. Rock Blast, though, is going to take it down before it can do more damage. Big chunks taken out of Golden Mazda's team. But the Terra Rock Cinccino is able to take down the Kilowattrel. Hex is going to come out though, do another 50% to the Alola-Mola. Only 10% left. It's going to switch into the Furfrou. The Hex is going to do nothing against that. Against the normal type. That's right. Furfrou's coming out. It's got Cotton Guard with the three boost to its defense. Now there's not much that can do anything to this Furfrou. Does it get Body Press though? That's the question. If it gets Body Press, it can cut right through this thing. No, it doesn't. Doesn't look to get it. Leech Seed comes out from the Wo-Chien. I'm going to drain some more health from this Alola-Mola. It's just going to try to gain it back though with Regenerator. Just switching in and out. Wo-Chien's going to set up the Substitute. It has the leftovers behind the Substitute. Can Wo-Chien get anything going? Earth Power is going to fade the Substitute, but the Ruination's going to drop Landorus down to 50%. Earth Power comes in. That's huge damage with the critical hit down to about 30% for Wo-Chien. Wo-Chien cannot survive another one of those. Wo-Chien's going to be able to survive though. It's going to switch into the Togekiss. Does Earth Power come out? Yes, it does. Togekiss takes the rocks damage, but it gets to heal half of that back with the Leech Seed. It's going to force into the Alola. Defog comes out, gets rid of the rocks. Still 5-5 game here. Togekiss going to get the Dazzling Gleam out. It's not going to do quite enough. Wish comes out from the Alola. It's going to be forcing a Protect or a Switch. Here comes a Switch into Furfrou Heart. Dazzling Gleam's going to hit about 33%, but it goes back up to 100% with that Wish. Return comes out, 30%. Togekiss on 57%. There's a Thunder Wave. Now it's going to go with its own Wish. The rest comes out, but the HP is full, so it can't remove its own paralysis. Wo-Chien comes out. Return's going to hit for about 11%. Wo-Chien gets that Wish comeback. It's at 92%. Wo-Chien's going to keep sitting on this battlefield. Leech Seed comes out. That's going to heal it up back to full. It's also going to do a bunch of damage into that Alola, forcing it to switch back out to get that Regenerator boost. Substitute is going to come out on the switch for Wo-Chien. Wo-Chien now gets to sit there. Ooh, it's a substitute on the other side. Ruination is going to fade that substitute from the Gallade. Alola comes in instead. Ruination comes in, knocks it down to 27%. It's going to get that burn, so that basically removes all of its regenerator thing, but it's able to switch out. Leech Seed comes out onto the Furfrou, and it's going to do a little bit of damage. It's going to keep switching out. Ruination comes in, but a Ruination misses. That's a big miss, because now Alola is going to get net positive healing. Wo-Chien has to switch out here. Ruination's going to hit for 44% onto the Furfrou. Leech Seed can come out into the Furfrou, but it's going to rest and get back to full health. Now, Wo-Chien really needs to get that Ruination. Well, it's just going to switch out. Ruination's going to come in. It's another miss onto the Alola. He can basically heal back to full with a switch out, but instead stays in, takes a Ruination down to 32%. Now, Cofagrigus is going to come in. Gallade can come in and take that Wish. Wish is going to wish Gallade up to 100%. With Furfrou coming in. Hex is going to be immune, even though it has that status effect, raising it to 130 power. It is a normal type with Furfrou. It's going to take its first healing. Oh, but it does not have Sleep Talk, it looks like. Oh, no, it does have Sleep Talk, and there's the Cotton Guard. Doesn't really matter, though, because Latios is a special attacker. Now, Draco Meteor is going to come down only 31%, but Latios drops down to even 33 attack. So now it's going to go over to Cofagrigus. Shadow Sneak's going to be super effective. It's only going to do 20%. It's going to drop the Inner Focus ability. Wo-Chien's going to come in. Tablets of Ruin, weakening the attack. Substitute comes out from the Gallade, and he's going to hit close combat for 97%. The Ruination is not enough because the Gallade is under 50%, meaning Ruination does less than 25% damage. Shadow Sneak's going to come back out. It's going to be about 18%. That's big switch. And now the knockoff, not going to do anything. Wakes up. It's going to rest again. Here comes Furfrou. Still a 5-5 game. It's going to be a pain split. Cofagrigus is going to go back up. Here we go. Togekiss. I love all the people freaking out in the chat. All the people in the chat freaking out at turn 59, and we covered two 118 turn matchups. There goes the Landorus. Landorus goes down to the Togekiss. Penguineer now with a 5-4 lead. Here comes the Cincino, though. It's going to pick up a kill onto the Wo-Chien with the Rock Blast, and there we go. It's a 4-4 game. Cincino now with a Terra and a chance. Now Latios is going to come in the revenge kill. Flip turn hits, and that's going to be a revenge kill. It's a 4-3 game. It's going to be a 4-3 game. Togekiss takes the damage from the rocks, but it's in a good position. Dazzling Gleam comes out 41%. Alola throws up the Wish. It's going to have to switch out. It's going to switch out into the Furfrou, which is asleep at the moment. And it's going to have 2 turns of sleep. However, it's going to get the Wish back to 100%. Can Togekiss take down... Oh, it's going to be Cotton Guard, but that doesn't matter. Togekiss is going to be instead that special attacking beast. However, he doesn't count his sleep turns right and gets a Sleep Talk on it when he shouldn't have done it. The evasion doesn't really matter too much, but now he's going to be forced to rest this next turn. There's the rest. Alright, now, Togekiss sends up the Wish. You need a Sleep Talk. Oh, it's not a Sleep Talk. It's not a Sleep Talk return. It's a Sleep Talk rest, and Togekiss gets back up to full. Sleep Talk comes out. Cotton Guard raises it to maximum defense. Dazzling Gleam comes out. It's only 25%. It's going to wake up. Did it? No. Yep, there's the rest. Unfortunately, this is a losing battle for the Togekiss. But it's going to switch into the Latios on the sleep. It's going to go for the return on the Sleep Talk. It's going to do 39%. Can Latios take the kill? It is going to take the kill, but it's not going to be on the Furfrou. It's going to be on the Mega Gallade. There's not much damage coming out of Golden Mazda at this point. The only way they can do is stall. Here we go. Ogerpon comes out. Ogerpon's in a good position. Ogerpon into the Furfrou Heart. Can it get the kill here? No, it doesn't. It gets a U-turn out into the Latios, and this should be game. Here we go. Aura Sphere comes out. That's 57%. And that is going to be the game, provided this doesn't crit. It doesn't crit. Latios is able to take it down. Never mind. Alola Mola is going to come in. Aura Sphere is going to do 46%. Can it get... Aqua Jet's going to come in. That only does 3% because Latios resists, and the Aura Sphere is going to be enough with the burn to take down the Alola Mola. And now Furfrou, even though it will wake up this turn, does not matter. Aura Sphere will take it down. 4-0 win for Bummerr. Well-suggested matchup. What a crazy marathon game. Whew. And as much as, and I think the biggest thing is, this was a big thing with Mazda, where Mazda made great plays, but the problem was lost their damage dealers. These two were their main damage dealers, lost them both way too early. At that point, these remaining 4 really just could not do enough to do much. You know, you lose that Cincino, you lose that Gallade, and then these two were not able to fill it out. So, yeah, overall, just Bummer's team built better for a stall off, and ends up being the deciding factor. So next we're going to go into a different game. This one actually got suggested even more than that one. This one got suggested at least 3 times in the poll because this was one of the more active ones, which was Jactus versus Silver, Week 5. It was a heavily suggested match. We have seen Jactus over here with the Terra Electivire, which is a cool one. And then on the other hand, what do we have from... So yeah, Jactus with Terra Electivire. What do we have from Silver? The Terra Slowbro Galar, which I didn't really even think was going to be a Terra Captain, but apparently Terra Captain Slowbro Galar was a very good bulky one. So let's get right into the game. Alright, it's going to be the lead Darkrai against that Palafin. Palafin's going to be forced to switch out, and it's going to be the Florges. Sludge Bomb, though, predicting that, gets the immediate 1/3 damage into it. No poison, though, so now Slowbro's going to have to come in to take that Moonblast. It's going to be a red card, though. It's going to pull out the Palafin. I don't know if that was the one you wanted to see. In fact, it might have been the one you wanted to see, because there's a Terra Grass out of the Slowbro. The Future Sight gets set up, and here goes into Latios against that Celesteela, which is going to set up the substitute. Now, Latios is going to be Thunderbolt. It's going to be enough to fade. It's going to be a Leech Seed out of the Celesteela. The Future Sight's going to come in, only do about 17%. With the leftover, it's only do about 11. Now, going into the Florges, which has a big special bulk, but it's going to be a Baton Pass into the Slowbro, which brings up an interesting interaction, where even though Slowbro is a Grass type and therefore immune to getting Leech Seed set on it, it has a Leech Seed already on it from the Baton Pass, so therefore the Leech Seed stays on it. What an interesting little interaction we see here. Now, getting back into it, we got a first kill onto that Florges using that Shell Sidearm from the Slowbro. And now our Caledon's going to come in against the Electivire, setting up that Stealth Rock. It's a Focus Punch Electivire, and even though that substitute's going to go down, the Focus Punch lands, and that's going to do 78%. Not quite enough to take it down, but big damage into it. And now, we see the Body Press, but it's Terra Ghost, and the second Focus Punch in a row going to come out, and there goes our Caledon. Big plays out of the Focus Punch Jactus Electivire. Big one. And we've got messages from Mazda, Game of the Week obtained with the multiple Focus Punches land. There goes the Celesteela, though, as Darkrai is able to come in and take it down with the Dark Pulse. And Thunderbolt. Drain Punch comes in. Here comes the heal back by Palafin. Alright. Banette comes back. Here's the Banette. U-turn comes in. Critical hit, 7%. And that does have only the Frisk ability. If it Mega Evolves, though, it does get Prankster, but it does not need to use it. It only Shadow Claws. It only does 30%. Future Sight gets set up. Another Shadow Claw in for another 30%. He's going to slack off to heal off the damage, though. Now Banette's in a losing battle. Mew's going to come out to take the Future Sight hit and the Shell Sidearm. That's going to be 33%. And the Future Sight comes in. It's only going to be 20%, but that's 50% of damage overall. Here comes the Jirachi. Jirachi, it's a Dragon Dance. It's going to be a physical Mew. Close Combat comes in. It's only going to do 48%, though. Can Jirachi capitalize? It's a White Herb, and it's an Encore. That's a bad move out of Jirachi, expecting the greed. Oh, but it's going to switch out still. But Banette's going to come in with that Prankster. Prankster ability on the Banette. Will it be used? Nope, it's going to be a Shadow Claw. It's going to be doing 33% into that Slowbro. 33%, 34%. Future Sight comes out from the Slowbro. It's going to have to switch out. Pelipper, it's going to Encore. It's not going to do anything. Electivire comes on out with that Ghost typing. Scald comes in. It's going to do 30%, but the Future Sight's going to finish off the Electivire. It's a 5-3 game. Silver up on the lead. Palafin going to hit with the Wave Crash, 39%. That's going to leave it on half of what it was. U-turn's going to switch right on out. Darkrai's going to come in, and Darkrai, I believe, does outspeed with the Thunderbolt. That's going to be enough to finish off the Palafin. Now, Bayonet comes in. Bayonet not in a great position, but it looks like that Darkrai is some sort of choice item. It's going to switch into the Jirachi, which is going to go down to Shadow Claw. It's a 4-2 ball game. Destiny Bond comes up from the Beta. It's Prankster Destiny Bond. Dark Pulse comes out from the Darkrai, but that's going to take itself down too with the Destiny Bond. Now, it is Mew with 23% versus the World. Acrobatics comes in. It's only going to do 55%. However, Shell Sidearm should finish it off, and that's a 3-0 win for Silver. But what a game. Some interesting strategies coming in from Jactus with that amazing Focus Punch on that Electivire landing multiple times. And we also saw some interesting interactions where we saw that Leech Seed, the Leech Seed taking health from the Grass type. However, just not enough. The very powerful Slowbro Galar, I'm surprised this thing can Terra, and since it can, that's a really good Terra Captain now that I look at it. I did not know this thing could Terra, and that's really nice. That's really nice. So now I think it's time we get into what may be one of my favorite stories that I've seen in this game. This is a story of Lilia. Lilia was one of the members in this thing, and she started up very slowly, let's just say. Has the Terra Decidueye with the Tapu Koko, the Iron Bundle, Iron Treads, very good iron core here with the Iron Boulder as well. With Tapu Koko, big electric terrain core. However, this was not turning into wins immediately. So 0-3 going into this matchup in Week 4, which against Mimico, who is one of the top seeds in the one of the top seeds in this division. Let's get right into it, shall we, to see how this will go. So this is 0-3 Lilia versus Mimico. Mimico, of course, with the Terra Darkrai, Terra Delphox. Terra Darkrai would be terrifying. Moving in. Here we go. All right, Will-O-Wisp comes out from the Weezing, but does not hit. It does not hit again. Back-to-back misses, and the Dunsparce instead is going to be able to get the Body Slam. The Serene Grace does not get it though. All right, there goes the Defog. Glare going to come in just to get the full para. All right, Stealth Rock's going to come back out, but the Taunt's going to come out from the Weezing Galar. Is it going to just defog? It's going to just defog. Gets the 0.5 evasion. 0.75, I should say, onto the Venusaur. But Venusaur is going to go Mega. Leech Seed gets onto that Slowking. What's Slowking going to do? It's going to be a substitute out of the Mega Venusaur. Future Sight's going to come up from the Slowking. It's going to get some Leech Seed back. But Energy Ball is going to come out. That's big damage, 41%. It's going to be a chilly reception to get out of there without any more damage. Tapu Koko is going to come in to set up the Electric Surge. Now, U-Turn's going to come in. It's only going to damage, though, so unfortunately, even though Weezing's come back in, Toxic isn't going to do anything. That Future Sight is only going to land into the substitute and not going to do anything there. Dunsparce's going to come back in against Slowking now. Now, Slowking. Stealth Rock comes out from the Dunsparce. Future Sight comes up from the Slowking. Here it goes. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, and also just to bring up, because I just noticed this, it was a Decidueye when we saw it on the roster, but in this game, because we're early enough back before the trade deadline, it is a Lilligant Terra for Lilia. Just to bring this up because I just noticed this, and it is like a slight issue. But yeah, Terra Lilligant, and we saw big damage into that Vega Venusaur on the Future Sight, but it's going to go back into the Dunsparce. Future Sight going back up from the Slowking, can keep pivoting in with those Future Sights, getting the heal up from the Regenerator. Stealth Rock's going to come out. Yeah, Body Slam going to come in. Defog comes out from the Weezing. It's going to only do 25% with that Future Sight. With this evasion down, it's going to be paralyzed. It's not going to be able to do anything. It's going to defog here. Body Slam only going to do 13%. It's not have a gene chance. There's the Will-O-Wisp. There's the burn. All right. This Dunsparce does not have leftovers, so that is going to start chipping away at it. Here comes the Taunt out of the Weezing. That's pretty big onto this Venusaur, forcing a switch out because its only move it could use was Energy Ball. Weezing putting in a lot of work. Burns coming in to do some damage on that Dunsparce. There's the Taunt. Continues to just work this matchup. Weezing in a good spot. Venusaur coming back out. Defog comes out from the Weezing. But Venusaur can now substitute. It's going to go into the Slowking. Venusaur is instead going to Leech Seed. Leech Seed comes in and starts healing it up. Weezing going to come back out. Oh, but avoids the toxic because it is a poison type. Substitute comes in for 25%. Para does not let it do anything. Leech Seed comes out, and now Venusaur is in a good spot. It does get taunted, but it gets taunted a turn too late. That's Para for you. Now, alright, here we go. Lilligant comes in. Lilligant with the Quiver Dance. It could be interesting. Energy Ball is going to be doing some damage, but I believe Lilligant also gets that Synthesis, so we'll see what happens here. It's going to go Terra Ghost and Terra Blast, but it's going to be immune. The normal type Dunsparce comes in and is immune to that. Glare comes in. It's going to paralyze the Lilligant. Now Lilligant is paralyzed. It cannot move. Stealth Rock gets set up, but Dunsparce goes down. That's the first kill of the match. It's a 6-5 game. Goes Terra Grass and Psych Up to get the Quiver Dance boost onto the Delphox, and now with the Flamethrower, it's able to take out Lilligant. Now Delphox has a pretty good move. It's got the speed, it's got the defense and the offense. It's a big move. Psych Up with a huge copy, and now Flamethrower comes in. It is a grass type, so it can use Grass. Terra Blast, there it is. It's going to go down to 4% on there. It's Chilly Reception out of the Slowking, but now Iron Bundle comes in. Can Iron Bundle take down the Delphox? It's going to, nope, it's just going to switch into Mega Venusaur. Freeze Strike comes in, only do 23%, no freeze. Alright, Aurora Veil gets set up by the Iron Bundle, but this Leech Seed comes out. Flip Turn comes in to avoid more Leech Seed damage. Here comes Weezing. Weezing comes in like normal. Leech Seed comes out into that Weezing. And now we're getting more heal back into the Mega Venusaur, which you can just sit here with that substitute. Taunt comes out, but it's a turn too late, just like last time. Here's a heal back into Venusaur. Venusaur can go off that Energy Ball. Does it get the Energy Ball off? Yes, it does. And there goes Slowking. Oh, no, it doesn't. It lives under the Aurora Veil. It actually is able to live and get out of there. That's a big live for Lilia. Now, Energy Ball in. Gets more damage on it because of that drop special defense. The fog comes out, but that doesn't really matter. Now, Leech Seed comes out from the Venusaur, and it's one little bit where it can. There it goes. It's going to heal back as much as it can. Energy Ball is going to take down the Weezing. It is now a 4-5 ball game. So Slowking's going to come in. Energy Ball is going to be enough to take it down without that Aurora Veil this time. And now is 3 Pokemon left. It's going to be the setter of Electric Terrain, and it's two Electric Terrain abusers. Now, Delphox is going to come in, but that is Terra Grass. The U-Turn's going to come in and take down the Delphox. And who comes in next? It's going to be the Iron Bundle, now with the Quark Drive boost, which is going to boost its speed, so it does outspeed. However, Sableye is going to come in. It's a Light Screen, and that should be enough to stall out the Electric Terrain. The Thunderwave is going to come in, neutralizing that speed boost, and actually more. Another Freeze comes out! The Freeze comes out from the Freeze Ray. Another Freeze on stream. Let's go! We're seeing so many freezes in these matchups, and the Freeze Dry is going to continue landing, but it's not going to do too much. The Electric Terrain is down. Now we're going to go in with Venusaur coming in with a chance. Mighty Cleave's going to be enough, though. There goes Venusaur. It is a 3-3 match. Great Tusk is going to come in against Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko will set up the Electric Terrain, but will likely goes down to the Headlong Rush. There it goes. Now, can the last so many turns of Electric Terrain be enough for Lilia to take it down? The Endure comes out from the Great Tusk, but it's a doubled attack stat for Iron Boulder. Iron Boulder in a great spot. Psycho Tuck, though, is immune. The Sableye is saving as many turns as it can. Sableye goes down, but now Great Tusk comes back out. No defense drops. There's a Psycho Cut, but it's not quite enough now that the Headlong Rush wasn't there. But it's a Shuka Berry that makes Iron Boulder survive. Iron Boulder should survive, but now he doesn't have the boost. Custap Berry comes out from the Great Tusk. Custap Berry, and it's not a kill because Iron Boulder switches out, but that is a huge move. And with the Custap Berry, that should be just enough that even though Lilia should be able to take down the Great Tusk with the Psycho Cut, it will not be enough to take down the Zeraora, who should be able to come in, Plasma Fist, and end the game. What a big play. Custap Berry on the Great Tusk, making it a locked up win for Mimico. Now, the reason we show this match is because this brought Lilia down to 0-4. And I figured, what a way to start a comeback story than showing the low point. You just took a great match. You just were fighting a great match against one of the top seeds, but you just can't win it in the end. You go down to 0-4. Playoffs seem out of reach until we get over to week 6. Week 5, Lilia took another loss, another loss not quite as close. So 0-5 coming into Week 6 versus Pabby in the unbanned Solgaleo. Pabby then rocking with the Terra Pangoro now. Let me double check to make sure that is what it is here. And I believe it is not at the time. At the time, I believe it is either Terra Malamar or Terra Empoleon. Still Terra Lilligant for Liliasaura. 0-5 Liliasaura takes on Pabby. So let's get into it on this Week 6 matchup. Here we go. Malamar comes in against the Iron Boulder lead. Iron Boulder's going to switch out for that Weezing Galar. Knockoff going to come into it. Leftovers gets removed. Roserade's going to come back out. Iron Boulder's going to come back out. Alright, Kingambit comes in, but Iron Boulder goes for the substitute. Now Iron Boulder in a good move. Iron Boulder has a good advantage. Garchomp's going to come in on the Earthquake. It's only going to do 19% to it. Earthquake again is only going to do another 21%, but brings Garchomp down to 60. It's a more, looks like bulky Garchomp. Switches into the Weezing on some spikes, showing the more hazard setting side of it. Here comes the Will-O-Wisp into the Roserade. Not as much what you were trying to land it on, but still not a terrible option. The Defog comes out on the Leech Seed, so now it's going to get rid of those spikes, lower that evasion, but now Leech Seed's going to come in for that Roserade. It's going to switch out into the Lilligant. Lilligant's going to block the Leech Seed, because that's the one that can switch in. It can set up a Quiver Dance here, but it's not going to. It's going to switch into Treads on a possible thing. It's going to be another Leech Seed, though. Good play by Pabby to get that Leech Seed going on in the face of a Grass type. Ice Spinner's going to come in, do a bunch of damage, and now the Giga Drain's going to come out, do a bunch of damage back, heal it up. Unfortunately, not quite enough for the Roserade. It's going to switch out. It's going to get its Burn Cure by Natural Cure. Volt Switch going to come out from the Treads, get back into the Lilligant on the Empoleon. Leaf Storm going to come out, do 47%, but it's going to drop special attack. Going to switch out via Eject Pack, though, because the Eject Pack activates as soon as it lowers its own stats, so it gets to reset it. Now, Tapu Koko gets the taunt onto the... Ooh, but the Infestation comes out. That traps Tapu Koko so it cannot get into Iron Treads or Iron Boulder. Now, Dazzling Gleam comes out. Big damage, but the Infestation looks like to be the only move that Galvantula has in terms of attacking moves. It's now going to switch out into Malamar. Dazzling Gleam comes in, do 60%, but it's still taking more damage, but the Infestation goes. Tapu Koko is almost dead, but there's the Malamar. It's Terra Malamar with Terra Steel, and there's the Terra Blast. Superpower comes in, does almost nothing, but it's going to raise its attack and defense. Will-O-Wisp comes out, though, and connects. That's going to neutralize that attack speed and actually make it a little worse. Terra Blast is going to finish off the Weezing, but now not enough to go for a sweep. Earthquake's going to finish off the Malamar. 5-5 ball game. Here comes Garchomp. And you're forced to switch into the Lilligant on the Earthquake. It's still going to do 35% because Lilligant's not that strong. Roserade's going to come in. It's going to be a Healing Wish. And there it goes. Tapu Koko's going to heal back up to full on the Healing Wish by your Terra Captain. Not being able to see much from there, but the Brave Bird's going to hit. There goes Roserade. It's a 5-4 game. Here we go. Garchomp's going to come in. It's going to be a Dazzling Gleam. It's a Roselli Berry, though, and there we go. It's survival, and it's an Earthquake. There goes Tapu Koko, only able to pick up 1 kill with a lot of damage. Here comes the Quark Drive speed boost for... Ooh, it's an Endure, another Endure to stall out this electric terrain. Freeze Dry is only going to bring it down to 1%, and there goes it now. There goes Garchomp. Now, Empoleon's going to come in. Freeze Dry should still be neutrally effective because even though the Steel type resists it, the Water type does get super effective. Encore comes in, though, forces the Roost out. Now the Penguin is going to have to keep roosting. Galvantula comes in. Flip Turn's going to hit for big damage, and here comes Iron Boulder. What's Galvantula going to do here? Substitute comes out against another Substitute, but doesn't have quite enough of health. Bad misplay by Pabby, and there goes the Rock Blast. That's going to be enough to take it down. Rock Blast reveals that it might be, instead of a Mighty Glaive, it might be a lot more of a loaded dice set. Flip Turn's going to come in and fade that Substitute, but it gets a Swords Dance up for the Boulder. Kingambit's going to come in with Supreme Overlord Fallen 4. Earthquake's going to come in, though. That's going to be a one-shot onto the Kingambit. And now Empoleon comes in. Can it kill? Yes, it can. That's a 3-0 win for Lilia's first win of the season. And we're not done yet. Yes, Lilia goes up to 1-5 at this point. Now we get into week 7. We're going to be following another matchup here against Savageracoon. Savageracoon this is a big one. Another big one. Because, as I said, Lilia is on life support, basically. Because technically, a thing has emerged in this season where there was a chance that since 3-5 is technically enough to get the 10 seed, that she could battle forward to try to get try to get up to, try to get up to whatever. Regardless. All right, moving in. All right, now Savageracoon, on the other hand, has the Hoopa. Terra Hoopa with the Melmetal, Quaquaval, and Dragonite. A lot of physical attackers and that Hoopa. So let's go into it. Lilia Sora to stay alive and possibly in the playoff hunt. Here we go. At this point, we do see that Lilia has traded and made the move to Decidueye in the season. So now Decidueye is going to come in, tank that Leaf Storm. It's going to be a boost because it is contrary superior. However, it does not do a lot of damage. Camera Up's going to come in, and U-Turn's going to come in and do another 13%. Iron Tread's going to come in on the Camera Up to possibly get the kill. Nope, Superior is going to come in. Ice Spinner, though, predicts the Superior coming in. It's going to do 64%. Decidueye is now going to come in on the Knockoff, which is going to do a bunch of damage. Losing the Assault Vest, learns that the Assault Vest is there, and Decidueye only has damaging moves, but there goes Superior. Audino's going to come in. Melmetal comes in to face it. Now, Audino's going to miss the Thunder Wave, and Double Iron Bash is going to come in and do about 50%. Just over half. Now, here comes Decidueye. Decidueye is going to go down. But that allows for a free switch into the Iron Treads, forcing in the Regieleki. Interesting switch into the Regieleki because, boom, there's the Earthquake, and there goes Regieleki. Now, Quaquaval is going to come in. Quaquaval in a dangerous spot. But Weezing's going to come in, the linchpin to the defensive core of this team for Lilia. Weezing comes back in, and he's going to probably go for a burn here. It's going to be a U-turn out into the Hoopa, though. And Will-O-Wisp be coming out. Will-O-Wisp comes out. It connects into the Hoopa. Gets some minor damage, but not as much as if you land it into Melmetal or Quaquaval. Here comes Audino. Is immune to the Shadow Ball. Hoopa can change its type, but Quaquaval instead is going to come in on the Wish. So, now, Weezing is going to come in. It's going to take some damage from the U-turn. Not much. Not much. Here comes Hoopa in to face the thing, but that's going to be a heal up. What is the move? Audino's going to come in. It's going to be a Psychic. It's going to do 50% to the Audino. That's big, big damage. Audino's going to Mega Evolve. It's going to barely take it. It's going to send up the Wish. Now, can Audino survive? It's going to protect. It's going to be a Wish Protect set, and it's just going to survive. But unfortunately, with that special defense drop, it is not going to be able to survive another one of these. Psychic's going to come out. Yep, it lowers it down to 6%. Dazzling Gleam comes out, does some damage, but now you got to force out, or you're going to switch. Oh, nope, it's going to be Protect just to get more burn damage down. 7%, still 2 turns of burn. It's going to fail to Protect. There goes Audino. Mega Audino is down, but that lowers burn. That lowers Hoopa down to 1%. Here comes Here goes Tapu Koko. It's going to outspeed. It's a Scarfed Hoopa and do huge damage into that Tapu Koko. Now, here comes the speed-boosted Iron Treads with a good chance to sweep here. Nope, it's going to go into the Weezing, though, because there is a chance. All right, it's going to switch out into the Camera Up. The Camera Up comes in, has that ground typing. Can it get some damage onto the Weezing? Nope, it's going to go back into Tapu Koko. Mega Camera Up comes out, Flamethrower is going to hit, and there goes Tapu Koko. No more Electric Terrain after the Electric Terrain goes. Here comes Iron Boulder. Iron Boulder is going to be in the Earthquake with the Speed Quark Drive. There it goes. There's a 3v2 right now. Quaquaval comes in. Psycho Cut's going to land, and that's going to go Quaquaval gone. It's just it's Melmetal versus the Road. It's a might have misclicked out of Savageracoon. Double Iron Bass is going to be enough to kill, but it should not be enough to kill everything. And here comes the Iron Treads, finishing it off. It is a 2-0 win for Lilia Sora. 2-5, and now this sets up this third matchup against Let There Be Truth against the Talon Anderson in Week 8 to somehow make it so that after going 0-5 to start the season, if Lilia can take this win, then there's a chance that she can make the playoffs. Here we go. Looking in at... sorry, it's Forthelegion. It's not the Talon Anderson. That's a different team. Forthelegion rocking that Terra Fergarif, rocking the Mega Lopunny, the Gouging Fire, the Zapdos, Sylveon, Milotic. This is a big matchup now because out of nowhere, this 0-5 team has a chance at making playoffs. Here we go in Week 8 for a chance of the playoffs on the line. Here's Lilia versus Let There Be Truth. All right. Here we go. Terra Ground immediately revealed out of the Farigiraf. It's going to be a U-turn. The Terra Blast lands, but it doesn't because it's Levitate. Here we go. Toxic comes into the Farigiraf. Psychic comes in. That's a one-shot onto the Weezing, and Weezing's been the main linchpin of the defensive core for Lilia. How can Lilia take control of this now? Here's coming in with the Terra speed on, with the speed on the Iron Bundle, but now you got to go fast. Lilia's got to go fast because it can't rock a stalled out matchup. Stalled out matchup now without Wheezing is going to be very difficult. So here we go. Volt Switch is going to come into the Zapdos, going into the Iron Boulder with that speed boost. Mighty Cleave's going to come out. That's going to be a kill onto the Zapdos. It's Static though is going to get the para onto the Iron Boulder. That's a big para for Let There Be Truth. Earthquake's going to come out, and that's going to drop. That's going to drop Boulder down to 9%, but it's also going to drop Gouging Fire down to 5% on the corresponding Mighty Cleave. Freeze Dry is going to finish off the Gouging Fire. It's a 4-4 matchup. Here comes Sylveon though. Flip turn out for the bundle. Here comes the Wish out of Sylveon. Yeah, Let There Be Truth needs to just grind out this battle. He's going to he's going to get his leftovers knocked off. Decidueye in here with the type advantage. It's going to be a water type Terra. It's going to be a U-turn. But Iron Bundle is going to come in on the ground type Fergraph. There's a Psychic. It's going to be 79%. That's big damage. But there's an Ice Beam. There goes Fergraph. It is now 4-3. Sylveon comes in, but it's going to be another flip turn to get down to 50% for Sylveon. It's going to bring in the Decidueye. The Wish comes up from Sylveon to keep stuff alive. Knockoff's not going to do much, but it's going to remove the leftovers from Sylveon. Moonblast is going to only hit for 33%. It's going to drop the special attack, but Sylveon's going to get back to full HP on that Wish. Clodsire is now going to come in, immune to the Toxic. And Clodsire is going to get knocked off. That's going to be another 35%. There goes the leftovers. Earth Power comes in. That's not going to do much in return. Spirit Shackle traps the Clodsire on the field, and now Clodsire can't escape. It's only at 19%. There's the Spirit Shackle. Clodsire goes down. Decidueye putting in a lot of work. And now Toxic comes out. Here comes a Toxic back. And now we know that there's no Grass-type moves on this Decidueye. It has a Citrus Berry, though, and it's going to heal up. The knockoff's going to come in again, but it's not going to do anything. It's going to be hurt by the poison. Milotic's going to come in. It's 2. All right. Milotic's going to be trapped on the field with Spirit Shackle. Now there can be a knockoff for free. The water is not going to do much. Knockoff's going to come in, removes the Flame Orb. Doesn't show much because you know that Marvel Scale is probably all your thing. Recover's already going. Recover goes, U-turns out into the Tapu Koko. Now Tapu Koko in a really good position to clean up this matchup. Here's a switch into the Sylveon to continue the match. Brave Bird comes in, though. That's going to be 48%. It's going to drop a lot of health on the recoil, but that doesn't matter because another Brave Bird is going to be enough to finish off the Sylveon, and Tapu Koko can finish up this matchup. It is a 4-0. Well, it's a Brave Bird. Never mind. Hold up. It could be 3-0. Ice Beam's going to come in. It's going to do 31%. So needs to probably switch out then if you're not going to do anything here. It's a U-turn. Yep, there goes Milotic down to 22. Here comes Iron Treads. Iron Treads, is it going to take a lot of damage? Speed is heightened. The Surf comes in. It's going to do about 59-60%. Toxic comes in. And now Iron Treads, all they need to do, boom, big damage. That's a 4-0 win after all for Lilia. And importantly, making her 3-5, and also with this win, enough of a buff on her differential to hold the tentative 10 seed at the moment. The tentative 10 seed is Lilia's at the moment. The reason I say at the moment is because specifically, and we'll show off the standings, specifically there is one game left in this division. That one game is between Max 101 and Greg Silo. No idea what happened with this one. It should be done by now because there's no extensions. However, if this is true, if this has happened, if Greg Silo wins, that would knock Lilia out by dropping down both Pabby and Lilia. On top of that, if Max wins by like 5-0 or 6-0, it would also knock Lilia out. However, given that this match doesn't seem to have happened, and it seems like it's not going to happen, I would say that means Lilia has turned around an 0-5 season into a 10-seed playoff berth. And how far can Lilia go? We will see. But that's a big thing to watch going into the rest of this. Going into these playoffs, that would be one of my biggest things to watch because that is a really big comeback story, and now Lilia is probably one of the hottest teams in the division. That being said, here is another big game. Also, yes, Savageracoon. Savageracoon versus, this was Savageracoon who's been struggling. Savageracoon in week 8, I believe it is. No, this is week 6, Mimico versus Savageracoon. And this is a big one because at the time, Mimico was competing for the possible 1 seed. and was competing for the 1 seed, but also was fighting people off from the 3 and 4 seed to try to stay in that 2 seed position. And this was just a good close game, so let's get right into it. Savageracoon rocking with that Hoopa, and Mimico rocking with the Delphox. So let's get into it. This is also a requested one, so here we go. The lead off is the Tinkaton, probably to set up rocks. We will see. It's the air balloon on. Ooh, it's a thunder wave, not the rocks coming out, but it's an air balloon onto the Toxapex, who now gets the rocks set up. Zero Aura is going to come in, but get poisoned. Second layer of Toxic Spikes is up now, but Zero Aura. Oh, it's a para. It's a para from the Toxapex. The balloon is popped 1.5 times attack on the power-up punch from Zero Aura. Now it's a protect coming out from Toxapex. Not Baneful Bunker, interestingly, but instead protect. Alright, Miltank's going to come out now. Here comes the Plasma Fist. Big damage into the Miltank, 71%. Now, can Zero Aura get the kill? Let's find out. Plasma Fist is going to come in. Yes, it can. But Poison's going to do some more damage. There's going to be 9% left. Regieleki comes in. Regieleki's going to outspeed, but Sableye going to come in and get Toxic. Let's see what he can do. Immune, though. It's a rapid spin. It's a spin blocker. Here we go. Light Screen sets up. The Thunderbolt after Light Screens only do 47%, but the Toxic damage is ticking up. Reflect's going to come up. There goes Sableye, though. Now double screens are up for as long as possible for the rest of this team. Mimico is going to come in with the Booster Energy Pro-Sensitive Speed. It's Rain Dance. Rain Dance from the Regieleki, and now it's going to go into Dragonite. Where is this Rain Dance coming from? The Headlong Rush is immune. Toxic's going to continue to do damage. What is this Rain Dance for? Ice Spin 4 times super effective, but with these multi-scale lives. However, does get the Encore only, and the Encore doesn't really do much. Hoopa now comes in. It's has a good chance to get a revenge kill, but it doesn't. The Pro-Sensitive Speed outspeeds it, and it does get the revenge kill, but takes a lot of damage to do so. Dunsparce's going to come in. Toxic Poison. Toxapex is going to come back in to combat it. Here we go. Shadow Ball, 9%. Alright, Toxic damage. Here goes the screens. The screens are finally gone. They cannot be reset. The Infestation's going to trap the Tinkaton on the field, doing damage every turn, but it's not going to get Toxic because it is a Steel type. Regieleki is going to come in. Play Rough is going to hit, and that's going to be a crit for 63%. It's going to drop the attack stat. Not that matters too much, but the Infestation's off. Rapid Spin is going to clear the rocks for that Moltres. However, Knockoff is going to take down the Regieleki in return, removing the Magnet. Now, it's 4v3. Hoopa's going to come in. Dunsparce is coming in to face it. Hoopa's going to Terra Fire. Terra Blast is going to be 40% into the Dunsparce. And that's going to be enough that if that was used again, Dunsparce would go down. But the Glare instead is going to come out from the Dunsparce into the Moltres. Moltres is paralyzed. It can't move, and there's a Roost out of the Dunsparce. It's going to be able to live for longer. Alright, Hurricane's going to come out to about 19%. Doesn't get the confusion. Baton Pass comes out into the Tinkaton. Tinkaton's now in on the paralyzed Moltres. In a great position now. Toxapex is going to come back in to try to slow this down. Stealth Rock's going to go back up, though. And I don't believe there's any way for Toxapex to clear it anymore. The Infestation's going to come out. Big damage into it. The Protect's going to come out. It's just going to stall down this Dunsparce. Dunsparce is not going to be able to do much. There's the Infestation Poison. This is his last turn. Shadow Ball's going to come in, only do 8%. Infestation's going to finish it off. There it goes. Toxic damage. It's down. 3-3 game. Now, here comes Delphox. Protect from the Toxapex, but that is right into a nasty plot. Now Delphox can kind of clean up. Moltres is going to come in, but does not outspeed. It takes damage because it does not have it. Terra Ground Flamethrower comes out. It does live. The Berserk gets eaten. The Citrus Berry gets eaten. Here comes Fiery Wrath. Big damage, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to drop down Delphox down to nothing, but it's going to be a Salic Berry. Salic Berry outspeeds it, so now it's Flamethrower. It's going to go down to the Toxic. It's 2-1. 2-1. It's Zero Aura versus Hoopa. Can Hoopa outspeed? Hoopa only at 60%. Next hit wins, and that's the hit. Nope, Zero Aura outspeeds the Hoopa. Does die itself to its own life orb. It's a 1-0 win for Mimico. Very close one. And Mimico takes this win to stay squarely in the 2 seed. Because we're squarely in 2 seed with a chance at the 1 seed. And Mimico, after losing week 1, has taken a lot of back. Just to double check, because I'm interested. Because we're not going to show this media. This is week 1. But yeah, takes a 3-0 loss in week 1, but after that has been going back. Importantly, though, and I think I've already kind of spoiled it by showing off some of the standings. It comes down to this Week 8 match of whether they can get the 1 seed, and it's Bani versus Prematurely. Here we go. Bani is looking with their Gaillardia and Articuno, which we already saw have a lot of success, versus Prematurely with the Terra Scrafty, looking to pick up the 8-0 season. And Knockoff comes out from the Minxiao. Minxiao, great Pokemon. Love that Pokemon. Gets a lot of early things. Focus Blast comes out, though. There goes the Crocodile. Crocodile goes down. It's an early 6-5 lead for Prematurely. Thunderbolt comes in. It's going to do another 50% to Volcarona, but it's going to get his Quiver Dance up. This is a danger. Heat Wave comes out. There goes the Thundurus. Now, Skunktank's going to come in. Can Skuntank live one shot? Yes, it can. Can it get the damage back? No, the Haze comes out and gets rid of the Quiver Dance. That's big, but not as much as killing the Pokemon. Skuntank's going to go down to the Heat Wave at that point. Now, Arcanine Kazooie comes in. 5-4 lead for Bani. Pecharunt comes in. Big resist is not resist, sorry, but big stats. It's only going to do about 25% with the Flare Blitz, and it's not Rockhead. Malignant Chain's going to come out. Does it get the poison? It does not get the poison. Flare Blitz is going to come out for another 25%, but Arcanine is going down with that Rocky Helmet. Actually, it does have Rockhead. It's just getting Rocky Helmet damage. And there goes the Rocky Helmet taking down Arcanine. It's going to be recovered from Pecharunt. 5-3 lead. Iron Valiant comes in. Booster Energy is going to boost its speed. Encore comes in. It's going to lock it into Recover. Pecharunt's going to start burning its Recover PP. It's going to force a swap into Articuno. Psychic's going to come out. Not doing much. Moonblast's going to come out, though. That's going to do a little more. It's going to drop it below half. It's going to drop it, but it's actually going to raise its special attack because of the competitive ability. It's going to lock it into Future Sight, though, with the Encore. Now switching into Scrafty, which is now immune to the Future Sight. This goes into Suicune to counter. Future Sight comes in. Scrafty is immune. Here we go. Prematurely looking to end Bani's perfect season. The Mirror Herb comes out, though. Minxiao with Mirror Herb is going to be revealed. It's going to get a Dragon Dance boost. The close combat's going to come in. It's going to be a resisted hit, but it's still going to do about 50%. Scrafty now with 2 Dragon Dances. It's going to get the Terra Blast. There goes Minxiao. It's going to be a 4-3 game. Moxie shows up. It's even more powerful. Scrafty with 3 stages in attack, 2 stages in speed. Knockoff's going to come up. It barely lives. Pecharunt barely lives. Rocky Helmet gets knocked off, but the Malignant Chain's going to be enough to take down the Scrafty. Big survive by the Pecharunt. Now Iron Valiant comes in to finish it off. Psychic's going to be enough. Pecharunt goes down. It's a 3-2 game. Suicune comes in. Switches into the Slowbro to tank all Suicune's moves. But the Toxic comes out onto the Slowbro. That's a big Toxic. Alright, here comes Slowbro. Slowbro's going to Mega Evolve. It's going to use its own Toxic back on Suicune. That is Calm Minding now. Slowbro's taking a lot of damage, but can it live? Alright, Scald's not going to do much of anything. It's just going to be a matter of stalling it down. Scald's going to come out on both sides, but the Scald going into Slowbro's doing more. Not to mention the Toxic's higher. Here comes Suicune. Suicune can get a rest. The Suicune with the rest. Does it have Chesto Berry? Yes, it does. And there it goes. Suicune gets the Resto Chesto, clears out the Toxic, and that's should be right about a 3-0 win. Oh, it's going to be an Encore, forcing out another rest from the Suicune. Suicune's forced to rest. Now we're going into the Articuno Galar. Moonblast is going to come in. It's going to crit. There goes Articuno. Now Volcarona. Can it be a turnaround? It's going to be a Psychic. That's going to do 30%. But Quiver Dance is going to be set up. Can Volcarona take it down? Giga Drain comes out. That's 65%. It's going to be a big heal. And unless you can kill it, oh, it doesn't have time. Giga Drain comes out. Iron Valiant goes down. And that's a 2-0 win for Bani. Takes down an 8-0 season. Congratulations. And spoiler alert, that is the only team in the PWC to have an 8-0 season. It is Bani with the 2005. And yes, this was a big matchup because had Bani lost, Mimico actually would have taken the #1 seed, because if both teams were 7-1 and Bani had lost on loss differential instead of gain differential, Mimico would have been higher. So that was a big matchup. Maintains the #1 seed by going 8-0. Let's just take a quick look at this roster. Articuno, Galar, Altaria Mega, Ferrothorn, Volcarona, Minxiao, Pecharunt, Crocodile, Suicune, Vikavolt, Vanillux, and Arctigolt. Here's something really interesting about this team. If we look at this team, there's not a single Pokemon above 13 points on the draft. When you see every other team has something at 19, 16, 17, 18, 14, 17. The only other lowest one is 14s over here, Ogerpon and Ursaluna. But it seems like Bani was just able to create a very well-rounded team with a lot of upper mid-tier options, and really made this team the most threatening. It's really interesting because it's not the normal draft strategy we would see. Yeah. Now, this is not going quick, but let's get into our next setup, which will be the Twinkle Division. Twinkle Division, hold on, let me just get this up on my end. All right, here we go for the Twinkle Division. We are looking at a bunch of games here that, you know, and this has been the one I've honestly been following a little more because I have a friend Phantom who's been following it out, and interestingly, we'll be watching his battle first. The Phantom versus Swagachu. This is a requested one. This is the top 2 teams in Twinkle battling out for the #1 seed. This is week 5 matchup. If we look at Phantom's team real quick, we've got we got the Terraglastrier, we've got the Mew, we've got the Kartana, who, for anyone who's new, Kartana, Phantom used it their first season to take down the kill leader in all of PWC, and now they're planning on using it again because Kartana is very powerful and people don't set up enough for it, apparently. So, on the other hand, if we look over at Swagachu, which I believe is, Swagachu right here, with the Terra Inteleon, also with the Great Tusk, Victini, and Dragonite. So let's go. This is for the top seed, basically. Here we go. Venusaur comes in versus the Absol. All right. It's going to be the Mega Venusaur here. Comes in against a Scavalier. The Energy Balls can come out, only do about 11%, but drops the special defense. Dropping the special defense could be pretty big. It's going to switch into the Heatran with the Balloon. Instead, Azelf is going to come in. It's going to go back into the Inteleon, but Stealth Rocks are going to be set up for free out of Heatran. Now, into the Venusaur. U-Turn's going to come in, but not do much. Saves the Balloon on the Heatran, so now Azelf comes in. Azelf in a good type matchup. Mew's going to come in to hopefully block that. Yep, there it is. Psychic's only going to do 18%, but does drop special defense. Does Azelf have a Shadow Ball? No, it doesn't. It's going to use Substitute. Cosmic Power set up out of the Mew, and this could be getting bad quick. Cosmic Power comes up. The Nasty Plot's going to come up from the Azelf, but Cosmic Power is going to continue to go from the Mew. It's going to be a setup between the two of them. Azelf beating it in attack, and it also is behind that Substitute. Can Mew survive this if the Azelf starts firing? It's going to be a Flamethrower. It's going to do 34%, and it's going to be a burn, but the Synchronizability on Mew is actually going to burn the Azelf as well. Not that it matters a ton, but it does remove leftovers from both Pokemon. Now, Flamethrower is going to come out. It's only going to do about 30%. Cosmic Power is going to be continued to set up, but unfortunately, that's not going to do it. Because with that Substitute, unless Mew can hit through the Substitute, it's going to be actually a Nasty Plot. Soft-boiled revealed from the Mew. This is dangerous. If Azelf can't take down this Mew, then it'll be a big amount of momentum for the thing. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Flamethrower is going to come in, do about 30%. It's going to get up to maximum special defense. It's max attack versus max defense. Here we go. Flamethrower comes in. That's going to live by 3. It's going to be a soft boil. Mew comes back up to it. But no attacking moves shown by Mew as of now. Flamethrower comes out. Another 23%. It's going to be stored power. There it is. It's a stored power Mew. Will it be enough? 30% left. It's going to switch into the Ogerpon. Ogerpon's going to go down. Nope, it's going to be a soft-boiled out of the Mew. And now, Mew with maximum defenses has that stored power. It's going to be an Encore, though. Traps it into the soft-boiled. Now, spikes are going to be set up by Ogerpon. This is a really dangerous time to do it. You know, sure, yes, you are burning soft-boiled stuff, but now you're getting spikes up. Ivy Cudgel comes down. That's only going to do 15%. All right. Scavalier is going to come in on the Mega Venusaur. 13% due to it. Earth Power is going to do 31%. Here comes quite a bit of Resurrection, but there's Protect. What's it going to do? It's going to be another Earth Power out of the Mega Venusaur. Still a 6-6 matchup. Here we go. Earth Power. Another 32%. Brings the Scavalier down into one-shotting range, but this Scavalier is going to go with X-Scissor. Now Scavalier's leftovers heal it out of one-shot range, but Azelf is going to come in instead. Synthesis is going to come out from the Venusaur. Now Venusaur gets back to 82%. It's going to switch into the Azumarill. Azumarill gets Psychic for 42%, but it does use the Citrus Berry. Can it survive another attack? Seer, yes it does. It survives another attack. It's going to get the Liquidation. There goes Azelf. Azelf down. First kill of the day. Ogerpon's going to come in to counteract. Aqua Jet's going to come in. It's only going to do 70% because it is resisted. Ivy Cudgel's going to finish off the Azumarill. 5-5 matchup. Alright, Ogerpon's going to lose health. It's shown off that life orb now. But now, here comes Kartana. Scavalier's going to come in to face it. Only 24% though. Leaf Blade's going to hit. It's only going to do 12%. But now, oh, the leftover is going to keep it out of range. Venusaur's going to come in. 12%. Knockoff for 14. 24%. Protect comes out from the Venusaur, trying to heal off before Earth Power is. Unfortunately, unless they get a double Protect here, it's not going to do anything. Earth Power is going to get it, and there goes the Scavalier. It's a 5-4 game. Venusaur Mega picks up the kill. Absol comes in. Alright, Absol Mega evolves into Mega Absol. Knockoff does not do much because there's nothing to knock off. It's a Mega Stone. Earth Energy Ball comes out from the Venusaur. That's a second kill. Alright, it's 5-3. Headlong Rush comes in. That's going to finish off the Mega Venusaur, but it does drop the defenses of the Great Tusk. Kartana is going to come in. It's looking for its chance to go run away with it. Ogerpon's going to come in. Only has 27%. Does the Leaf Blade kill? It does kill. It's a critical hit. Boosted crits out of the Leaf Blade is going to be enough. And now, Inteleon. There goes Terra Fire, Terra Blast, and there goes the Kartana. Not enough to sweep. Heatran instead is going to come in though. Great Tusk can come in. Heatran still has that balloon. Earth Power is going to do about 32%. Here it goes. Rapid Spin is going to pop the balloon. It's going to raise the speed. It's going to remove the rocks. However, Flamethrower is going to hit for big damage. It's going to go down to 16%. Now Mew's is going to come in. Mew's at 12. Headlong Rush. It's going to do 46%. It's going to drop defenses. Mew's going to heal up a bit, but it's not going to do anything because it's burn. Doesn't have anything else. Headlong Rush. It's going to take down the Mew. Mew goes down, but now Great Tusk is at half of everything. Glacier comes in. It's going to Terra Ghost. Headlong Rush is going to crit, but it's not going to be enough. It's only going to do 40. Is only get down to 42%. High horsepower. Finish off Great Tusk. It is now Chilling Neigh +1. Now it's Inteleon. Can Inteleon take it down? Surf comes in. No, it leaves the horse on 9%. High horsepower finishes off the Inteleon, and that's a 2-0 win for Phantom to basically to fight off the 2 seed and retain the 1 seed. And just going through, I'm just loving these different matches, loving to see Phantom doing well. I'm hoping he can win it. I'm 100% in his court for this division, you know, but it's also good just to see really good battling coming out of him. But now after that one, we got a lot of late season ones. We will see Phantom again a little later. After we'll see Phantom later when we cover a player named Stormtide. But before we cover Stormtide, we should cover a quick couple other matchups. First of all, we have Jellicent is king, and we have KawaiiPotato. KawaiiPotato, we are rocking KawaiiPotato rocking with that Terra. It is the Terra. What is it? Oh yeah, Terra Guzzlord. And then on the other hand, Jellicent Enjoyer, even though they have Jellicent later on the team, their Terra is the Runerigus. So let's get into this. Big thing about this one. In this division, you needed 4 wins to qualify for the playoffs, basically, to clinch a playoff spot. So Jellicent in this matchup is looking for a possible playoff berth. Let's see if they can get it. A win would get them. Alright, it's going to be a start of Mr. Rhyme versus Jellicent. Here it goes into the Goldango. It's only do 15%, does not freeze. Alright, Ursaluna Blood Moon's going to come in. Make It Rain's going to come in the other hand. It's going to do about 74%. Ursaluna not in a great way. Earth Power's going to come in though, and that's going to finish off the Goldango. It's a quick 6-5. KawaiiPotato out in front. Jellicent's going to come right back in. Water Spout comes in, but it's only going to do 26% onto the Talk Specs. Switches back into Hatterene. Hatterene with a good type advantage, but it's going to go into the Guzzlord. Can Guzzlord get a kill here? Guzzlord's going to Terra Fire. It's going to Heat Crash, only do 36% into the Runerigus. Interesting now, Runerigus has Beast Boost. If Runerigus can get a kill right now, it's going to be a knockoff critical hit, 40% leftovers. But Stealth Rock's going to go up. If Runerigus can get a kill here, it can get its own Beast Boost. It's going to be an Earthquake about 60%, gets the Stealth Rocks up, but the Heat Crash is going to be enough to finish off the Runerigus. Now Guzzlord with the Wandering Spirit ability. Mawil's going to go into Mega Mawile. Sucker Punch is going in, but that removes huge power, and now Wandering Spirit is Mawil's ability. Mawil's going to have to switch out because of that, because now it doesn't have its big boost. Thunder's going to come into the Hatterene, but it's not going to do too much. Volt Switch is going to only do about 17% from the Galvantula as he's switching to the Togekiss that does have the heavy-duty boots. Alright, Mawile Mega comes back in. Very good position for Mawile. Toxpex is going to come in to try to tank a Mawile hit. It's going to be a Baton Pass, dry passing into the Hatterene. It is a slow pass, and now Toxpex is in a bad position. It's going to force a switch out into the Togekiss, but it's going to be a Future Sight, and a Nuzzle going to paralyze the Togekiss. That's a big para, because now Mawile does not get outsped, and now can't be Serene Grace cheesed. Alright, Future Sight and the Wish come in, not going to do much. Flamethrower did get a burn, by the way. That doesn't matter too much because it is magic. Because Hatterene does still have some healing from its Draining Kiss. Alright, here comes the Jellicent. Jellicent's going to go into Wish Protect. Togekiss is wishing and protecting its best, but does Jellicent pick up a kill here? Toxapex is going to come in. It's going to take 12%. Here comes a Water Spout for another 24%. It's going to down to 69%. Nice. Alright, now going into Hatterene. Sludge Bomb's going to come into the Hatterene, but it's only going to do 22%, and it can't be poisoned because it's already burnt by the Flamethrower. Togekiss is going to come back out. Future Sight gets set up. Here comes Jellicent out. Air Slash can come in and do about 30%. That's big. Trick comes in. Choice Scarf gets handed to the Togekiss, and Togekiss can only wish now. Meowscarada is going to come in. Mr. Rhyme's going to come in. On to 24%. It's going to get healed back to 100%. Can Meowscarada get a big kill? U-Turn's going to come in. Does that do a lot? That's a one-shot onto the Mr. Rhyme, and it's a 4-4 ball game. Mawil's going to come in against the Galvantula. Now Thunder's going to come in, 75%, Knockoff comes back, and that's a 100% kill on the Galvantula. However, now Mawile in a very much a bad situation. Can Mawile do anything? Baton passes out. It's a quick pass. Sludge Bomb's only going to do 10%. Now, can Jellicent take it down? Strength Sap comes into Toxapex. It's going to heal it back up near 100%. Sludge Bomb's going to do 14% on the crit. Does not get the poison, importantly, though. Mawile's going to come back in. Sludge Bomb does nothing to it. Can Mawile get some damage? Knockoff comes in. It removes the Black Sludge. Scald's going to come out in the return. There goes Mega Mawile. It's a 3-3 game, though Ursaluna is at low health. Togekiss come in. Does not have its boots anymore. It's only down to 39%. It is Choice Scarf, so it's going to go for that Air Slash. The flinch comes out, though, and now Hatterene is going to go down. Now it's a 3-2 game, but here comes the Future Sight. That finishes off Togekiss. It's a 2-2 game. Here we go. Toxapex versus Meowscarada. If Meowscarada can take down the Toxapex, they can win the game. You turn out. It's a bug. He goes into Jellicent. Does it get water absorbed? No, it does not. It's 9%. It's poison. Jellicent is poison. And now does Jellicent have a move that can work for this? Water Spout's not going to do much because it's not at full health anymore. It's down below half. Poison goes down to 38%. Water Spout's going to come out again. It's going to chip it, but it's not going to do a lot. Recover. Can Toxapex just stall out this game? It's possible. Toxapex has a chance to stall out here. Here we go. Alright. It's a Destiny Bond! And Sludge Bomb comes out, and there goes Toxapex! Jellicent with its last breath gets a Destiny Bond, and that's an immediate win for Jellicent. Enjoyer. Vacuum Wave is not enough. Flower Trickle finish off the Ursaluna, and in an absolute amazing fashion, Jellicent is king. Jellicent Enjoyer takes down KawaiiPotato to clinch a playoff spot. What a game. What an amazing move at the end to take down a Toxapex, which would have won this game otherwise. Incredible play. Now, let's get into, right before we get into our bit with Stormtide, we have one more match cover, and this is with Epicnathan. Epicnathan had a struggle fest of a year. However, this is his chance for his first win at the end of the year. So let's get into the two teams. Epicnathan, rocking with the Epicnathan rocking with the Flygon. Thank you, Sadie. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm trying my best. But Deadpants rocking with the Frostlass. Frostlass, Landorus, Zeraora, Ursaluna. Out for Deadpants, and then Flygon, Tapu Koko, Blaziken, and Ogerpon Wellspring. It's an interesting setup here, with the Iron Crown possibly used with Tapu Koko, but not a ton of Iron Pokemon like we've seen with other ones. But yeah, going right into it, Commander Deadpants versus Epicnathan. Here we go, Epicnathan looking for his first win on the season. Alright, we see the lead circuitry versus the Frostlass. Frostlass is going to immediately go guns a-blazing with its Terra Ghost and Poltergeist hitting for 90%, but hitting back for 80% is the circuitry. Poltergeist comes in again, and that's only going to do... Oh, it still does 72% to the Houndoom, and that's going to be enough to finish off the Dark-type Houndoom with two Ghost moves. Frostlass is going hard, going quick. Pinsir comes in. Pinsir is going to X-Scissor. It's going to only do about 19%, and now Burn comes out on the Ursaluna. Ursaluna is in a dangerous spot. Return comes in. It's going to be a crit for 57%. Facade comes back, though, and that finishes off Pinsir. Epicnathan is not looking amazing for him because he's down 4-6. But the Flare Blitz comes out, and now 90%, and it's a speed boost. Blaziken can get going here. Here we go. Protect comes out from the Blaziken and get a second speed boost on the Stealth Rocks. Here we go. Swords Dance comes out from the Blaziken. Earthquake, it lives on 10. It lives on 10. Unfortunately, though, that means that only thing it can use is close combat because Flare Blitz is going to kill it. Oh, never mind. The Ruskin is enough to kill it overall. It is down 5-3. Commander Deadpants in a good position. And there goes Xurkitree. It's a 5-2 game. Flygon. Flygon's going to get the Dragon Dance set up. Glare is going to come out from the Druddigon. And now it's not looking good for Epicnathan. He's going on a 5-2 game. But it is an Earthquake from Flygon. There goes the Zeraora on the switch. And now Serena has to come in. Steel-type Terra from the Flygon is going to get another Dragon Dance out. Power Whip misses. Epicnathan living on a thread right now. Druddigon's going to come in, and there's another Dragon Dance from the Flygon. Flygon now above its Stray Speed. It's going to be another one. It's now 3 times attack, 3 times speed. Earthquake, but it's still levitating. It's a misplay from Deadpants. And now it's going to switch back into Frostlass, but it's a continued setup by Flygon. It's parried! Destiny Bond comes out, and the Destiny Bond causes the para. Wow, what a play. And, oh, it's parried again! It's parried again! Back-to-back meaningful paras, but it's going to switch into Druddigon. It's another para! Flygon, how are you still alive? It's another one! Earthquake misses again because Deadpants still forgets that he's still a Levitate Mon. It's another para! What the hell is going on? Druddigon just doing his thing. Now finally Flygon gets through and gets another kill. And it's another para! It avoids another Destiny Bond. It's another para! That is 7 paras for this Flygon, and somehow it's still kicking! The Expert Belt comes off, but another para, and the Synthesis comes in! The Dragon Claw still kills! Oh my goodness! And now we have Frostlass coming in, the Terra Blast is going to land, and now Landorus, it doesn't matter. Terra Blast is going to bring it down to its sash. Rock Polish comes out, but that should still be faster for... Yeah, it's still faster for Flygon. And against all odds, Flygon, after all the Pokemon lost early in the matchup, after all the paras that Flygon had to get through, Flygon just takes down all the Pokemon in reverse sweep. My God, Flygon being, it felt like I was doing the Scott Sterling bit. It just kept happening. Just kept fighting through it and just kept getting paralyzed back to back to back to back. And it looks like Deadpants just brought a ton of ground coverage, but just forgot about Levitate on the Flygon. And that's tough, but you know, it allows Epicnathan to pick up his first win in an unlikely fashion. So good for him. Now let's get into our main. Our main setup here with Stormtide. Stormtide went in actually doing good in the first half, and yeah, Stormtide in week 6 was looking for a playoff clinch here against High, otherwise known as Hoenn Player 456. So yeah, looking for a thing early in week 6. Stormtide over here is looking at the Decidueye Hisuian. Is that still it was at this time? Yes, it was. Hisuian Decidueye, and then on the other hand, High rocking with that Terra Zadu, along with Lopunny Mega, Greninja, and Corviknight, and then Stormtide with the Palafin, Tornadus, and Slowking. So getting into it, let's go. Stormtide looking to clinch in week 6 and possibly fight for some of those top seeds. Alright, it's going to be a lead of Chandelure versus Tornadius Styrian. It's going to be a U-turn immediately going into the Sandy Shocks. Sandy Shocks activates Booster Energy with Odison to speed, but it does not matter because there is the Overheat immediately out of the Chandelure, taking a quick kill. Palafin's going to switch out to get its hero form. But Tapu Bulu's going to come in to revert the stat changes on Chandelure. Excadrill's going to come in with the Balloon against the Slowking. Chilly Reception gets set up, and here comes the snow. Decidueye comes in. Can it get damage? No, it's going to go into the Zadu. Zadu is going to take the triple arrows, only take about 12%. It's going to lower its defense, but that doesn't matter a ton at the moment. Tornadus Styrian's going to come in. It's going to be a U-turn out of the Zadu. It's going to be a Rocky Helmet reveal on the Tornadus Styrian. It's going to go to Armaldo. We haven't seen a lot of Armaldo. Armaldo's an interesting Pokemon to show up here and see what it can do. Knockoff's going to hit for about 14%. Removing protective pads from Decidueye. Worried about a lot of Rocky Helmet and stuff on that Decidueye apparently. Triple Arrows comes in for another 12%. But Zadu forces out Tornado Styrian. It's going to be a Roost for healing it back to full. Bleak Windstorm's going to land for about 36% and drop its speed. U-turn's going to come in though, and it does not matter. The slow U-turn's going to be enough. Zadu goes below half health with the Rocky Helmet, but Armaldo comes in. U-turn comes in, 17%. Decidueye comes in for that. Rock Slide comes in. That's only going to do about 18%. All right, Zadu against the Decidueye. Decidueye roosts up. Doesn't have a rock move. No, it doesn't. It's going to switch into the Tornadus. All right, Zadu goes up to 98%. Bleak Windstorm lands. It's going to be 33%, but doesn't drop the speed. U-turn's going to come in. It's going to go back down to about 50%. Chandelure, though, comes in. Bleak Windstorm lands for about 52%. Flamethrower, though, hits it, goes down to 1%, and Tornadus just barely survives, gets the U-turn, gets on out of there. There goes Palafin coming in. Flamethrower is going to hit it again. It's going to be 47%. Does not get the burn. Now, Chandelure, if they want to stay in, has to get out of here. Chandelure gets out, and here comes the Jet Punch that everyone knew was coming into the Tapu Bulu. 16%. It's leftovers on that Palafin, getting about 12% now because of that grassy terrain. Slowking comes in. Not going to do much on the Horn Leech for the Tapu Bulu. Slowking out at 90%. Excadrill coming in with the balloon. All right, Scald comes out. That's going to pop the balloon and do about 56%. Big damage onto the Excadrill. Can Excadrill one-shot? No, it's going to be a Rapid Spin. It's going to boost its speed, but the Scald's going to come back in, and there goes Excadrill. First kill for Stormtide. It's a 5-5 matchup, and the base waste for Excadrill. Armaldo's going to come in, though. Knockoff comes into the Decidueye, but it's already been knocked off, so it does not do much. All right, Iron Tail. Ooh, Iron Tail of all moves comes in. Does about 30%, but Triple Arrows is going to do more and drop defense. Zadu's going to come in on the Roost from Decidueye, and now Zadu has a chance. It's a Fairy Terra. It's a Fairy Terra from Decidueye. Bulk Up's going to come up. It's going to start setting up. Psychic's going to come out. It's a Terra Psychic, and that's going to do 39%. Roost's going to come out, though. This Terra Psychic is not enough. It's only going to do 30 to 40%. There's the special defense drop, though, so Leaf Blade better kill. It does kill. And there goes Zadu. Now in a pretty good place to be. Oh, but there goes the Shadow Ball. With the lowered special defense, there goes Decidueye. 4-4 match. Both Terras are off the field. Armaldo comes in. Bleak Windstorm misses, so Armaldo can stay in. U-turn's going to come in from the Tornado Styrian into the Aggron. All right, the wall is on the field. Is it yep, there goes the wall. Liquidation comes in. I don't know why that wasn't coming out earlier, but the Heavy Slam comes in. That's going to be Armaldo done. Can Stormtide pilot the wall, but he's got to switch it out for Chandelure, looking at that Flamethrower. Flamethrower to 69%. This is probably specs on the Chandelure, and there goes Slowking. Can Tornado Styrian get the kill? No, it can't. Bleak Windstorm's going to come into the Greninja, and it lowers its speed, but Water Shuriken's going to come out. Water Shuriken's not going to do enough. It's only going to do about 20%, and the U-turn's going to finish it off. It is a 3-2 lead. Stormtide looking to clinch playoffs here, and he's in the lead. Tapu Bulu comes in. Here it goes. Aggron Mega comes in, but Chandelure pivots in the perfect time for Chandelure. Chandelure Flamethrower, that's going to finish off Aggron. The wall is not good at blocking special hits. Now Palafin's going to come in. It's going to be forcing out Bulu. If Bulu can kill Palafin, then Hoenn player can win this match. Hai can win this match. If Palafin can outlast, or if they can get in Tornado Styrian on Bulu, if Bulu goes down, then Stormtide can win. But the Horn Leech is going to come out on the bulk up, and it's going to do huge damage. Palafin staying in here, and Zen Headbutt comes out. It's only going to do 42%. Does not flinch. There goes Palafin, and that's the win. Because at this point, even if Chandelure, even if Bleak Wind does, it doesn't even kill. But Stone Edge is going to come out, do big damage. Yeah, it's not enough. Tornadus is going to, Tornadus misses the Bleak Wind Storm, so it's going to be finished off by the Bulu. There you go. Hai denies Stormtide the win, denies him the clinch. He still has to fight. All right, it's a 2-0 win for Hai in week 6. Now, we're still covering Stormtide, because now that he doesn't get that win, now he has to go up against the number 1 team in the division. This is again for a clinch. This is again for a clinch. They were a big team. They were up in the 5 or 4 seed early in this season, but now they have to fight for their playoffs, and they're fighting against one of the top teams. Phantom versus Stormtide. We've seen both these teams. We know that it's Glastrier and the Hisuian Decidueye. We see a lot of the same Pokemon we saw in the previous matchup, so let's get into it. Interestingly, though, we see the Sinistra, and Sinistра is a very good Pokemon. Let's get right into it. All right, Cinderace versus the Glastrier. It is a Terra Water Glastrier. The U-turn still does a third of its health, but the Terra Water high horsepower is only going to do 21% too to the Decidueye. Decidueye is in a good spot. U-turn's going to come in. It's going to do another 50. It's going to bring it down to 50. But Icicle Crash is going to come in and do 50% to the Slowking. I know, Decidueye. What's it going to do? Icicle Crash misses, saving Decidueye. So now Triple Arrows comes out. It's only going to do about 30% though. Glastrier down to 22%. But the Icicle Crash lands, and there goes Decidueye. The first kill goes to Phantom. And now he's at +1. He's at +1 attack, -1 defense. But there he goes. It's a 5-5 game. It's really close. It's really close still. Both Terra captains are down. It's Mew versus Slowking, and it's Cosmic Power Mew. Let's see. Did Stormtide prepare for Cosmic Power Mew? Let's find out. Because we saw this earlier. It is a taunt from the Tornadus. It is a prep for it. Knockoff comes in, does about 25%, removes the leftovers. Stored power comes out, but that's only about 60 power. It's not going to be that good. U-turn's going to come in for another 18%. Now Cinderace comes out. Body Press comes in, 44%. It's Body Press Mew this time. Probably Body Press and also Stored Power. With that Cosmic Power, can do a ton of damage. Alright, Mew's down to 11%. Soft Boiled, revealed final move. It's just that same set with 2 attacking moves. Heatran, it's going to be a taunt, so there's going to be no option for the Stealth Rocks. And then the Bear goes to Balloon. Earth Power, it's immune! They expected to switch, but Tornadus stays in with the Brick Break, and Power Gem's going to do big damage. Knockoff, though, bit of a misplay there, because I guess expecting maybe a switch into maybe the Mew or the Kartana. Sinistra's going to come in. Instead, it's going to be Power Gem. Flamethrower, unfortunately, Sinistra does live with the heat-proof ability. Shadow Ball, though, does not pick up the kill. And now Heatran's able to finish off Sinistra. Very close matchups, 2 very close survivals here. Cinderace is going to kick up the kill with that U-turn, Libero U-turn. It's going to be 4-4. Tornadus comes in. Kartana comes in. Does Kartana have a good move? It's Knockoff. It goes down to 3%. U-turn's not going to kill, not do much, but it does get it out of there. Now, Venusaur comes in. Earth Power is going to do about 30%. Not too bad. Mega Venusaur, it's Mega Venusaur. Stealth Rock comes up, but the Synthesis comes out. Alright. Spikes are getting set up. It's a lot of hazards coming up from the Sandy Shocks, but the Energy Ball is going to send it down to 5%. Volt switches out. Now, Venusaur in a good position here with Slowking coming in. It's only going to do 13%, but unless Slowking has big moves, it's going to get hit for 40%. Future Sight comes out. That's the big thing. If your only psychic move is Future Sight, then yeah, Venusaur can stick in there for a minute. Mew's going to come in. It's going to take some damage from the rocks and the spikes. U-turn's going to come in, leave it on 6, but with the Future Sight, that should be enough. Future Sight comes in. There goes Mew. 4v3, Stormtide is living. It's 4-3, but Azumarill comes in. This should be a... Oh, he switches out into the Tornadus to avoid. It's a Liquidation. It's not an Aqua Jet, and that's big damage. The Aqua Jet comes in this time for a critical hit for 40%. Liquidation outspeeds the Slowbro. There goes Slowking. Slowking goes down. Now, at this point, unfortunately, Liquidation's going to be enough. Sandy Shocks goes down. Now, I believe at this point, Liquidation's just going to start coming out, and this Azumarill can clean up. Citrus Berry loses, but with the huge power, there it goes. Cinderace comes in. Fireball's going to hit for a lot, but not for enough. And there is the sweep from the Azumarill. Basically a full sweep, and Stormtide now going from a big high seed is now going to week 8 with his playoffs on the line. With how much parity is in this division, in this Twinkle division, if he loses another matchup, he is out of playoffs. So playoff are on the line in week 8. It all comes down to this. He failed to win against High after taking a lead. He failed to win against Phantom after taking a lead. Now it is down to week 8 for all the Marls against DTN. Let's quickly go over DTN's team. DTN with that Terra Cinccino. We saw that with Kung Fu Panda, I believe. Also has a Gallade Mega Iron Bundle. Arcaludon, very big threats in this thing. Skeledirge, which we saw have a lot of work earlier. Gligar even, that could have a bunch of work. A lot of strong Pokemon here. And there we see it. DTN running with that Mega Gallade. The Tangrowth, which I really love Tangrowth. Iron Bundle, Florges, and Slowking. If Stormtide wants to win this game, he needs to be able to take down the damage dealers. The Cinccino, the Gallade, and the Iron Bundle. These other 3 do not put out a ton of damage. Let's see if he can do it or if he's fully choked out of the playoffs. Let's see. Here we go. It's a lot of bulky Mons. We see the Blissey also show up and the Mega Aggron to cover both sides of the spectrum. Knockoff comes out, but it's a Colbur Berry, and he sets up Toxic Spikes. Knockoff comes in again. And it's a chilling the bad road. There goes the chilly reception. It's getting out of there. Cinderace gets in to combat the Mega Gallade. The Will-O-Wisp comes out. That lands. And there we go. Cinderace is going to take about half. But now it's a bit neutered. Now the Mega Gallade is pretty neutered. And that's a big first move for Stormtide. The Hyrule Ball is going to come out to about 47%. Now has to switch out for Bundle. Blissey comes in. Flip Turn's going to land for about 32% because Blissey is super not bulky on the physical side. And now Poison onto the Cinccino. Needs to get out of here. Aggron's going to come in. Fairy type Terra. It's a tidy up. It gets rid of the Toxic Spikes. It gets a boost, a Dragon Dance style boost. But now it's giving Aggron a chance to go into its mega form. And the wall comes in. It heavy slams for about 22%. Here comes the wall. The Scald comes in for about 21. Does not get the burn. The Stealth Rocks are up. Slowking gets in. It's Slowking versus Slowking right now. Here we go. Cinccino comes in. Takes some damage. It's a chilly reception. It's going to go into Cinderace. Cinderace comes in. Does it outspeed? That's the question. These are two very fast mons. It does outspeed. The U-turn comes in, but it's resisted by the Terra Fairy. Goes into Aggron, though. Rock Blast comes in. That's going to do nothing to the wall. All right. Here we go. Cinccino needs to get out of here if it wants to stay around. But at this point, it really can't. Tail Slap is going to come in. It's not going to do much. It's just going to do some chip into Aggron. It's going to be, yep, only 4 because that was a Technician. All right, cool. Heavy Slam goes down. All right, that's the first kill. Slowking comes in. Can Slowking outstall the wall? No, Slowking versus Slowking again. Scald's going to come in. Does not get a burn. Only goes down to 50%. Psychic comes in for another 25%, but Toxic Spikes go back up. Can it get more Toxic Spikes? No, Blissey comes in. Psychic comes in. It's going to do next to nothing to Blissey. All right, Florges comes in. It's going to take some damage. It's also going to get poisoned by the Toxic Spikes. Wish comes up from the Blissey. All right, here we go. Aggron comes in. It's going to get the Wish support. Defog comes out, removes the hazards, but Aggron's getting back to full HP, and that's big. If you can't get through the wall will run you over. All right, Earthquake comes out, does 31%, and at this point, as soon as Slowking goes down, I'm pretty sure there's not a ton left that can cut through the wall. All right, there's a big Psychic hit. Chilly bad joke. There's a chilly reception. Goes back into Tornadus Therian. First time we're seeing this Pokemon today. Knock off. Gets rid of the Assault Vest, showing that it's all physical, all attacking moves. It's a Yachi Berry to remove some of that damage from the Ice Beam. U-turn comes in. Gets into Blissey on the Florges. It's going to start losing health. Florges not in a great position. Wish comes out, but a Wish comes out from Blissey as well. And this is not a winning battle for the Florges. Iron Bundle comes in. Slowking comes in, and Slowking's going to get back to full HP. So will Iron Bundle. All right. Hydro Pump. Sludge Wave. No poison comes in. Flip Turn comes back out. He's getting out of there, going back into the Slowking, but the Sludge Wave comes in. Does it get a poison? No, it doesn't. It's only 10%. Scald comes in. Does not get much of anything. Chilly bad joke. There's Chilly Reception back into the Cinderace. Cinderace, can he pick up the kill with the U-turn? Iron Bundle's going to come in. Does it pick up the kill? U-turn comes in. Does not get the kill. Blissey's going to come out instead. But Flip Turn can still do quite a bit of damage from this Iron Bundle. There's the Flip Turn. Does about 30%. Gallade comes in. Even when it's burnt, it can still do quite a bit because Blissey has no sort of bulk. All right, here it goes. Here comes the Tornadus. Knockoff comes in. Only does 15% because there is no item. Down below 50% for that Gallade. Here comes Florges. Air Slash only does 17%. But with the poison, and it only does poison and gets down below 30%. U-turn's going to come in. 9% damage. Goes into Slowking Galar. Wish comes up. Now, what is the move here? It's Protect out of the Florges. Sludge Wave. It's blocked, and then Florges is going to get back up to 64%. Fortunately, though, for Florges, it can't really stay in against this poison type. It's going to have to go into the Slowking. Toxic Spikes get set up. Psychic comes out. It's only do 25%. Chilly Reception, though, is going to get Slowking his Regenerator back. Whew, we're having a bit of a tournament, but Slowking stays in. That's a 60% hit. That's a big damage out of Cinderace. And now Scald comes in 22%, gets the burn on Aggron. So now Aggron can't quite run through everything like it could. Tangrowth is now going to come in. Can Tangrowth outstall the wall? The rocks come up from the Aggron. All right. Aggron's going to switch out into Slowking Galar. Tangrowth's going to knock off. Does it get rid of an item? It's already gotten rid of an item, so it's down to 42% for Slowking. Slowking's going to come in to face Slowking, but it gets poisoned. It's first time getting poisoned. Sludge Wave's going to come in, and with the poison, that's just enough. Slowking goes down. 6-4 lead for Stormtide. It is a heavy-duty boot set for the Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle with the Hydro Pump is only going to do 16% into that Blissey, but the flip turn can get it down. Blissey down to 28%. Gallade Mega coming in. It's going to do 6%. Does not get poisoned because it already has the burn. Here we go. Slowking Galar coming in to receive that wish. Psycho Cut only going to do 15% because of that secondary psychic typing on Slowking. Alright, Psycho Cut only going to do 15%. Sludge Wave, just enough. There goes Gallade. Florges comes in, and at this point, provided it's not too bad. Oh, there's it is. It's just enough. Poison's going to take down the Florges. There goes Florges. It's down to a 6-2 game. And the Hydro Pump misses just for good measure. Sludge Wave comes down. There goes the Iron Bundle. It's just Tangrowth left, and Tangrowth does not win this matchup. Tangrowth's going to get hit by that Sludge Wave, do huge damage. This is the last turn of the game. Morning Sun comes in, but it's not enough. Sludge Wave is going to take him down, and Stormtide takes the chance of being out of the playoffs on 3 straight losses, and instead turns around, gets a 6-0 win to lock in his spot in the playoffs. All right. So yeah, going into our standings here, now we're done with our matches for this was a very close division. Phantom ended up taking a loss later after that big match we watched. So Phantom here ends up 6-2 with a 20 differential. Yeah, it did seem like it'd be a lot longer, but the thing was, as soon as Gallade got burnt, then it was very little damage that there could be put out into that team, especially with the pivoting of Blissey and Aggron. So when that Gallade got burnt, that was a way for, suddenly, once a Pokemon or two went down, Stormtide was able to just keep finishing off those damages. But yeah, anyway, getting into our little kind of standings here, we'll go over all of them at the end, but a very close division. Top 3 seeds, all 6-2. This is I believe this might be the only division where the top team is 6-2. Everyone else has 7-1, or in one case 8-0. But yeah, Phantom gets it with a 20 differential. We saw that team. We saw three straight wins out of Swagachu, who did lose to Phantom for that 2 seed earlier in the thing. Took 3 straight wins to get to the 2 seed. Mr. Grimes and Vish City, after losing week 1 and losing week 7, is taking a 3rd spot with a lot of close matches. Cinderace at 5-3. High at 5-3. We saw him take down Stormtide. Jellicent and Joyer, we saw that clinch in week 7, but also picked up a win in week 8 to get that 6th seed. Deadpants, even though took a couple losses at the end, had such a good start, got into the 7th seed just by start alone. Stormtide, of course, we saw that win week 8. That clinched it, because if Stormtide had lost, it would have been 3-5, would have been out of the playoffs. Unfortunately for Froggerman, though, here at the 11th spot, he needed Stormtide to lose because the other 2 lost. And if Stormtide had lost, Froggerman would have taken that 10th spot. Instead, it's going to be KawaiiPotato in the 9 seed, and DTN, who did take the loss to Stormtide, in the 10 seed. So yeah, it was a pretty big deal. DTN could have knocked out. DTN was basically locked into their own playoffs berth, but they could have taken down Stormtide to jump up into the 8th seed and bring Froggerman in instead of Stormtide. Instead, Stormtide clings onto it and keeps on to the 8th seed. Very well done there. Very well done there. All right. So, trust me, now we're... Ooh, my goodness. This started at 2 p.m. It is 5:18. Woo. Because we still got a lot more to go. Good God. All right. Next up on our list, we have the Doom Division. Doom Division in this extravaganza. Doom Division only has 5 matches because there wasn't as much super intriguing things. There was some good matches, but the thing is, there was not a ton of people winning like last-second matches to get in. There wasn't a huge comeback story or something like that. The big thing that we're going to focus on in this, and this was something that was suggested. I got suggested Fox Hunter. Not that they were not a specific match with Fox Hunter. I just got suggested Fox Hunter because people love how he plays. But in this situation, we're going to look at in this situation we're going to cover our top 3 seeds, because there's not really any big things that I was looking at, but I wanted to show off the top 3 seeds because this is going to be a really close battle in the playoffs between these 3. First, we're going to start with Hotrodtoaster. Hotrodtoaster, this was a let's see here. Yeah, this was the week 8 matchup for this was the week 5 matchup between DelphineSquared and Hotrodtoaster. At the time, DelphineSquared was fighting for the number 1 seed with Hotrod. This was a big matchup, and yeah, sorry, obviously I've spoiled it a little bit, but here we go. You're looking at it in this division. Hotrod is the current 1 seed. I mean, you already saw that he won, but Hotrod is our 1 seed. Looking at Fortress as your Terra captain. A lot of Terra captains tend to be a lot more offensive, but it's cool to see a defensive Terra here. Very defensively focused team here. Obviously does have the Rain build in the middle here of Pelipper, Archaludon, Overquill, Kingdra, Barrascuda, but also has the Ferrothorn, Wellspring, and Fortress, and Swampert Mega. This could be a very bulky team as well. Also, it's a Titan in the end there. On the other hand, in DelphineSquared, we have Braviary, Palafin, Kyurem, Ogerhwan, Hearthflame, and Ursaluna. So let's get right into this battle. Alright, here we go. Fortress gets led off. Here comes the Mystical Fire. It's going to be sturdy, so it's going to go down to 1 HP. It's going to have a special attack drop. Doesn't matter. Stealth Rock comes up. But its leftovers aren't going to do much. The Hyper Voice is going to be enough to take down the Fortress. It's a quick 6-5 for Delphine. Gets the Rain up, and the Hyper Voice is going to take it down, 6-4. However, Rain is up, now Swampert can go with the Rain team. It's going to be a Swift Swim, and there goes the Liquidation. Mega Swampert now has a chance to sweep. Braviary is going to come in. Can Braviary survive this? It's going to be Terra Grass. Liquidation's going to come in. It's going to resist it. Terra Blast comes out, and that's going to be enough to take down the Swampert. It's going to be a very quick, hard-hitting matchup here. Ogerhwan Hearthspring comes in. It's going to take down the Braviary. It's a 3-4 game right now. DelphineSquared still in the lead. Here we go. Jolteon comes in with the Thunder in the Rain, 100% accurate. It's going to hit. Ivy Cudgel, though, going to finish it off. All right. Kyurem's coming in. It's a 3-3 matchup. Kyurem with the Freeze Strike can take this out in 1 shot. There it goes. All right. This is a really quick matchup. Here comes Overquill. Overquill comes in. Driftblim's going to come in to match it. I don't know if that was the right choice, but Crunch is going to come in. That's going to take down the Driftblim. Driftblim goes down. All right. Now it's Bronzong and the Kyurem. Crunch comes in. That's going to be big damage. There goes Bronzong. It's 1v2. For the first time, Hotrodtoaster has a Pokemon lead. Kyurem takes more damage from the rocks. It's up 51%. Earth Power comes in, and there it goes. Now, it's finally down to this. Archaludon versus the Kyurem. Archaludon takes big damage from the Earth Power, but it's not enough because a Flash Cannon comes in to take it down. And there you go. 12 turns. Hot Rod takes a quick win, and it was Rain set up to perfection. Basically, get in, die once you've done your job. It's basically get in, do your job, die, and that's how Hot Rod's able to sweep through this matchup in 12 turns. 11 Pokemon go down in 12 turns. What a quick battle. Moving in next, though, we have a second matchup I'm going to show off. This one is Scepterbird versus Night Celestial. Scepterbird is our 2 seed. So I want to show off this other one. Scepterbird is, let's see here. Scepterbird rocking that Zygarde 10%. Also with the Sneasler and the Tornadus. Sneasler, of course, being everyone's favorite bullshit mon. And then on the other hand, we have Night Celestial rocking with the Tyrantrum, Mawile Mega, and Great Tusk. One of the scarier physical attacking cores I've ever seen. Also with that Scizor in there. So let's get right into it. Here we go. It's going to lead in. It's Thundurus versus Aegislash, and the Wild Storm shows up immediately, gets big damage on the Aegislash, but the Toxic comes out on the other side. Here we go, into the Mawile. Mawile, ooh, mistake on planning. Remember, for all you who use Mawile in the future, Mawile, the regular form, has Intimidate. Use it, because until you Mega Evolve, you can always use less, you can always use less physical damage coming from the other side. As such, though, Mawile is still going to have a good chance because these Scalds are coming in, no burns are coming in, and the Sucker Punch is going to do it with the 2 times attack. Here we go. Can Mawile pick up a kill? You'd think, ooh, it doesn't go for the Sucker Punch. I would have gone for Sucker Punch there because you got to remember that no matter how much resist there is, Mawile just has as much damage. The sun comes up, though. Sunny Day Thundurus makes the Blizzard miss, and now Walking Wake comes up in the sun, manually set. It has the Photosynthesis speed. It has the Flamethrower boost. It is enough to take down the Aegis Slash, and now it is 5-6. Night Celestial has the lead over Scepterbird. Scepterbird sets up the snow, though, with Ninetales. Freeze Strike comes in. That's going to take down Walking Wake, and now it's a 4-4 game. Thunderous going to come back in, probably to set up that sun again. It does, but the Freeze Dry comes in, does huge damage, and now Thunderous is about 1 to 2 Toxic turns away. Jirachi comes in, Wild Bolt Storm's going to hit for 31%, but that Toxic is going to take down Thunderous. It is a 4-3 game. Tyrantrum comes in, it takes a Dragon Dance. Can it survive? Iron Defense comes up against the Jirachi. That big, Jirachi can live. Fire Fang, though, comes through and takes it down. Rocky Helmet does not matter. Tyrantrum takes down the Jirachi with the Fire Fang. Now Sneasler comes in, Fake Out, hits. It's a normal gem Fake Out, so now it's Unburdened boosted. Alright, Close Combat comes in, and that's going to take down Tyrantrum. Sneasler outspeeds everything at this point. Great Tusk is going to come in. It's going to boost its speed. Does not matter because the Unburden on Sneasler due to the Fake Out setting off the normal gem does not live, though, because that's only going to do 40%, and the Earthquake's going to take it down. Ninetales comes in. Blizzard's going to take down the Great Tusk. 2v1 game. Here comes Mismagius. Can Mismagius take down Ninetales? The Blizzard's going to hit for about 45%, but a Trick Room gets set up. Trick Room's going to get set up, and now Mismagius probably plays better than the other two. Shadow Ball comes in on the Zygarde switch in. Shadow Ball's going to be able to take down the Zygarde, and now it's a 1v1. 1v1 between a likely Choice Scarf Ninetales and the Mismagius in the Trick Room. Mismagius is going to get big damage. It's going to get hit back. It's only at 9%. One last turn of Trick Room. Can this hit and kill? It doesn't. 7% left. Ninetales takes it down. Doesn't miss the Blizzard. And that's your shaking win for Scepterbird. Ooh, what a match. What a match, back and forth. And I think this is the thing. If you haven't watched a lot of Doom Division matchups, I suggest you do. The Doom Division saw what the other divisions have been doing with more stall and more balanced defensive teams and said, nope, screw that. We're killing as many Pokemon as fast as possible. So yeah, but big matchup here, and Scepterbird barely hangs on. What a close matchup. And this is your 2 seed. Scepterbird looking to hopefully take down a lot to come into playoffs and make a name for himself here. And if he can hold on to these close wins, then he could do just that. Now, finally, we got 3 games. In all 3 of these games, we are going to be focusing on the 3 seed, but my personal favorite, and that will be Fox Hunter. Fox Hunter, or Fox, rocking the Terra Zebstrika, rocking Tinglu, Corviknight, Latios, and Lopunny Mega, along with Mimikyu, Torkoal, Rotom Wash, Tauros, Blaze, Brambleghast, and Copperajah. Gotta bring them all up because Fox Hunter, everyone is loving Fox Hunter. Fox Hunter had quite possibly the worst start you could ever have, with in week 1 going down to a 6-0 sweep. So started off at the very bottom of the division with a 0-1 record and -6. However, since then, started winning quite a bit. Came up to this really hype matchup between Fox Hunter and Hotrodtoaster. Hotrodtoaster, of course, being the 1 seed and looking for that perfect season possibly. This is in week 6. So Hot Rod is 5-0. Fox Hunter is 4-1. Let's get into it. Here we go. That Rain team is there on the other side, and you can see it very much with different but the same sweepers. It's going to be an immediate setup of that. It's going to be immediate setup of that Rain, and immediately into the Ferrothorn. Knockoff comes into the Brambleghast and is going to remove its leftovers. Big damage coming out on both sides. Poltergeist going to hit into the Ferrothorn, only going to do about 25%. Gyro Ball going to do 50%. Brambleghast not much left. It's going to use a Poltergeist, and it's going to attack with the Rocky Helmet, but it's not enough. Brambleghast goes down, 6-5 lead for Hotrodtoaster. Lopunny going to come in, it's going to Mega Evolve, and it's going to U-turn. It's going to take damage from the Rocky Helmet and the Iron Bars, but same difference. Goes into Zebstrika. Zebstrika with that Terra Ghost into the Swampert. Goes back into Corviknight to avoid the ground damage. Swampert now is up, and Swampert is going in a way that we've seen in the last matchup when he was starting to sweep. Fortress is going to come in on the flip turn, though. U-turn going to come out from Corviknight. Just needs to live these first couple hits. Zebstrika is going to come in. Ooh, it's a Terra Dragon. Terra Ghost. Terra Blast comes in for 70%. Volt Switch tries to come out, but it's a Motor Drive. It's not Sap Sipper, it's Motor Drive. And now with 1.5 speed, Zebstrika, which has the ability to either avoid grass attacks or electric attacks, chose the electric attacks for good reason. It now outspeeds most of everything except for these Swift Swimmers in the rain. Terra Blast is going to come in, do a bunch of damage. Ting Lu now going to come in, dropping special attack. Liquidation is going to hit for 84% because even though Ting Lu is very bulky, these are rain boosted attackers. Protect's going to come out, just stalling out that rain. Liquidation's going to come in. But now, alright, it's going to be another Protect. It's going to be fail. There goes Ting Lu. Ting Lu goes down to the Filet-O-Fish. But the rain is still up for 3 more turns. Liquidation comes out, and that's going to take down Corviknight. It's a 3-4 match. Hotrodtoaster retains the lead. Latios comes in. Latios with the Luster Purge hits for 73% onto the Swampert. Swampert hits it out for 67%. Here comes Kingdra. Luster Purge is going to do 86%. But unfortunately, the rain is going to run out at the perfect time for Fox Hunter. There goes Kingdra. 3v3 matchup. Pelipper is going to set up the rain. It's going to go down to Luster Purge. Now we have 2 Swift Swimmers versus the remaining 3. Barraskewda is going to come in. Barraskewda with the Crunch is going to do enough. Crunch is also super effective onto the Zebstrika, so Lopunny Mega needs to take this out. Swampert's going to come in instead, though. Return comes out. There goes Swampert. Now, can Lopunny take down... Oh, it's going to switch into it. Liquidation comes out, just showing what move it is. All right, Lopunny versus Barraskewda. Barraskewda is going to outspeed, but the Fake Out comes in. Fake Out is going to go down. We're going to take down the Barraskewda. 1-0 win. Fox Hunter takes down the 1 seed, ends the perfect season possibility for Hotrodtoaster. Huge game. Huge game. And this was probably one of the most hype games with how dangerous this Hot Rod team is with the rain. Fox Hunter being able to navigate through, stall when needed, and taking it down. Big plays. Now, here we go. On to week 8. Fox Hunter looking to try to go from 0-1 -6 to 7-1 with a chance at, mainly at the 2 seed. Hot Rod had been sweeping so easily that at this point, we got Fox Hunter just hunting for that 2 seed possibly, but also looking at the 3 seed. Here we go versus TDA Games, looking for a 7-game win streak after going 0-1 with -6. Here we go. If we're looking at TDA is rocking with Flygon. This is the Talon Anderson. Big damage. Here we go. All right, here we go. We've got the lead of the Latios versus the Electros. It's going to be immediate flip turn into the Ting Lu. Ting Lu's going to avoid any electric attacks. The Thunder Wave comes out, but it is immune. All right, Ting Lu coming in, going to start to slow it down a little bit, make Rillaboom force Rillaboom out. Payback's going to come in, but that's not going to do too much. All right, Zebstrika comes in. Woodhammer, it is Sap Sipper, and this is what I meant. You can either avoid electric attacks or can avoid grass attacks, and there's that Sap Sipper. Overheat's going to come out, only do about 23% to the Flygon. Reveals the overheat. It's going to switch into the Corviknight now. Dragon Dance has come out from the Flygon. We saw how that could be. Flygon can be pretty dangerous. So this Terra Flask comes out. It's going to do 67%. U-Turn's going to come out. Now Flygon up with Terra and a Dragon Dance. Can Flygon drop a Draco? No! Latios drops a Draco first. It's still out of speed because it is a Scarf Latios. And there goes Flygon. Alright. Here we go. It is a Dark Pulse out of it, but it's not going to do much against Ting Lu. Now Rillaboom's going to come in. Let's see what happens. Body Press comes in. It's going to do about 21%. It's going to be about 80 to 95. All right, Zebstrika is going to come in on the knockoff. There goes Zebstrika. Much better choice of move out of the Rillaboom. Zebstrika goes down. Now Lopunny comes in. Hawlucha is going to come in to match it. It's going to get a Grassy Seed. It's going to be Unburden boosted. It's a U-turn in from the Lopunny. Comes into Mimikyu now. Mimikyu does have its disguise up. Oh, this is a dangerous move. Yeah, Hawlucha now has the acrobatics boost, but the disguise is going to avoid it, and as so long as Player F doesn't miss, it's fine. Oh, the red card comes out. The red card comes out. We're moving the Unburden for the game. We're moving the Swords Dance, all of that. Player F is going to keep chunking into the Rillaboom. It's going to take the Mimikyu with the Woodhammer, but it's go down to its own red health. Electros is going to come out, going to take 25% from the U-turn, as now Latios comes in against Electros. Leftovers on the Electros. Now it's going to go into Ting Lu on a double switch. Thunder Wave again blocked by the Ting Lu. Here we go. Fox Hunter needs to get through this Pokemon. Payback comes in, but it's enough to make that substitute go away. Big damage, enough for that. Payback's gonna come in and hit for another 11% onto the Darkrai. Darkrai has a lot of threats. Alright, Hawlucha comes in, but Body Press comes in. It's only gonna leave it on 10%. Can Close Combat take it out? No, it's only gonna do 59%. Ting Lu is gonna come in with the payback, and that's gonna be enough to take down Hawlucha. Hawlucha goes down into 4-4 game. Rillaboom now. Rillaboom going to come in 6%. It's going to switch in. Is it a Wood Hammer? No, it's a Grassy Glide. It's only going to do 8%. Is it a Rocky Helmet? Yes, it is. Corviknight takes it down with the Rocky Helmet. It's a 4-3. Fox Hunter takes the lead. Dark Pulse comes in to revenge kill this Corviknight. But now, who comes in? It's going to probably be, yep, it's that Lopunny Mega. It comes in, takes down the Darkrai again. Another revenge with the close combat. It's a 3-2 game. Fox Hunter takes the lead again. U-turn comes in. It's going to do a lot of damage into the Electros. Ting Lu's going to come in to avoid anything. It's going to be Coil on the Electros, revealing a physical set. +1 on attack and defense. Fire Punch. It's going to come in. It's a crit, but not enough. It's going to do 25% back with the payback. Fire Punch could kill with another crit, but it's not going to. And Payback's going to finish off the Electros. Now it's just Chandelure versus the world. Chandelure of Energy Ball is going to take down the Ting Lu. Can Latios take this down with its Scarf thing? It's Luster Purge at 71%. Can Chandelure come back with a Shadow Ball? It will not be able to. That's your game. And Fox Hunter goes from about the worst start you could have week 1 to going 7-1, becoming the 3 seed. What a turnaround. I love this Fox Hunter team. I think that if anyone's going to take down this Rain team by Hotrodtoaster in playoffs, it's going to be Fox Hunter. And this is a team to watch in the playoffs. Very well played by Fox Hunter. And now finally, before we go over like stuff and move on from Doom Division, let's get into one last game for Jax, who had gone previously 0-7. Let's go for the 8th seed. Look for a chance to get a win on the season. Here we go. Oh yeah, also before we do this, let's just quickly go over here to, first of all, we've got Time Vault and Jax. Time Vault is rocking with, let's see here, where is that? Yeah, Time Vault's rocking with the Terra Galvantula. We don't often see a lot of Terra Galvantulas. A lot of times in a lot of divisions, we've seen Galvantulas as just a late round pickup for their sticky webs and for their speed plus thunder with compound eyes. But in this case, it is their Terra Captain, which is pretty cool. On the other hand, we have Jax, who is rocking with the Terra Tauros, Cantonian Tauros, along with the Gallade Mega Dragonite Primarina. And on this end, we have Garchomp, Urshifu, and Lycanroc. So let's get into it. Jax looking for his first win of the season in week 8, looking just not to go over 8. Alright, the taunt is going to come into the Urshifu, but unfortunately Urshifu is very much looking to attack anyway. He's going to get poison on the poison. He's going to get poison on the poison jab, doing a lot of damage to that Grimmsnarl. He's going to set up Reflect right before it goes down, so now that physical attack is going to be stifled for the next few turns. Urshifu low because of the Spirit Break. Here comes Ceruledge. Mega Gallade comes out. It's going to Sword Stance behind the Reflect. It has some time to survive. Poison Jab's going to come out. Weak Armor though is going to set up. It's going to be double the speed for the Ceruledge, and now it's in a dangerous spot. Shadow Sneak's going to take down the Gallade, and now it's 6-4. Time Vault in the lead. Garchomp's going to come in. Spikes are going to come up from Sandy Shocks. Talonflame's going to come in to avoid the Earthquake. But Stealth Rocks instead is going to be set up by Garchomp. Will-O-Wisp is going to land onto the Garchomp. Garchomp can't do much damage, but it is more of a setup Garchomp anyway. U-Turn's going to come out. It's a Rough Skin's going to do some damage back to Talonflame and the Rocky Helmet. So it's a more defensively focused Garchomp for sure. Alright, setting up more hazards. Bisharp comes in. Bisharp is going to take 34 from the Earthquake, but with the burn, he's able to set up the Sword Stance. I don't know. Sword Stance is risky though because now he's within 15%, and with the Rough Skin, yep, it's a greed. It's a greed from the Sword Stance, but Sucker Punch comes out to take down Garchomp. Fortunately though, the Rough Skin plus Rocky Helmet is going to take down Bisharp. It is 5-3. Jax is not looking too great right now, but Tauros is going to come out facing off against the Urshifu. What Terra is? It is Terra Normal Body Slam. It outspeeds with a Choice Scarf, and there goes Urshifu. Aggron's going to come in. Aggron is going to be that Mega Aggron. Can he outstall the wall or can he outdamage the wall? Let's see. Close Combat's going to come and do big damage. Body Press, though, is going to take out the Tauros. The 4-2 lead. Sandy Shock's going to come in, but it is heavy-duty boots on the Sandy Shocks, and it's going to get Earth Power. It's going to take out Aggron. It's going to be 3-2. Lycanroc comes out. Lycanroc with Drill Run's going to do big damage in that Sandy Shocks, but Earth Power can come back and take down the Lycanroc. Can Sandy Shocks outspeed both the Galvantula and the Cerulege? Let's find out. Terra Ghost on the Galvantula. Bug Buzz is going to take down Sandy Shocks. It's going to be Talonflame versus the World. Talonflame does have the heavy duty boots to get the roost off. It's going to land to remove its flying type. Thunder comes around and it only does 56% because it loses the flying type. Roost is like okay, and if a Thunder misses, so it is unlikely because of the compound eyes, Talonflame has a chance here, but it's a losing battle at the moment. Sticky Web comes up, but that's a bad move! And there goes the Brave Bird, critical hit. There goes Galvantula. It's a 1v1 Cerulege versus Talonflame. Cerulege, of course, has the weak armor ability. Roost lands, and that does not activate the Sticky Web. It's not how that works. Poltergeist comes out, does 65%. Shadow Sneak goes down to 10%, but 60% now for the Roost. I don't know why there's so many Roosts. The Brave Bird comes out. Cerulege goes down. Talonflame comes. Jaxpax takes the comeback and wins their final game of the series. They get their first win on the season. Congratulations. What a match. And I think it all came down to just that choice to use Sticky Web was just a misplay by Time Vault and allowed Jaxpax to really just turn around and start getting through with that final Mon. So amazing moves here from Jaxpax to get their first win. Good for them. Now let's look at our standings. Yeah, and I believe Sadie, you were mentioning this, barely sneaking into playoffs. Yeah, if you had won week 8 to clinch your playoffs, I would have covered that, honestly. But just everyone who clinched their playoffs on the final day, all of you lost on all of you, like all the bottom seeds lost on the final day, and everyone else was already clinched. So like it was just kind of hard to choose a choice there. But yeah. Looking at it, we have in first place, 7-1 with a plus 27 differential is Hotrodtoaster. Second place, Scepterbird with that 16. Fox Hunter with the plus 11. Timmy with the plus 14, but 5-3. And interestingly, we have no 6-2 teams. It's just 3 7-1 teams, 5 5-3 teams, and 2 4-4 teams. So it'll be interesting to see how these go. It is going to be tough for those out of the top 3 seeds, I think, to be able to win all the way. But hey, stranger things can happen. Stranger things can happen. I'd be interested in seeing it. But it's interesting. We see a lot of... I'd look at Wolfpack, for instance. Wolfpack looks to be on a bit of a hot streak coming into these. Also, this is also another good thing to mention. We had a lot of... Towards the end, we had Wiglet die for a little bit, and because of that, we have a lot of missing games in here, so I also couldn't pull some of them. So we had a couple that were in, but also we had lots that we started to lose some battles just because of Wiglet being dead. So it's tough. But this should be a good division. This will be a fun division to watch. If Hot Rod goes down, then all out chaos will ensue, and I'm kind of looking forward to that. All right. So next, let's see here. You know, the crazy thing is we still have 4 of these left. Granted, I don't have a ton. I will bring this up already. I did not add a ton for the VGCs just because VGC's Nightmare Division did not have all their battles done. It's kind of a mess over there. Also, a lot of the VGC stuff from the later weeks got lost. So we're not doing a ton of VGC. We're not doing a ton of VGC. But on to... Yeah. Okay. Ooh, okay, though. That'll be fun, looking at Zerk sweeps and trying to take down Blind Fangs. We'll cover it at the end. We'll cover playoff matchups. But I hope, yeah, I want to see chaos. Honestly, let's be honest, I'm in the Clangorous division, and I lost. I'm out of the playoffs. I took 12th place in that division. So I'll be honest, I'm here for chaos. I'm here for chaos and good matchups. So we'll have a couple matches from VGC, but that's about it. Now, moving on into the Inferno division. Inferno, we've got Inferno division. We have our first match here will be so far ahead, which is Mr. Monkey versus Poison Healing. Poison Healing ends up being our 1 seed, but this was a big match between Mr. Monkey and Poison Healing. So let's get right into it. Before we go, though, let me just remind. All right, Poison Healing rocking that Terra Espeon with the Meowscarada, Gouging Fire, and Iron Treads. And on the other hand, we have what was it? Mr. Monkey here with Tapu Koko, Urshifu Rapid Strike. Interesting. The only Iron Pokemon we see in here is Iron Jugulis, but also the Flygon Terra. So let's get right into it. All right. Alright, Tapu Koko immediately gets the U-turn out on the Terra Ghost Espeon. Terra Ghost is revealed. Shadow Ball comes into the Metagross. Does it activate a weakness policy? No, it doesn't. Now Urshifu Rapid Strike comes in on another Shadow Ball. It's going to be crit. It's going to do 62%. Uxi's going to switch out into the Urshifu. Surging Strikes can come out only 11%, 11%, only 33% overall for the Uxie. Now Metagross is going to come back in. It's a Psychic Noise. It's not going to allow Metagross to heal, though I don't think Metagross can really heal. Foul Play is going to come in. It leaves Metagross on 2%, and the Meteor Mash misses. Big miss. Unfortunate for Mr. Monkey. U-turn's going to come in, take down the Metagross. It is a 6-5 game. Poison Healing up ahead. Alright, Sword Stance comes out from Ogerpon. Will-O-Wisp, though, out of Rotom Wash, starts to do it. Oh, but it's a Lumberry Ogerpon. That's a big Lumberry on the Ogerpon, and the Ivy Cudgel comes out. This is a thing that people, I think, kind of miss about Ogerpon with the grass form. People forget that it doesn't have to hold its mask, and so that Lumberry can come in under the radar. It's pretty good. Now, Ogerpon was stopping Tantrum. Does it have enough? It's not enough to take down the Gouging Fire. The Flare Blitz comes in. Ogerpon goes down, but the Gouging Fire goes down from the recoil. So now it's a 4-4 matchup. Tapu Koko comes in against the Espeon. Here we go. Importantly, though, with that Ogerpon losing, that is kind of a win for Poison Healing because now Rotom Wash doesn't have any stab that is weak to. Thunderbolt comes in. Shadow Ball is going to come in to replace it, but now Tapu Koko can take down the Espeon unless it switches out. Iron Treads is going to come in, a good combo, and Iron Treads actually gets a boost from this electric terrain. Now Donphan's going to come in. It's normal Donphan versus future Donphan. Knockoff comes out, removing the heavy duty boots. Alright, Espeon comes up. Knockoff comes into it. It's going to be the Colbur Berry, though, and it's going to live on 6%. Ice Shard comes in. It finishes off the Espeon, though. Good moves by Donphan to keep alive. Donphan's going to switch out, though, on the Rotom Wash. Hydro Pump coming in. Urshifu's going to live it on 13, but it's not going to live another one. Drain Punch comes in for 33%. 26. Volt Switch comes in. That's super effective. There goes Urshifu. 3-3 matchup. Meowscarada comes in. Tapu Koko comes in, though. Tapu Koko can outspeed. It does outspeed, and that's a critical hit. U-turn, and there goes Meowscarada. It takes the lead. Flygon comes in. Rotom Wash needs a good move here. Tapu Koko's going to come back in on the Will-O-Wisp. Thunderbolt has a chance. It is more specially attacking or mixed attacker. Iron Treads is going to come in. What's going to be the move? Grass Knot comes in. It's going to be 47% onto the Iron Treads. Big damage. Now Donphan's going to come in on the Iron Treads. Earthquake's only going to do about a quarter. Donphan at 50%. Rotom Wash is going to come in. Knockoff hits. It's going to remove the Rindo Berry, revealing that it had stuff for that Ogerpon after all. Higher Pump's going to finish off the Donphan, but now Tapu Koko's going to come in to reset the electric terrain. Iron Treads will come in to now abuse that electric terrain for the rest of the match. Grass Knot's going to come in. It's only going to do 7%. Only leave it on 7, but now the Citrus Berry heals it up to 32. It still outspeeds after the Quark Drive, and there's the Grass Knot. Tapu Koko takes it down. It's Rotom and Rotom alone. Grass Knot's only going to do 11%, but the Hydro Pump's going to take out Tapu Koko. 1v1. And it's the final turn. Flygon versus Rotom. The Dragon Claw is going to come in. Rotom goes down. And there's the win for So Far Ahead. Poison Healing loses their chance at the perfect season, and a big upset from Mr. Monkey, who doesn't, I believe, end up even making the playoffs. Interestingly, so a big upset here as one of the people who doesn't even make the playoffs is the only one to get a win on the #1 seed in Inferno. All right, next we are going to cover Kiavo versus Epicnathan. Kiavo, we're covering here for this is a week 5 matchup between two people towards, this is a week 5 matchup. Kiavo is down to the bottom, but we're looking at first win, so a bit spoiler alert, but let's get into it. It's going to be the Hoopa, and on the other hand, the Belly Bolt. So that's really interesting. If we look at these teams a little more, yeah. Kiavo with the Hoopa, Sneasler, Dragonite, Excadrill, and on the other hand, we have Epicnathan with the Belly Bolt, Greninja, Landorus, Latios. So let's get right into here. God, the Lycanroc does have a really nice shiny, I will say. But there's the immediate Volt Switch and Stealth Rocks. Stealth Rocks are set up on Epicnathan's side, doing the job there, but the super effective Water Shuriken is going to take it down. No, it won't. It's only 2 hits instead of the possible 3, as Cellarrock's going to hit. And now, Water Shuriken will finish it off, but more damage comes into that Greninja than Epicnathan was hoping. It's the Battle Bond, though. The Battle Bond gets boosted, and now Greninja with +1 in all of its attacking stats and its speed. The Gunk Shot misses. big miss, and the Aurora Veil is able to be set up. Gunk Shot's going to hit, but it's only going to do 42%. It gets the poison that would have killed had it not been under Aurora Veil. Moonblast takes down the Battle Bond Greninja. It's a 5-5 matchup. Bellibolt is now in the field. Toxic comes into the Bellibolt to not set up the Electromorphous. Alright, Aurorus gets in. Alright, here we go. Into the Dragonite. Can Dragonite get set up? The Volt Switch is going to hit, but the Multi-Scale is broken, and it's only going to do 6% because of it. Alright, Dragonite gets the Dragon Dance. It's going to get its first Dragon Dance. Will-O-Wisp comes out, though, and it's going to burn it, which means a lot more Dragon Dances are going to be needed to do a lot of damage. Dragon Dance 2 is going to come up to neutralize the burn. Hex is going to come out. It's going to do 22% because it's boosted to 130 power right now. Outrage is going to come in. It's going to be a crit for 61%, which means it will kill next turn. And it's going to become Mummy instead of Multi-Scale. It does not matter. Hex is going to do another 22%. And because of the Rocky Helmet, this will kill the Dragonite. There goes Cofagrigus, but there goes Dragonite on the Rocky Helmet damage. Alright, it's a 4-4 matchup. Ninetales is coming in. Latios is coming in. Ninetales is going to reset the snow. Will it be able to reset the Aurora Veil? No, it will not. Latios with the Luster Purge is going to take it down. Now here comes Hoopa. Hoopa comes in. Mandibuzz comes in to face Hoopa. Shadow Ball comes in. It's not going to do much. It's going to do about 20%. Now, what will Hoopa do? It's going to switch out into the Porygon Z. Roost is going to come out from Mandibuzz to get back to 100%. Porygon Z, what moves does it have? It has the Ice Beam. It's going to do about 58%. U-Turn's going to come out from the Mandibuzz. It's going to go into the Latios. Now, does Latios outspeed and kill? Draco Meteor is going to come in. It's going to kill the Porygon Z. Kiavo is down 4-2. Hoopa's going to come in. It's going to scare out the Latios again. Landorus is going to come in. It's a Terra fighting Hoopa with a Terra Blast. It's only going to do 32%. Now Durant's going to come in. Earth Power comes into Durant. It's on its Focus Sash, and it's going to go down to 1 HP. However, Bellibolt's going to have to come in, fearing that first impression. The Stone Edge misses. Big miss from the Stone Edge. It's a Hustle Stone Edge. It's going to be Iron Head. Does it flinch? It doesn't matter. Rocky Helmet goes down. It does flinch, but Rocky Helmet makes it go down. It's Hoopa versus the world. Here we go. Shadow Ball from Hoopa is going to take down the Bellibolt. Now, Landorus is going to come in. Can a Shadow Ball take it down here? Shadow Ball is going to go down Landorus. Here we go. Hoopa with 100% health. It's only 17%. Can it take it down? There goes the Mandibuzz. That's 3 kills for the Hoopa. Now, Latios comes in. Will Hoopa have enough? Luster Purge is going to hit for big damage, but it lives. And there comes the Shadow Ball. There goes the Latios. It's a reverse sweep, and Hoopa against the world, and Hoopa wins. With 7% left, and Kiavo picks up their first win of the season. Big moves. Now, moving on to our next battle. Kiavo, I will say, because we're not going to be showing the other one, Kiavo ends up winning back-to-back games, which is really nice, really cool. In fact, that makes it so that, we'll bring this up at the end, Inferno Division was the only division in which everyone won at least 2 games. So that's kind of neat. Now, let's get into some interesting battles. Let's get into some more interesting battles for playoffs. All right, here we go. Kaneki versus Drippin' Sauce. This is... Kaneki versus Drippin' Sauce is going to be a close matchup. This is a playoff standings battle. Both of them are pretty much similar in the standings, but they're looking to jump each other in the possible seeding. So let's get into it. On Drippin' Sauce's side, we have the Tyrantrum. Looking on it here, we have Tyrantrum, Scizor Mega, Darkrai, and the Ursaluna Blood Moon. On the other hand, we have on the Green Mean team, which is Kaneki, we have the Terra Frostlass along with let's see here. Kaneki. There it is. Frostlass, Landorus, Therian, Tapu Lele, and Baxcalibur with Ogerpon and Wellspring as well. Now, going into it. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, Darmanitan we're going to see lead off against Drippin' Sauce. First, Darmanitan, not Galarian, we've seen. U-Turn's going to come out into the Aerodactyl switch in, which is going to go into the Tyrantrum. It's going now into the Landorus Therian to intimidate the Tyrantrum. Tyrantrum's going to be Terra Fairy and reveal the Stealth Rocks. Alright, Stealth Rocks coming out from Landorus. Head Smash is going to miss. A big miss on the Head Smash. Earth Power is going to come back in. It's going to do about 44%. But another miss on the Head Smash. Back-to-back misses on the Head Smash. It's big bad start for Drippin' Sauce. Now going into Scizor. Scizor is also going to take that Earth Power, going down to about 50%, but does have that possible Roost. Taunt's going to come out from Scizor to prevent said Roost, and there's the prevention of the Roost. Big moves by Landorus Therian, putting a lot of offensive pressure on right now. Earth Power going to do another 40%, so now Darkrai in danger of getting taken down, but Darkrai's going to come in, it's going to Ice Beam, and there goes the Aerodactyl. It's going to be a 5-6, and Drippin' Sauce picks up the first kill. Now, Tapu Lele comes in. Another Ice Beam coming out. Dark Ray, probably some sort of choice. Moonblast come in. Dark Ray's going to go down. It's 5-5. Tapu Lele down at 60%. Tapu Bulu's going to come in. It's setting up its own terrain of Grassy Surge. Lander Asterian's going to come in and intimidate Tapu Bulu. But Tapu Bulu's going to immediately switch out, so it doesn't matter. Darmanitan comes in and has a chance to do some big stuff. U-Turn's going to come in and only do 11%. Tapu Bulu coming back out on a possible switch. Nope, Earth Power. It's going to only do 16% because it predicts the Earth Power. Now Ursaluna Blood Moon comes in. U-Turn out. Ursaluna Blood Moon now in a pretty good spot, except for Frostlass coming in. Though Ursaluna has the ability Mind's Eye, which allows it to hit the Frostlass, even though it's a Ghost type, with normal type moves. Good to bring up. A Mega Scizor instead is going to come in. Taunt's going to come in to prevent it from roosting, and it's going to be blocked again. Drippin' Sauce been blocked from the roost multiple times. Now Lander Asterian's going to come in, get the Intimidate off onto the Scizor, so it can't do as much damage. Bullet Punch only going to do about 18%. Tapu Bulu instead going to come in, going to take more damage from the spikes and the rocks. Now, Earth Power is going to hit for another thing. Now Tapu Bulu is kind of forced to stay in, unfortunately, because Tapu Bulu cannot switch out and come back in with all the hazards up. It's going to be Rocky Helmet on it, revealed to the Landorus. But now Horn Leech is going to hit. That's a crit, and it takes down the Tapu Lele. Tapu Bulu stays alive, is now back at 38%. Hawlucha comes in. Hawlucha is going to get the Psychic Seed on Burden Boost. Sword Stance comes up. Let's see what it can do. Nature's Madness drops it down to 44%. But Stone Edge comes in, that's going to take down the Tapu Bulu. Is there a way for Drippin to take this down? It's going to take a lot of damage. See here. Bullet Punch comes in. Psychic, yeah, because Hawlucha's a flying type, it doesn't matter. So it takes a lot of damage, but it still stays alive. Tyrantrum comes in. Tyrantrum's probably going to die unless it can... Yep, there it goes. Tyrantrum goes down. Hawlucha is on a sweep. Ursaluna Blood Moon comes in. See if it can do anything. Vacuum Wave comes out from the Ursaluna, and there goes Hawlucha. People forget that Ursaluna has that Vacuum Wave ability. Here comes Frostlass. Ice Beam's going to hit for big damage, and that's going to take out the Ursaluna. 1v3, Darmanitan's going to come in, takes big damage from the rocks and the spikes. Does it outspeed? It does outspeed. There's the Flare Blitz. Big damage back to itself, though. It's going to go down to 30%. Lander Asterian comes in. It's going to intimidate it. But Dark Raikon still comes through. It's going to use an Eye of Papa Bear. It's 51%, but it still gets taken out by the Darmanitan. He's at 13%, but unfortunately now it's Ogerpon, where unless Darmanitan can sometimes get a kill here, oh, it almost does, but it doesn't matter because the recoil takes it down. Really close match, but Drippin' Sauce does go down, and Kaneki and the Green Mean team does hop them in the standings. Next, we have our battle between Eliminathan and Drippin' Sauce. We saw elimination. We saw Eliminathan against Kiavo in a wire-to-wire 1-0 matchup for Kiavo's first win. Now, Eliminathan from that point in Week 5 won Week 6, 7, and now they're going into Week 8 in this match to try to complete a 3-game winning streak and try to clinch a playoff berth. So, let's get right into it. 3, 2... and we have also seen both these teams before. It's against Drippin' Sauce, we just saw. Very similar team here. And on the other hand, we've seen the Belly Bolt. And we've seen all these things. So 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. So, Landorus goes into an immediate U-turn to get into the Mandibuzz against the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Blood Moon comes out immediately, does big damage, but now Toxic comes out for basically free. Moonblast is going to hit, though, and actually can do similar damage to the Blood Moon. Mandibuzz now on very little health. Vacuum Wave can be enough to finish it off, and Mandibuzz goes down very quick. Quick 6-5 lead for Drippin'. Alright. Sylveon going to come in on the Greninja. Greninja shows off the Surf. Now, can Sylveon get a kill? Nope, Sylveon's just going to protect. Gunk Shot's going to come out, reveals that Greninja is in fact Battle Bond. Greninja is in fact Battle Bond because I did not change him to the Poison type. Now Drippin' can use that information. It's Life Orb Battle Bond. Here comes the Belly Bolt. Alright, Tyrantrum going to come out. Let's see if Drippin' can actually hit some of their Head Smashes this time. Belly Bolt is Terra Fire, so that means that it actually is going to be big. Head Smash comes in 85% on the Landorus Incarnate, and now Scizor is going to come back in. Earth Power coming in from the Landorus. Big damage onto that Scizor, who has never been able to Mega Evolve, but the Bullet Punch is coming, do very little to the Belly Bolt, and the static from Belly Bolt is going to paralyze the Scizor. Tinkaton going to come in on the Sylveon. Big move here. Now Tinkaton has the advantage. Protect's going to come out against Stealth Rock. And now the Gigaton Hammer is still free. Will they use it? Scizor Mega comes in with 23%. Thunder Wave is going to come out, but already paralyzed. That does not matter for Scizor. Belly Bolt's going to come in, but the Roost is going to get off. Scizor does get some of their health back, which is one of the big problems from last week. It was last time against Drippin'. So now, Terra Blast comes in, does barely anything to the Tyrantrum. It's going to switch into the Tinkaton. But it's a head smash coming all the way in. The rock head's going to do nothing in return. But it's going to be 45 damage. The Gigaton here is not going to do much. As the Terra Steel comes out, Earthquake comes in. There is a Shuka Berry, so Tinkaton does survive. Now Scizor Mega can come in. Thunder Wave is going to be blocked. Alright, now, here we go. Belly Bolt's going to come back out. Defog comes out, removing the rocks. Big rock removal. Now Belly Bolt has that evasion, so it's gonna have to get out of there because if it gets put in with minus evasion against Tyrantrum, it's dead. Tinkaton's gonna come in. It's revealed the Gigaton Hammer, so now you have to protect against that. There goes the protection. Belly Bolt's gonna come in again on the Scizor, and it's a paralyze. Oh no, it's not able to roost. Ursaluna Blood Moon's gonna take some damage from the Terra Blast. It's going to take a little more from the Toxic. Alright, here we go. Ursaluna Blood Moon, a chance to fire off a big move. There's the Blood Moon. There goes Tinkaton. It is a 6-4 ball game at the moment. Drip and Sauce still taking the lead. But Greninja comes in, and they're going to have to avoid it because that Surf is going to do big damage. And oh no. Oh, it's outsped. Darkrai, probably Scarfed, gets the Thunderbolt. There goes Greninja. The Battle Bond is avoided. Gardevoir comes out. Sylveon comes in to play it. Mega Gardevoir comes out with the Vacuum Wave, does almost nothing. There to take down the Darkrai. Wish comes out from the Gardevoir. It's going to be a Toxic from the Sylveon. Alright. Now, Hyper Voice comes out. It's going to do about 39%. Hyper Voice comes out in return. It's going to do about 41%. But the Wish comes back, so it doesn't do any damage, really. But the Toxic's starting to build. Here we go. Another Wish. Another Wish from both sides. They're very similar Pokemon at the moment. Alright. Belly Bolt's going to come in on the Hyper Voice. But that Hyper Voice, given that it's been turned into a Fairy move, is going to not do much damage into the Belly Bolt. Belly Bolt now with the type advantage. It's going to get Toxic, and it's going to Toxic in return. A lot of mirror moves here, but Drip and Sauce still up 6-3. Wish is going to come out, but the Volt Switch is going to come out and into the Landorus. Landorus does have access to that Sludge Bomb, so that has to be something that Sylveon's worry about. Going into the Mega Scizor, though, and the U-turn is going to hit, but Scizor is going to be able to heal up. That's going to be a big heal, and Belly Bolt's going to take the lead, but Belly Bolt's going to come in with that Fire type, forcing Sylveon back in. Volt Switch is going to come in, forcing a better switch in. Gardevoir comes in. Let's see what happens here. Alright. Still not a kill yet for Epicnathan. Wish comes up. Gardevoir down to 50%. Belly Bolt coming in. He's going to take the Flare Blitz, but he's going to take it well. It's going to be 31. It's going to be static. Darmanitan gets paralyzed. Big paralysis, and Belly Bolt's back to 100%. Toxic gets it down to 94, though. Alright, Ursaluna Blood Moon going to come in. The Terra Blast is going to bring it down to 10%. Toxic only down to 4%, but Blood Moon has one last turn. He's going to use the Blood Moon. It's going to barely live. Belly Bolt's going to be able to take it down, but Belly Bolt's also going to go down to that Toxic. No, yes, it is. There goes Belly Bolt. It's a 2v5, but one kill has happened for Epicnathan. Gardevoir comes in, so now it's going to be a Vacuum Wave to try to take out the Dark Rabbit. It's not going to work. Gardevoir and the Sylveon. See what happens here. Hyper Voice comes out. It's going to bring it down to 18%. Wish comes out as well. Does it have Protect? If it has Protect, it might be able to do it. Protect comes out. Gardevoir is going to use a Hyper Voice. It goes right. It doesn't go right through. Wish comes up to go back to 61%, but the Toxic's going to keep stacking. But so does the Gardevoir Toxic. Wish comes up from Gardevoir. Gardevoir goes down. It is going to be a 1v5. It's going to be Landorus versus the world. Landorus with an Earth Power. There goes Sylveon. But the Wish is going to come down. Landorus is going to get healed. It's not going to be on so low health. Here comes Darkrai. Darkrai is still going to be outsped by Landorus. Never mind, it was maybe Specs, and Earth Power is going to take it down. Scizor Mega is going to come in with a Bullet Punch. It's going to do 31%, but the Earth Power is going to come out. It's 48%. And Scizor gets paralyzed. That's a big move. Scizor going down to paralysis basically there. And now Tyrantrum in. Tyrantrum is super effectively hit by the Earth Power. There goes that. And now Darmanitan cannot outspeed the Landorus because it is paralyzed, and Landorus pulls the counter sweep down to one Pokemon against 5. Epicnathan turns it around, wins it 1-0, and clinches a playoff berth. What a match. What a huge turnaround for Epicnathan to clinch that playoff berth. And wow, just insane. And yeah. So now, that was week 8. That was the final week, clinching a playoff berth in one of the most spectacular ways possible. If we look at the standings, Epicnathan, that would move them up into the... It would move them up, and technically, yes, albeit they would have clinched probably... If they actually, it depends, because actually, if they had lost 0-5, they probably would have actually dropped down below 3-5 minus 5 here, so they would have actually not been able to make it. We still have one match left here, Mr. Monkey versus Noah for a win, but it doesn't matter because no matter what, Epicnathan's in. Now our final match is Kiavo versus Poison Healing, and Yeah, this is the 1 seed. We're showing off the 1 seed a little bit because this is the final match of the week, and this is a big matchup because if Poison Healing loses this match, they would no longer become the 1 seed, they become the 2 seed. So let's see how it goes. Qyad immediately takes the Flame Charge for the speed boost. Alright, moving into it. We've seen both of these teams. Here comes the Paralysis into the Dragonite. That's a big move. Stealth Rock come up and the Para comes out. U-Turn's going to break the multi-scale, but does he have leftovers? Dragon Dance is going to come up from the Dragonite. Does not have leftovers. Multi-scale is broken and Ice Spinner is going to take it down. Now, Arcanine should come in, and here comes Uxie to parry it. Flame Charge again coming in from the Arcanine, but Arcanine can't switch in forever because of those rocks. It does not have heavy duty boots, so it can't do that forever. Flamethrower, though, is going to crit and bring down over 50%. Foul Play is going to instead do only 20%. And now the Rocky Helmet on top of that is going to lower Uxie down to very low health. Morning Sun, though, is going to raise that Arcanine back up to full. So it turns out we can switch in more. Flamethrower is going to do about 50% on the Espeon. Does go Terra Ghost and hits with the Shadow Ball. Drops Special Defense, so that's a big one. Flamethrower is going to hit, but it's not going to kill. It's going to get the burn, though, on the Espeon. Morning Sun's going to come out, but that burn's going to start ticking down a little bit of health. Rotom Wash instead going to come in. Flame Charge going to hit again, so it gets even more speed. Arcanine still with that minus special defense, though. Flamethrower is only going to do 18%, and the Hydro Pump's going to land. That's an easy kill. 6-4 lead for Poison Healing. Here comes the Excadrill. Excadrill very much not in the greatest position. It's going to Rapid Spin, get clear of the rocks, but the Hydro Pump's going to come in and take down the Excadrill. Now, here comes the Ninetales Alola. He's going to set up a Aurora Veil, and now here's the thing: when there's a Sneasler, there's a way. We've learned this. When there's a Sneasler, and also when there's a freeze chance, there's a way. That's another freeze on stream. What the hell? You would realize how much these actually land until now. Blizzard comes out, kills the Uxie. Espeon's going to do a little bit of damage back, but under the Aurora Veil, it's going to take down the Espeon. That's 2 kills now for Aurorus, bringing it back to 4-3. Aurora Veil is still up. It is a light clay. The Freeze Dry is going to do some damage. The Hydro Pump in return is only going to do 19. Rotom probably goes down here. Rotom does go down here. It's a 3-3 game with 1 turn left of Aurora Veil. And it's going to be a switch out into that Sneasler. Rapid Spin's going to come in and it's going to boost the speed of Iron Treads. There goes the Aurora Veil. Fake Out's going to come in. It's going to be a normal gem to boost it, and now it's unburdened boosted. So now Close Combat's going to come out. It is a Choppleberry on the Iron Treads. It lives. It Earthquakes. There goes the Sneasler. So Sneasler's down, but when there's a freeze, there's a way. Iron Treads, can they survive? Alright, Aurorus does survive. It sets up the Aurora Veil. And as we saw from before, even though Ninetales is going to go down, Hoopa did actually make a run at it last time. Hoopa's going to be Terra Ghost this time. It's going to take 36 from the Earthquake. Shadow Ball is going to come out. There goes Iron Treads. Terra Ghost is not great for the Meowscarada. Meowscarada is going to come in. Knock off. Is it going to be enough? It is going to be enough, and that's a 2-0 win for Poison Healing. They claim the 1 seed. Good match, but overall, Poison Healing able to take it down, win when they needed to, and take the 1 seed. So going over to this, besides that 1 blemish over here against Mr. Monkey, then we have 1 seed being Poison Seed, we have 3 people at 6 and 2 of Lillian Official, Hollow Husks. We have the Jake W and the London Best Queens, and we have Iron Heads and whatever, and Ager. Green Bean, Ruinclus, Kaneki, Drippin' Sauce, JFam, Eliminathan, Mr. Monkey, and Dr. Mario rounded out. Technically, if this happened, Mr. Monkey versus Noah for to win, then something could have changed if Mr. Monkey maybe lost. However, at the current moment, doesn't look like it. So yeah. Before we get into our next one, I need to go get a drink, so I'm going to go take a 5-minute break. Thank you all for watching so far, and I hope we can get these last couple done after this break. Alright, and we are back. Moving on into the Blitz division. This will be our final. This is our final singles division. Then we'll have a little quick stops at our VGC divisions, and then finally we will go over the standings. This is a long stream. We're now at 6 o'clock. It's 4 hours deep, but you know what? It is fine, because guess what? We still got time. We got this. We got this. We'll make it through. Whew. It's taking a minute. Sorry, but yeah, let's get back into it. This one, we got some interesting matches. First, we're gonna start with a requested one. Shout out to one of the original people who's watched a lot of my streams for the first half of the season, which was SSJ Silver. So because of that, we're taking a couple of his. First, we're watching Week 4 Thud versus Silver. Silver, of course, has that Decidueye Hisuian form as their Terra form, along with Thud, who has along with that Great Tusk, Gallade, Mega, Urshifu. We've seen a lot of him on stream because he's been one of the biggest supporters of this so far. On the other hand, we have Thud with the Alolan Raichu, interestingly, with that Tapu Koko, and with Alolan Ninetales, an very interesting Alola team we got here. So let's get right into it. Gotta get through these last few ones. Here we go. Alright. This was a big Week 4 matchup. It was requested, so let's get into it. Silver going into this one 3-0, and there goes the Gallade. Gallade comes in, and on the immediate U-turn from the Tapu Koko, we reveal the triple axle. It's not Rocky Helmet on the Alola, though that would have been really good for it. It's instead the heavy-duty boots, as the Alola is just going to flip her on out of there. Gallade taking quite a bit of damage from pivoting moves. Now, Quark Drive sets up on the Iron Jugulus for that Quark Drive speed. We can see something interesting coming out of this Pokemon we don't see too often. It's an Air Slash for big damage, and Flamethrower doesn't quite take out the Lucario. Close Combat's not going to take out the Iron Jugulus, but does a lot of damage to it. Extreme Speed, though, is actually going to take out the Iron Jugulus. Extreme Speed revealed from Lucario to take it out. It's a quick 6-5 lead for SSJ Silver. Flip Turn's going to come into the Keldeo, but that's not going to do a ton of damage. Raichu instead is going to come out. Protect on the Keldeo is going to protect against a Psychic, but not against an Electric move like maybe he was hoping to reveal. Gallade Mega comes out, and now Alola Mola is going to take huge damage from a critical hit Leaf Blade, and it's going to switch into it that Flip Turn. Alright, here we go. Tapu Koko is going to come out, Dazzling Gleam onto that thing. Alright, now Decidueye comes in. Tapu Koko, and yeah. Alright, Decidueye and Gliscor. Sorry, my bad. Something else came up on my computer and I had to silence that really quick. Gliscor coming in, U-turn on the Keldeo. Here we go. Alright, Iron Leaves versus Keldeo is going to be a Psyblade from the Iron Leaves on the Quark Drive attack, and there goes. It's a 5-4 lead now for Thad. Thad with a lot of boosts from its from the Electric Train, from Tapu Koko's Electric Train. The Wicked Blows are going to come in. It's going to leave a Alola on one, but it's going to set up a Wish. Gives it enough time to set up a Wish, and now the Wicked Blow is going to come in. Critical hit for 32%, but now it has a chance. Here we go. Wicked Blow is going to take it, and will it get it? No, it's just going to be a U-turn. It's not going to be Dazzling Gleam. Alola Mola comes back out. Wicked Blow is going to bring it down to 1 again. Flip Turn's going to come in. It's going to do some more damage. Alright. Tapu Koko versus Decidueye now. Dazzling Gleam comes out. Does not do much damage. Alright. Tapu Koko with the U-turn. It's going to be... So now it's going to be a Leaf Blade out of the Decidueye. It's going to go down, and now it's Toxic. Poison Heal now for 13%. It's at 22. Gliscor versus Urshifu. Gliscor comes in. Sorry. Alright, Wicked Blow comes in. It's going to be enough, taking down the Gliscor. Now, that is a 4v4 matchup. Raichu comes in with 3 turns left of Electric Train. It's going to Terra into Electric type. Draining Kiss comes in for 66%. It lives, but the second Draining Kiss is going to take down the Great Tusk. Raichu is very fast. And now Raichu going to switch out into the Alola Mola. On the Leaf Blade, Alola Mola goes down. It's a 3v3. Alright, here we go. Tapu Koko comes in, sets off the terrain again. Still 2 terrain abusers with the Tapu Koko with that electric boosting attack. And U-turn's not quite going to take out the Lucario. That's unfortunate for Thad. Now, Extreme Speed's going to come in, do about 32% before the Leaf Blade will finish off the Lucario. Whew. Urshifu comes in. Wicked Blow is going to take down the Iron Leaves as a revenge killer. Raichu Alola is going to come in. It's outspeeding it. Rising voltages, and there's a big damage. 140 power on the rising voltage. Can it get another one? It is another one. Back-to-back rising voltages, and Raichu takes down the win. 2-0 for Thad. That's Silver's first loss on the season. Big, well played by Thad to play around their electric terrain and make sure that it was never off of the field. Great, well done there. Now, moving on into our next battle. That'll be another one, Silver versus Graph. I will say, this one isn't. I wanted to show a win for Silver because Silver has been supporting me so very much, and so I wanted to bring up a win for him. Now, unfortunately, the closer match was the week after this. This was week 5. Week 6 was a very good close match. Unfortunately, though, with Wiglet dying, the opportunity, what was I gonna say? Yes, why am I blanking on this right now? Oh yeah, just like how I showed earlier with some of the other matches, the issue was we had the Wiglet go down, and with that we had missing matches in the docks, so I could not find the options. I could not find where I could pick them up. So now we're going to go into. So now instead we're going to do this match. It's a bit more of a lopsided battle, but on the other hand we have the Terra Cincino and a very offensive team with the Roaring Moon and the Charizard and the Kleavor and Alakazam. Very offensive team out of Graph Pain versus SSJ Silver. So let's get right into it. Oh yeah, there's also, it happens, Terra preview happens, so they knew what Terras were happening at a time. It's a bit borked, but it's fine. Alakazam with the Focus Sash gets big damage in Terrakion, but goes down to that 1 health. Critical hit out of Terrakion, gets big damage into Feraligatr, switches into Keldeo, and on a Dragon Dance from Feraligatr. Feraligator's going to go with the Crunch, but Keldeo with that fighting type doesn't do anything, and plus the Justified boosts its attack, and there goes the Secret Sword. There goes the Sacred Sword. Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright, the miss of the Rock Blast, though, on the Tidy Up Cincino, and there we go. Rock Blast comes in again, but it still does absolutely nothing. I'm interested to see why they haven't gone for at least a Tail Slap or some sort of change, because yes, with the ground type move, Great Tusky is heavily favored in that sort of matchup. So, here we go. Now moving on into Body Press. It's going to be enough. That's going to take him down. Alright. Body Press again is going to take down the Roaring Moon, and now the out to speed. Charizard may be their last chance to take it down. If it can use a, I believe Air Slash might be able to do enough. Rock Slide though actually outspeeds, and the Sun actually boosts its defense. It's still enough to outspeed with that 1.5 times speed, and this is going to sweep. Here we go. That's Kleavor of 2 times attack, but the Body Press comes in, and there we go. Does not matter. Alakazam on 1 HP. Headlong Rush is going to finish it off, and that's a 6-0 sweep. You know, this was, I wanted to show a win. This was not exactly the one I wanted to show just because it's a bit one-sided. It's not the most intrigue of a match. But shout out to Silver. You get a 6-0 on the stream because shout out, Thank you for supporting me through the other ones. I know you can't be here at this one just because it's a bit of a difficult time. Well, not a difficult time. It's just a Monday. Mondays are difficult. Mondays are difficult because Mondays suck sometimes. But, So yeah, good for him. Get one on there. It shows off the power of this team. So yeah, all good there. Now switching back over. Sorry, I will let you know I do have a whole list. I have like a 3 or 4 page list of all the different matchups to help me keep track of them because there's a whole lot of them. So next one over we have Moonman versus Zombie Kidney, and this is a big one because as we see it. I'll just say it now. Moonman, bottom of the division, but this is his first win, week 4, so I wanted to get this in here. Looking at it, Moonman is rocking the Tyrantrum Terra. We saw a lot of this, along with Palafin, Enamorus. The Enamorus we actually haven't seen a lot of, actually, the Enamorus, plus the Cinderace. Enamorus, of course, being the best, the highest value contrary user. And on the other hand, we have Zombie Kidney, another person lower in the division, rocking with the Terra Dash Bun and the Kyurem, Landorus, Therian, and Necrozma. So let's get right into it. Here we go. And now Tyrantrum comes in on the Boltund. It's going to be a Thunderfang, and it's not going to para. Big thing is it's not going to para. Tyrantrum is going to have a chance to set up. It's going to be intimidated, though, and the Dragon Dance is just going to get it back to neutral and a speed boost. Can Landorus get a kill on it? It's going to tear it into the fighting type to avoid an Earthquake. Earth Power comes in instead, and it's going to do big damage still, but can Tyrantrum take it out? It has close combat. Is it enough? No, it is not, because resisted. Landorus can tank that and take it down with the Earth Power. Early lead for Zombie Kidney. Palafin comes up in its hero form. Palafin's going to come in against the Dash Bun. Ice Punch comes in, does 43%. Dash Bun looking to do some damage here, though. Weezing's going to come in at the poison type. Yawn comes out. Weezing now is going to have to switch, and the Swellow's going to come in to meet it. No, Weezing just stays in and gunk shots, gets the poison on the Swellow. So now Swellow basically out, but Weezing is asleep. Swellow's going to be able to roost now for free. Weezing now still asleep. Swellow's going to get hurt by poison. Well, Swellow with the workup, not many good options to boost very many things, but the Facade's going to come out for about 50% on the poison, so that's big damage. Looks like it was going to be a gut sweeper anyway, possibly. So now the Roost is going to come up. Gunk Shot's going to be, he's going to wake up and get the Gunk Shot. And big damage. Now the Facade's going to land, and it's going to leave it on 1 HP. Alright. Here we go. Palafin comes out. Here we go. Dash Bun going to come in. Jet Punch is going to come in, do big damage. Another Jet Punch. There's more Rocky Helmet, but Palafin's going to live on 50. Alright. Boltund. Tapu Bulu. Here we go. Fire Fang comes out. Alright, going to switch into the Cinderace. Boltund with another Fire Fang. Two big fangs here coming from it. Can Cinderace take down the Boltund? It's going to switch into Landorus Therian. The Intimidate comes off onto the Cinderace. It's going to hit, and it's going to live because of the Incinerate. It's going to live the Pyro Ball. Earth Power's going to come in. There goes Cinderace. It is now a 4-3 lead. Zombie Kidney once again. And Namorous comes up. Necrozma is going to come in, and it's going to take about 50%. So here we go. Necrozma going to have a chance. Moonblast can come in, take it down to 8%. The Flash Cannon's going to come back and do 68%, but Necrozma looks to lose this battle. Moonblast comes in, Necrozma goes down. It's a 3-3 battle. Alright. Landorus coming in. The Intimidate does actually boost this attack. It's a fun little caveat, but Amorous is going to take another kill. It's going to be 3-2 now. Serena going to come in, but it's going to be a switch out into Tapu Bulu to try to get the resisted hit. Drop Kick's going to come in. It's going to do about things. It's going to lower the attack. Can Tapu Bulu take out the... Here we go. Boltund comes in. Horn Leech comes in from Tapu Bulu. And it is down to 40%. Here we go. Tapu Bulu now gets Fire Fang. That's 63%, but lives. It flinches and can't move. There's a big flinch from the Boltund. Boltund now is going to be able to pick up the kill unless he switches into the Enamorous. Enamorous with the Fire Fang. There it goes. Alright. Palafin comes in. Palafin hero. Jet Punch comes in. There goes Boltund. And now, finally, it is going to be a Serena. Tapu Bulu comes in. Drop Kick is going to come into the Tapu Bulu. It's going to down to 20%. Can Tapu Bulu finish off the Serena? Because Serena's actually not in a terrible position here. Alright. Oh. Sorry, my voice is starting to lose. I'm starting to lose it just a little bit. Drop Kick's going to come in. It's a quick, close battle here. Sword Stance, though, from Tapu Bulu. Going to ignore some of those Drop Kick drops. And now Drop Kick's going to hit again. It's going to drop it back down to 0.5 attack. Horned Leech is going to come in. It's going to only do about 14%, but it's burning these Drop Kicks pretty quick. It has 24. Never mind. I thought it only had 16. All right, it's going to keep lowering it. It's a very close matchup, but Tapu Bulu's going to get that Sword Stance back up. All right, Christian. All right. God. Rapid Spin. So, yeah, God. Stuck in my throat. Okay. Rapid Spin comes in. Drop Kick. It's going to lower back down to 1. Horn Leech is going to come out. It's continue to do little bits of damage. Jeez, this is going to take forever, isn't it? Drop Kick's going to come out. Close battle. It's just going to keep lowering attack. But the close combat's going to come out. That's big damage. And that's going to lower Bulu's defenses, most importantly. Drop Kick's going to come out. Doesn't do enough. It leaves it at 3. Lowers its attack some more. Close combat's going to hit. And that's going to be enough to take it down. 2-0 win. 2-0 win. That's a win for Moonman Bath. Whew. Give me a second. Ooh. Give me a second just to go get water. I'm just going to leave you over here because, dang, my throat is starting to give it a little bit. So, yeah, we are 4 hours of streaming. It's quite tough on the old body. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just had to quickly grab a little bit more to drink. I'll probably be drinking for the rest of this because holy, it's a little bit less. But yeah, that's BAM's first win of the season. Good for them getting their first win. And then now we have fourth mage versus, we now have a quick fourth mage versus Thad. Big match, Thad being one of the top seeds. We saw a big win over Silver for him. But now fourth mage looking to stay alive in the playoff hunt. This was a big thing. Just got to do big to stay alive. That was the big goal of fourth mage. So let's get right into it. Go. All right, we have the lead-off Iron Treads versus the Urshifu. Now going into the Venusaur on the Surging Strikes to not take much damage. Oh, take much damage from it. Urshifu now is going to switch out into the Iron Jugulis as the Mega Venusaur comes out. Oh yeah, just to cover it, Thad we saw before has the Raichu Alola. Fourth Mage has the Terra Scrafty. We've seen a lot of Terra Scrafty, but that's the next one. All right, here we go. Now the Dragon Dance gets the second one up for the Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur in a chance to sweep a little bit here if it can get going. Let's see. Urshifu Rapid Strike's going to come out in the place of the Tapu Koko. Icicle Spirit's going to come out. That's going to do big damage into that Urshifu. It's going to land a big, about 75. Yep, 75 critical hit, actually. Picks up a big critical hit, and now, now we got another chance for it to go. Now, Raichu's going to come in with the Terra Water. It's going to get the electric boost on its Rising Voltage, and there it goes. It's a 5-5 matchup. Venusaur Mega going to come in on the Water type, and it's going to be a Volt Switch. Oh, Iron Jugulis is going to come out again, a better setup for it, and it's going to be Giga Drain for the Venusaur, get a little bit of health back, but it's going to have to switch back into Iron Treads. Iron Treads gets its own boost, it's going to be a speed boost. Flame Flower is actually going to come in though, and there it goes. It's a 5-4 lead for Thad. Now that sends an Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle now with a chance to freeze dry, and that's going to be big damage into the Alola, which switches in for the Iron Jugulis. It's going to protect to try to get a little bit of health back, I assume, but it doesn't even have leftovers, so I don't know why it protects there. Just to, oh, it does it to burn. It burns the electric terrain, because the electric terrain actually working quite heavily against that here because of the multiple iron opponents. All right. Oh. Now, going in, it's Venusaur Mega. Gets the Rising Voltage, gets 42% onto the thing. It's enough to two-shot the Venusaur Mega, and it does. Raichu takes the lead. It is 4-3 stat still. Now Iron Bundle comes in, and because of the Terra on the Raichu, Freeze Dry is going to do a lot. It's actually going to be enough to take out the not the Iron Bundle, the Raichu Alola. And now with one last turn of Electric Terrain, Wild Charge is going to do big damage to that Volcarona, but not enough to kill. All right. Now, going to go Flamethrower. It's going to only do about enough. Flamethrower again. Iron Jugulis is going to go down. Now, Iron Leaves is going to come out with that speed. Fireblade is going to take it down. It's a 2-2 matchup coming down to the wire. Iron Bundle is going to come in. It's going to be the Ice Beam. It's going to be enough to leave Iron Leaves on one, but Iron Leaves is going to come back to the Leaf Blade and take down the Iron Bundle, but that's going to be enough with its Life Orb to go down. It's a 1v1 Scrafty versus Tapu Koko. But unfortunately for him, Scrafty has that Terra Poison, which is likely, and there goes the Brave Bird. It's not going to be enough. Poison Jab's going to come in, do more damage. Poisons to Tapu Koko for boot, and there goes Tapu Koko. It's going to be able to roost, but it doesn't matter. Poison Jab's going to be enough to take it down with the Poison, and that's a 1 win to keep fourth Mage alive against the 3 seed. Big win there. Whew. All right. So, big win for the fourth Mage. Getting into it, and now our final player segment. A final player segment will be on the player Psydomia. Let's go into Psydomia's team, shall we? Psydomia here, rocking with the Slowbro Galar. We talked about how good this one was earlier, and on top of that, we talked about how good the Slowbro Galar was on the matchup before. I don't remember which one it was. So there's been a lot of these. Been a whole hell of a lot of these. But Psydomia started off this league slow. In week 5 was Psydomia took a loss to go to 1-4. Psydomia needed to get in with 4 wins. So these next 3 were important for Psydomia to have a chance at playoffs. A 1 win would lead to elimination. So let's get in first against the fourth Mage, which we just saw. Let's get going. Here we go. Alright, starts with the leadoff Jirachi versus the leadoff Masquerain. Oh, he's going to get the Stun Spore off immediately, and the Thunder Wave responds. And so now both Pokemon paralyzed, and we go into the Metagross. So U-turn comes out from both Pokemon as well, back to back. Here we go. Here comes the Slowbro with Quick Draw. It's going to Terra Fire and Flamethrower, and it's going to take down with Quick Draw the Metagross before Metagross has a chance to move. What a play. Huge moves from the Slowbro, and now the Sly Shock is going to do big damage, but the Shell Smash is going to come out from Minior. Minior has a chance to get a bunch of sweeps because it's now got the... Oh, but the Quick Claw comes back out. The Quick Claw, Quick Draw, Slowbro is going to do big damage, but not enough to take down the Minior. Minior is going to take it down with the Stone Edge. Now it has shields down to have even more, but Aqua Jet's going to take care of it with Quaquaval. Quaquaval gets its Moxie boost. Now on the other hand, Psydomia has a chance to go for a sweep, but instead Iron Bundle is going to come in and put it away. Whew. Alright, now, here we go. It's going to come in with Jirachi versus Big T. Alright. We're going to get the Hurricane in on, that's going to take down the Masquerain. It's a 5-3 lead for Psydomia. Going in with Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle's going to come back. Iron Bundle's going to use the boost. It's going to be big. Alright. Here we go. Raging Bolt comes in. It's going to be a switch out. It's going to be a Draco into the Venusaur. It's big damage. 2/3 of their health is gone. All right. Now, Volt Switch is going to come in to switch out into the Tornado Styrian. Venusaur with the Light Screen going to be set up, but the Hurricane is going to cut right through it because even though Light Screen does nerf its damage, it's still not going to be enough. Venusaur goes down. It's a 4v2. Psydomia is still in the lead. Now, it's going to go with the Freeze Dry, and here comes... Big damage, not really, because the Focus Blast only goes in for 30% with that Light Screen. Quaquaval's going to come in. Bender is going in. It's going to hit with big damage into the Terra Blast, but Quaquaval has a chance to get this kill. What does it do? It Brave Birds only does 37%, and here we go. Bulk up out of it. That's a big misplay, I think, because you don't get to kill the Quaquaval, but he's looking for the sweep. Tornadus is going to come in. Terra Blast is going to hit for about 50%. Now, here we go. Hurricane's going to come out, 4% left, and it's confused. The confusion, it hits itself in confusion and knocks itself out. Big confuse. And now Ice Beam's going to come in. Tornadus is going to go down. But unfortunately for the 4th mage, Thunderclap's going to be enough. And Psydomia takes it 3-0. Big moves, the Quick Draw, Quick Claw. And so we are moving on. Psydomia stays alive. Psydomia stays alive with that 3-0 win, and also good point to bring up with the -4. Psydomia actually had to get quite a bit of leg up with the boost to it, with the boost to differential. So now we're going to get in the next one, and here we go. We know hasn't been doing too well. We saw them earlier with that Tyrantrum Terra and the other stuff. Now, on the other hand, we have Psydomia looking for another thing. We're going to change the viewpoint to Psydomia because we're following them. Again, if Youngster Bam can pull off the upset, Psydomia gets eliminated from playoffs. So here we go. Psydomia 2-4, Youngster Bam's not a lot lower. Raging Bolt's going to come out against Palafin. It's going to be an immediate switch into the Hippowdon. And Volt Switch is going to come out, but it's immune. Hippowdon is immune. And now Hippowdon has a chance to respond. Tornadus is going to force in a defensive move, but the Stealth Rocks come up for free for Youngster Bam. Grassnought's going to come in, though, for 86% big damage. Stone Edge is going to come in, also brings him down to 15%. Now, does Hippowdon switch out? No, Quaquaval switches in for the Tornado Styrian. And now, Quaquaval versus Enamorus. Can Enamorus get some big damage in? Jirachi's going to come in to avoid the super effective hit. Moonblast come in, not going to do very much. Jirachi now at 80%. Cinderace is going. Jirachi's now going to Calm Mind up. This could be a more offensive Jirachi. First one maybe we've seen, but nope. Instead, we go into Slowbro Galar. Fireball is going to come in. It's going to do 36%, bring it down to 50%. Terra Water on the Slowbro, and we see the U-turn is going to do another 24%. But the Rocky Helmet is revealed. Slowbro is still up. It's going to slack off. It's going to keep kicking. Now, Hippowdon's going to come in to reset the sand, but I don't think it's going to matter because the slack off's just going to bring Slowbro up to full again. And now Slowbro, what is it going to do? It's going to just switch back into Tornadus. Tornadus has those heavy-duty boots, so it's going to stay alive. It's going to get those more Regenerator, but here we go. Enamorus. Bleak Wind Storm is going to drop it down to 17%. Now it's at 11%. Here we go. Whew. All right. Mystical Fire is going to drop its special attack. Enamor is down to 5%. It will die unless it switches out. It does switch out, and Tornadus comes in. It's going to get another boost to its Regenerator, and now it's going to switch in Tyrantrum. But Grass Knot's going to get big damage into the Tyrantrum. Focus Blast is going to come in. It's going to finish off Tyrantrum. It doesn't miss. Risky move by Cydomia, but it works out. Palafin now in with 63%. Is going to switch out into the Slowbro, which is going to be able to tank a Jet Punch. Jet Punch comes in, only does 19%, and with the Rocky Helmet, does big damage back to Palafin. Tapu Bulu comes in on the Water-type Slowbro. Does he get a poison move? It is! Shell Sidearm, and there goes Tapu Bulu. Cydomia takes a 6-4 lead. Big move. Now, it's going to get the U-turn going in. It's going to get a Rocky Helmet. Slowbro down to 51%, however. Alright. It's going to slack off, get back to full. Here we go. Slowbro versus Hippowdon. Stone Edge comes up. It's only going to do 15%. Alright. And now, here we go. Slowbro versus Hippowdon. Slack off from Hippowdon comes out. And we can get into... Earthquake comes in. It's going to be a Psychic. Get it down to 1%. Lowers it even further. Lowers that special defense even further. Slack off comes out. It's going to get back up to 57%. But the Psychic, because it dropped it twice, is going to be enough to take down the Slowbro. Not Slowbro. Take down the Hippowdon. Palafin's going to come in with the close combat, do big damage, but it's going to take more damage from that Rocky Helmet. And if Slowbro with that Shell Sidearm is going to bring it down, if Slowbro can get the Quick Draw, it's not going to get it. Tornadus comes in. It's going to be a close combat. It's going to do about 50%. Can it kill with the Jet Punch? That's a big question. Slowbro's going to come in. It's Regenerator, so it's not going to be having like Quick Draw, Quick Claw stuff. Enamor's on 5%. Everything's at very low percent. Jirachi probably can finish off. It's a Healing Wish, though, and now Palafin's going to get right back up to full health. Big Healing Wish. And Psychic's going to come in and do huge amounts. Now, what can... Slowbro going to go Jet Punch in from Palafin. It's going to do a lot of damage back. Cinderace comes in. Slack off. Slowbro's going to stay alive. Big staying alive. Sucker Punch is going to come in and do a lot of damage. Alright, Shell Sidearm's going to get the poison. That's going to be enough to take out Cinderace. It's a foregone conclusion on this vote because Palafin cannot win this battle. That's going to do a lot of damage, but it's going to do damage back to itself. The Shell Sidearm comes out. That's a 6-0 win for Cydomia, and that is an important win. Not just important in how, not just important in the fact that they get the win, but also important in that they get a 6-0 win. As I mentioned, going down 1-4, they had lost a lot of their differential. This boosted their differential back and allowed them a chance at playoffs if they could win this final game against David Orr. One problem, though. David Orr is, in fact, that would be, in fact, David Olivo with the Terra Tatsugiri. This is the 1 seed. Looking, actually, for their, I mean, you may have just seen a spoiler, but they were looking for an 8-0 season. And this is their chance at an 8-0 season. Either we'll see an 8-0 season or we'll see Cydomia in the playoffs. So that's this matchup. It's a big matchup, and you had all the context coming into it. So here we go. Slowbro Galar versus Rotom Wash. Will-O-Wisp misses immediately, and the Shell Sidearm comes out for 34%. It does get the poison. And there we go. Big first move for Slowbro. Volt Switch is going to come out from the Rotom, and now it's into Ting-Lu. Is there another Shell Sidearm coming out? It is. Can it get another poison? It does not. Ting-Lu survives. Ting-Lu survives without getting poisoned. Now Quaquaval comes in. Stealth Rocks are up. Quaquaval now with a chance to do something. Rapid Spin's going to come in. It clears the Stealth Rocks and boosts its own speed. But can it survive the Mega Scizor? No, it cannot. Mega Scizor is going to switch out, and Tornadus is going to come in. It's going to get Rocky Helmeted. Tornadus with that Rocky Helmet. Big move. All right, the taunt comes in from the Tornadus onto the Ting-Lu, but the Stone Edge in return is going to make it so this Tornadus has to switch right out. The Earthquake's going to do about 44%. But here we go. There's a chance for another thing. It's going to be an Aqua Step. That's about 29%. Now up to 68%. Close Combat comes out. Does it get the kill? It does not get the kill. And now coming back, a Roost is going to roost it back up. That could be enough. It's going to be a net positive for the Scizor. Cydomia now going into Tornadus. Maybe Tornadus has Heat Wave. Does it have Heat Wave? Let's see. It does have Heat Wave. And now Rotom comes in about 50%. The Poison's going to lower it down to 44%. And going into Slowbro. Going into Slowbro now. Here we go. Now, Rotom gets the pain split to get back up. Slowbro now, see if it can get the poison on the Ting-Lu this time. Nope, it's an Ice Beam and it's going to do 26%. Does it get the freeze? No freeze on stream this time. And now Quaquaval is going to come in against it. The Stealth Rock's set up, and Quaquaval can clear these Stealth Rocks, but it also is going to go into that Tatsugiri. Close combat immediately hits, and Tatsugiri goes down in one hit. Big first kill by the Quaquaval. The Moxie was revealed. That's a pretty clear one, but Ninjask is going to come in to try to revenge kill. Tornadus is going to come in. It does not have those heavy duty beats because it has the Rocky Helmet. Dual Wing Beat, though, it's going to do a bunch of damage to Tornadus, but it's also going to do a bunch of damage back to Ninjask. Raging Bolt's going to come in. Here we go. Dual Wing Beat's only going to do about 22%. And now Raging Bolt's in a good position. Even though it doesn't outspeed, it has the Thunderclap. Ting-Lu's instead going to come in. Did Cydomia predict this? Yes, he did. He gets the Draco Meteor down for a big 34% onto the Ting-Lu. Ting-Lu not with a lot of good recovery options outside of its leftovers, so that's a big amount of damage. Ogerpon in. Does Quaquaval take it down? The Trailblaze is going to hit down to 17%. Does he have a response? Rapid Spin's going to come in. It does increase his speed, but unfortunately, he does not get the outspeed. He's going to have to go into Tornadus, but Quaquaval is still alive. Ivy Cudgel is going to land for big damage. Tornadus is on its last ropes, and this is tough. Lots of damage coming in from David Olivo. Even though he has a Pokemon disadvantage, now he doesn't even have that, and Ogerpon's in a really strong position. Tornadus now is going to go down to 1 HP. The Bleak Wind Storm lands, and Ogerpon goes down. Wow, 1 HP left for Tornadus, and he makes it happen. All right, here comes the U-turn. Huge damage from the Ninjask. Big 76%. Bullet Punch is not going to be enough to finish off Tornadus. Tornadus is going to get out of there. Quaquaval is going to come in. Bullet Punch is not going to be enough for Quaquaval either. Bullet Punch will be enough for it this time, though. What will happen? Quaquaval will go down. 4-4 matchup. David Olivo versus Cydomia. Cydomia fighting for their chance at playoffs. David Orr fighting for an 8-0 season. Here we go. Darkrai coming in on the Rotom. Does Darkrai have something that can hit this Rotom for a ton? Nasty Plot comes out from the Darkrai. Volt Switch comes in from the Rotom. It's going to do 33%. Ninjask is going to come in. Does Darkrai outspeed? I doubt it, but no, it just switches into Raging Bolt. You turn from the Ninjask, does a lot of damage into said Raging Bolt. Now Raging Bolt not in a great position against the Ting-Lu. This is not a great spot for Cydomia, but it's still working. Sets up the Stealth Rocks. Cydomia goes for the U-turn, only gets about 15%. Darkrai is going to come in on it, going to get 12% take from the hazards, and now more hazards getting set up by this Ting-Lu. Ice Beam is going to come and do about 34%. It gets the freeze! There's a freeze on stream. It's another one. And Ting-Lu is now dead in the water. Darkrai gets the kill. Now it's a 4-3. Ninjask gets the win, but now Ninjask is going to have to U-turn into this. It's going to do a lot of damage, but take some from the Rocky Helmets down to 50%. Rotom's going to come in on the Tornadus, who doesn't have a chance to move. Tornadus is going to switch into the Darkrai. He's going to take another 25% from the rocks and spikes. Will-O-Wisp is going to come into the Darkrai, but that doesn't matter too much because Darkrai is a special attacker. Darkrai would just much rather have the burn than take more damage. The Dark Pulse is going to come in. It's a flinch on the Rotom, and because of that, Darkrai is going to be able to live and hit another shot. It's going to be another Dark Pulse. There goes Rotom. It's a 4-2 lead. Ninjask is going to come in for the attempted revenge kill. What's going to happen here? The dual wing beat's actually going to come out, and there goes Darkrai. It's not going to be a U-turn. Now, who comes in is Tornadus. Tornadus has 66% after taking 25% from the rocks, but the Rocky Helmet's going to hit the Ninjask for a lot of damage. Heat Wave's going to come out. There goes Ninjask. However, now it's Scizor. Scizor can take it down with a Bullet Punch. Mamoswine is going to switch in and get thing, but big move by David Olivo, knowing the switch was coming, just going to roost up on it. Another time going to happen. Raging Bolt's going to come in. Bullet Punch is going to take it down, and now there's the most health left to 1v1 Tornadus. Can the Bullet Punch take down Tornadus? It doesn't matter. Doesn't go for it. Knockoff goes in, is only 11%, and the Rocky Helmet takes down David Olivo. It's an upset. It's a 1-0 win by Cydomia to make the 10 seed and ruin the perfect season of David Olivo. So yeah, that's how this ends. The 3-game winning streak gets Cydomia into the 10 seed over another 4-4 team, and David Olivo loses their final game to not go 8-0. So in our final singles division, just going over this right now. Final division, just going over it right now. David Olivo, and it is, David Olivo in the number 1 hole. Blue Fusion in the number 2 hole, 7-1. Thud, Cobra Posen, SSJ Silver in 3, 4, 5. SSJ Silver, as you can see, had a little bit of a fall off after the matches that we showed, losing both weeks 7 and 8. Nachi's also pulling up the 6th seed with another 5 and 3. And then 4, 4, and 4 teams make the playoffs with Naomi, the 4th mage, Cyan Yoshi, and Sidomia. And 1, 4, and 4 team, AAA spot, missing it with that -7 differential. So, wow. What a battle to end off our singles on. So finally, we got just a little bit left. Whew, continue. Whew. All right, here we go. We're going to switch us on over to the Nightmare Division. In the Nightmare Division, we don't have a ton of matches, and these will be shorter because they are VGC, so 4 matches is more like 2 matches. First one I wanted to cover was a battle between Snickers and Sahia. Sahia being a top seed with that Kyogre plus Archaludon combo, and Basculegion, and Thunderasterian, and Tornadus. Big, really strong rain team here from Sahia. And on the other hand, we have Snickers with the Necrozma Dustmane, bulkiest of all the Ubers, and Incineroar, Kingambit, Serena. I remember when we were drafting, we talked about how Incineroar was actually overrated because even though it was one of the best VGC mons, it is very expensive and you can get it for less on other things. But now the Necrozma Dustmane, let's get right into it. So big thing here is Sahia is our #1 seed. Here we go. We're going to start us off with the Necrozma Dustmane comboed with the Quilladin. Quilladin, not a Pokemon you see too often, but on the other hand, we got the other restricted, and we also see it Toxicroak. Toxicroak is interesting because you see it as Toxicroak is not really much of a rain team, but it has dry skin. But Quilladin, with the setting of the Sunny Day, living the Water Spout, and then setting Sunny Day is actually huge. Because now Toxicroak will be taking damage every turn, and now Quilladin with the big thing. Quilladin might be actually one of the better, if not the best, like one of the most impactful members of the team so far. We see Defiant on the Tornadus. Defiant Tornadus physical attacking, very dangerous here. Big damage coming out of the Photon Geyser though, 76% into that Kyogre. Really interesting heat moves coming out. Fake Out coming out from the Incineroar. Now Photon Geyser is going to go into that Tornadus, doubling up into the Tornadus. Kyogre protects for nothing, and that's big damage to get the lead here. 3-4. Wild Storm's going to come in, but the Terra on the Incineroar is going to be enough to survive the first, but not the second. Origin Pulse takes them both down. Kingambit comes in with Quilladin. Now, Quilladin's going to Wide Guard. Wild Storm is blocked. Quilladin with absolute amazing utility. It's going to be Ice Beam, but it's still going to live on 4%. The Sword Stance comes out from Kingambit for free. Toxicroak's going to come in the rain. Protect comes in from Thundurus. Protect comes in from the Quilladin. And a Sucker Punch does not happen. Nothing happens. All right. Quick Guard comes up. So it avoids the Sucker Punch. Nice block and the Quick Guard. A fun little move. Only seen in doubles. Really cool to see. Now Kyogre is going to come in to reset the rain. Super Fang is going to come into the Toxicroak, but it's going to start healing from the dry skin in the rain. Quick Guard comes up again. Wide Guard comes up from Derpy. Water Spout gets blocked by the Wide Guard. I don't know why Water Spout was even clicked, but Cow Cleave is going to be enough. Takes down the thing. It's a 2v2. Protects from it. Wide Guard comes in from Derpy. Sucker Punch comes in, Kyogre goes down, it's a 2v1. And now Thundurus, with no other way to do anything, is going to get Sucker Punch down. That's your win for the first match, for the first game between Snickers and Sahia. And it looked like this novel use of Quilladin, it's actually sick to see Quilladin being used of all Pokemon. Novel use of Quilladin, instrumental into winning for Snickers. Now we get into the second match. This is for the win. If Snickers wins this, it goes. If not, it's a third match. So let's go right into it. It's going to be a different lead. It's going to be Mimikyu Kingambit versus Toxicroak and Kyogre. Same lead from Sahia, different lead from Snickers. Immediate Terra Dark from the Cringe Gambit. It's going to be blocked by the Quick Guard. Water Spout's going to come out for huge damage. There goes the Terra. There goes the Kingambit. And Trick Room's going to be set up. Necrozma Dustmane now comes in. Tornadus is going to come in. Shadow Sneak's going to hit its own Necrozma, which is going to buff the weakness policy. And here comes the Photon Geyser. Immediate one-shot into the Tornadus. Now Toxicroak with the Gunk Shot's going to do a lot of damage into the Mimikyu. But the damage is already done in this Trick Room. Now very offensively built. Necrozma Dustman is going to do huge damage and not take a ton in return. And now it has a chance to sweep. There's healing for Toxicroak, but it doesn't matter. Two last turns of Trick Room, it's not going to be enough. Shadow Sneak's going to be Quick Guard protected, but Photon Geyser goes into the Kyogre, does not do anything. One last turn of Trick Room. A double protect is needed by Kyogre to keep alive. It does not happen. The Shadow Sneak goes into Toxicroak. Does not matter. Photon Geyser hits the Kyogre. That kills the Kyogre. And now it's Toxicroak versus the world. And when Toxicroak is versus the world, it doesn't even take out the first one. Shadow Sneak goes in. It's going to do 30%. Close Combat is going to take down Necrozma Dustman, but it's too little, too late. Shadow Sneak will be able to finish off. It is the Quilladin. And boom. There it is, a really dominant second shown by Snickers, putting the only loss, I believe, on the 1 seed. And does it in 2 with really good use of Quilladin, really good use of Mimikyu, really cool ways to set up a Pokemon maybe that I wasn't expecting, but other people weren't expecting as much. Very impressive. Now, there was also a back-to-back win for Snickers, so that's pretty nice thing. Now, here we go. Because of the way that Nightmare Division works, I'm going to show you the standings right now. A lot of matches are missing. We have a lot that were locked up really early. If you had 6 wins, you were obviously locked up. Importantly, though, you needed 5 wins to guarantee a win just because of how many matches had not been played and were still in thing. Because it's a bit of a standings mess. However, this big one between Layton and Choker, Layton Polar, sorry, not Choker, Layton, but Layton and Polar. Big thing was Polar was looking for his 5th win. If Polar picks up the 5th win, then it's guaranteed a playoff spot despite the rankings mess. If it's 4, then stuff has to start shaking out and we have to see what happens and we're not quite sure. That being said, let's get right into it. We're looking at Layton versus Polar. 3, 2, 1, go. And also, yeah, we should probably cover this because it's the Kyurem White versus the Magearna on this thing. Magearna very threatening in this Devil's format with its Soul Heart ability. Anything that dies will boost it. And on the other hand, Kyurem Right with a very strong special attacker with that Dragon Ice typing. Meanshao we're going to see hit the immediate fake out into the Magearna. Muddy Water's going to come out though and take out the... It's going to take out the thing. Wow, big damage and the accuracy drop. The flinch comes out from Magearna. It doesn't matter. Magearna already gets a boost from its Soul Heart ability. Protect comes out from Magearna. Earth Power is not going to do anything to it. Politoed is going to go down here, but it doesn't matter because Magearna is going to boost again. 2-time special attack now because of its Soul Heart ability. Cornerstone's going to come in. Protect from the Vaporeon. Ivy Cudgel's not going to do anything to it, but the Ice Beam's going to come out. Ogerpon goes down, but it still doesn't matter because Soul Heart boosts again. Dazzling Gleam comes out. Kyurem goes down. And now it's a 2v2. Soul Heart boosts again. And this is the danger of Magearna. Magearna's at +4. Kingdra's in the rain. Chi-Yu is not going to do much of anything. The crit still doesn't kill Kingdra. Draco Meteor drops down for 66%. And here comes Magearna. It doesn't matter. The Muddy Water is going to take it out. Ooh, but the 0.75% accuracy. Does it take the win? It does with a critical hit onto the Chi-Yu. Boom! And that goes to 4 thing. Magearna just keeps boosting, and this is the threatening part about Magearna. Everyone dying is better for it. Magearna can just sit there and boost. And it doesn't have to use any turns to do so. Magearna is really threatening for that matter. Now moving in. Here we go. Second match. If Polar takes it down, if Polar can take it down, then Polar gets the playoff spot. Here we go. Second one. We're going to see if we're going to see any change. It's going to be Vaporeon and Meanshao versus Politoed and that Kilowattrel this time. Not just setting Meanshao on the field. Kilowattrel, though, in a very threatening position now with its Tailwind ability. Politoed's going to flinch. The Muddy Water's going to come out. Critical hit. Sash on the Kilowattrel. It's going to survive, but it drops accuracy, but it boosts its special attack because of that. So now Kilowattrel is incomplete. Oh, but the Feint comes out from the Meanshao, and the Meanshao will go down, but it does take down the Focus Sash first. Hydro Pump going to come into Politoed, doesn't quite get the kill. Magearna's now going to come out, but it doesn't have any boost because it wasn't on the field. Kyurem also is going to come out. Kyurem's going to protect. A double protect here to just burn some Tailwind turns. Weather Ball comes out, not going to do anything. Dazzling Gleam comes out, also not going to do anything. Can Kyurem get a kill? It's going to be a Terra Water. It's going to be a Protect from the Magearna. Weather Ball comes out, does big damage into the Kyurem, but the Earth Power will not do anything because Magearna is protected. Muddy Water comes out, and that's going to be a boost for Magearna as Politoed goes down. However, Magearna has less boost, only has a +1 boost. Kyurem's looking to kill before Magearna gets online. Draco Meteor is going to drop into the Vaporeon, the White Herb moving the special attack drop to 84 damage. Trick Room gets set up. Now, D-Glim's going to come out, Kyurem goes down, and that'll be your game. Because at this point, even though the Mighty Waters can come out and take down Magearna, King Droid has the room to Draco Meteor. There goes Vaporeon. And Polar Palace takes control. Oh, wait, shit, there is one last Pokemon. Dang, I didn't realize. Yeah, still, regardless, Dark Pulse can come out, not do much because of the Terra Fairy on the Kingdra, and Muddy Water is going to be enough, not quite to take it out, actually. Dark Pulse can come in again, but one turn left of Trick Room. Weather Ball is enough. There goes the Chi-Yu. I find it interesting that Layton brought Chi-Yu to these matchups knowing that it was a Rain team setup. And I just find that interesting because with that Politoed, with that Kilowattrel, and with that Kingdra, it's very much thinking to be a Rain team, and you brought it instead of Noivern or Fungus. I don't know. Seems strange, but we'll go with it. I think Fungus could have been really instrumental in possibly taking this back. But it's already almost 7 p.m. and I need to get done with this, get through standings, and I need to rest my damn voice soon. So we're going to move into our last few matches in the Clangorous division. Alright. All right, moving into Clangorous division, our final division. Yes, there's a lot of these. Holy. Whew. Clangorous division. Alright. Here we are in the final division. Yes, we got a lot of matches up here because there are multiple that we wanted to look at. First, I wanted to look at Red SSB versus Locke. Red SSB had a bad first, well, not a bad first, but a slow start with that Lunala, with that Roaring Moon, with that Gudrisui. I actually got beat by Red SSB in the last week. It is a deadly team, but here it is in week 6 against Locke. On the other hand, Locke over, yeah, so we're looking at the Lunala, Ogerpon, Roaring Moon, Sun team here, possibly with the Ninetales, Lilligant, and the Roaring Moon. On the other hand, we have Lockudus with the Dialga, and the Goldango, and the Great Tusk, and the Iron Valiant. Very much just a hard, heavy steel attacking set. Oh, damn it, I didn't organize these right, did I? We're looking for these. Alright. Alright, here we go. So here we go. Looking into it, it's a big matchup. Red SB looking to turn it around. Here we go. Alright. Ogerpon, Roaring Moon versus the Darkrai and the Iron Leaves. Here we go. Booster energy revealed on the Roaring Moon, so it's going to be booster energy with that possible. We've seen the booster energy plus, it's Gravity. Gravity comes out of Iron Leaves. Ogerpon's going to hit with the Ivy Cudgel, but now Gravity's an interesting move. Follow Me is going to come out from the Ogerpon, and the Rock Slide coming out from Roaring Moon, doing big damage into both the Ho-Oh. Oh yes, I forgot about this. Even though Lockwoodus is now a Lunala, it was Ho-Oh at the time. We had switches of multiple captains mid-season. So yeah. But this is what I was going to talk about. Acrobatics. The acrobatics on the Roaring Moon getting big damage because of booster energy, which boosted its speed, also removed its item, which allows it to be now 110 power. Ogerpon to Follow Me. Rock Slide comes out into the Ho-Oh in the Great Tusk. Ho-Oh protects. The Ice Spinner is not quite enough to take down Ogerpon. Rock Slide comes in. That's going to be enough to kill the Ho-Oh. And Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel hits for big damage into the Great Tusk. It is a 1v4, and there's not much that Lockwoodus can do. It'll be an easy first win for Red Showdown. Sorry, my bad. Not the Dialga, it is the Ho-Oh. Sorry, Lunala is Red Showdown, Lockwoodus is the Dialga, which was the Ho-Oh. You can tell I've been doing this for a little while. Anyway, second match. Now, Lockwoodus needs to stay alive in this match to force a Game 3. Let's see what happens. Spoiler alert, there is a Game 3, so let's see how Lockwoodus can force a Game 3 here. It's going to be the same leads from Red SSB, and on the other hand, it's going to be a Sylveon plus Mandibuzz lead out of Lockwoodus. Now, here we go. Mandibuzz versus Sylveon. It's going to be a Terraflying. Acrobatics immediately. Foul Play going to land back into Roaring Moon. No big damage. And then the Hyper Voice is going to be taking down Roaring Moon. Turn 1. Gudra's in, but there goes the first Pokemon. Ogerpon now comes in. Protect comes in from Sylveon. The Ivy Cudgel goes into Mandibuzz, but it only does 31%. The Tailwind comes up from Mandibuzz, and Muddy Water comes in. Mandibuzz goes down to about 50%, loses accuracy, but boosts itself with the Citrus Berry. Now, Ho-Oh's going to come in for the Sylveon. Spiky Shield sets up for Ogerpon because the Foul Play comes in, and that's going to do some damage back into Mandibuzz. Flash Cannon comes in, but that's not going to do much of anything into the Ho-Oh. Now, Ho-Oh can start sweeping. Brave Bird with huge amounts of damage. Critical hit. Takes down the Ogerpon, and the Snarl comes in. It misses because of the Muddy Water. Critical hit comes out onto the Ho-Oh, but doesn't drop its accuracy, importantly. Lunala comes in. Here we go. Sacred Fire into the Lunala. Drops the Shadow Shield, but burns it and only does 18%. The Snow comes out, but it's super effective and hits into the Lunala, dropping special attack. Meteor Beam comes in. It moves the special attack back to neutral, and it misses the Mandibuzz. Big miss. Big miss for the Lunala. That makes it so that Ho-Oh and Mandibuzz are still alive. Moonblast come in to take down the Mandibuzz. Ho-Oh's on 5%. The Sacred Fire is going to come out and do a lot of damage to Lunala, but now it's going to be a 2v2 with that Sylveon and the Great Tusk versus Lunala and Goodra. Not a great spot for Red Showdown with that big miss. The Moonblast is going to go in, but it's going to be a Terra Fairy, and it's going to be enough to stay alive. Sylveon's going to Hyper Voice, only doing some damage. Muddy Water's going to come back in and do a little bit back. At this point, Protect's going to come out just to stall as much as possible. See the Headlong Rush coming in. See the Hyper Voice coming in. Goodra needs to do something crazy. Needs to get that Headlong Rush. Without the Headlong Rush, it's just gonna land. It's gonna be it. Going on to Game 3. Game 3 between Red Showdown and Lockwoodus. Here we go for all the marbles after 1 win apiece. Big thing though, when Red Showdown lost, it was a lot because of that miss on the Meteor Beam, which means that I feel like Red Showdown has a pretty good lead in this, given the fact that it was RNG that caused Red Showdown to lose that second one. Here we go. Lunala is going to lead. It's a third different lead. It's Lunala Roaring Moon, very aggressive from Red Showdown. It's going to be the Iron Leaves and Darkrai lead we saw from the beginning. Alright, Para Speed from both of them. Darkrai is going to protect against the taunt that we saw the first turn. Close Combat's going to bring it down to 8%. And Moongeist Beam is going to go into the Iron Leaves. That's going to take down the Iron Leaves with that hit. Now, Great Tusk is going to come in. Can Great Tusk hit multiple people? Ho-Oh is going to come in. Protect comes into the Lunala. Acrobatics goes into the Ho-Oh. It's only going to do about 35%. And Ice Spinner is going to take down the Roaring Moon. Step 1 is done for Loquidus to take down the Roaring Moon. It's a 3v3. Ogerparon and Goodra. Ho-Oh's going to do something here. There's the 2 Terras, Terra Fairy and Terra Water. Ho-Oh's going to protect. The knockoff goes into the Ogerparon, but that does not do much of anything. Now, Darkrai is going to come in for the Ho-Oh. Ivy Cudgel goes in, does 41 to Great Tusk. Headlong Rush comes back in. Ogerpon's living on 5, and Goodra's going to hit the Muddy Water. That's going to take down Great Tusk and lowers the accuracy of Darkrai. RNG swinging back the other way for Red SSB. Dark Pulse is going to take down Ogerpon. It does hit even through the accuracy drop. Sacred Fire, though, only does 20% because of the Terra Water. It's going to be super effective now. Darkrai is going to drop again. Only 0.6% accuracy. Lunala now has basically a free runway because Darkrai needs to be able to hit its attacks. Dark Void comes out with 0.6% accuracy. Dark Void, which is already a 60% hit chance, drops down to near 30, and that's not ever going to be a reliable hit. Meteor Beam's going to be set up, and this time it doesn't miss. Red SSB takes down the Ho-Oh, and that's a big win for him. He starts a 3-game winning streak with that win, and that's going to be the 5 seed for him at the end of that 3-game winning streak, and you can see why. Very tough team here, very strong Pokemon out of Lunala, and that Roaring Moon putting in a ton of work. Now, moving in, we've got Hipi versus Daredevil Mation. This was a requested match, so I have to put it in when it's requested, because come on, there's not many requests, especially not for VGC. Big requested match between Hipi and Daredevil Mation. This is a big one in Week 5 for playoff seeding. Here we go. We've already seen Hipi in singles. Now we're going into doubles. If we look at these teams, we see the captains of Kyogre and of Palkia Origin. Importantly, this is a big rain team, bit of a rain team here with that Tornadus and the Archaludon and the Urshifu. So if we look over here into these Pokemon, let's quickly look. Hipi with that Tornadus, Metagross, Gastrodon, Noivern. On the other hand, with the Rain team, we had Daredevil Mason, who did not bring Regieleki to this matchup, but interestingly enough, we see it is Urshifu's single strike, not rapid strike, and that this Rain team also did not bring Vaporeon so basically not a lot of Vaporeon, probably because they didn't want to be invalidated by the Gastrodon. So let's get right into it. Gastrodon does come, so let's see how much of a role it plays between Hipi and Daredevil. Here we go. We're going to start off with the Gastrodon coming on the field with Palkia Origin. Not surprising. Kyogre comes in with Archaludon. Our Caledon looking to get big damage onto this Palkia Organ. It's going to be a Terra flying out of it. Icy Wind comes in to lower the speed of both other Pokemon with that early speed control. The Draco Meteor comes down, and there goes Palkia. Palkia goes down, but the Earth Power does not do any damage because of Terra flying. This is a bad start for Hippie and Electabuzz comes in of all Pokemon. Electabuzz with the redirect ability of Follow Me could be what we're trying to see here. But instead, it's going to go with the Thunder, 100% accuracy in the rain. Kyogre is going to be missed by the Muddy Water, but it's already below half because of the Thunder. Urshifu now going to come in. Thunder is going to land into that slot. It's going to be another 53%. Memento is going to go into that Electabuzz, though. So now Electabuzz needs to switch out if it wants any chance at doing a lot of damage. That being said, speaking of who can't switch out, it's going to be our Caledon and Kyogre in here at the end. It's going to be a Terra Fairy for Electabuzz, so it does get frozen. We have another freeze on stream, baby. Electroshock goes in. It's going to be enough to take down the Electabuzz that is Fairy typing now. So now it's going to be a 2v2. It's going to be Tornadus and Gastrodon versus our Caledon and Kyogre. And Kyogre and our Caledon are both going into that Tornadus slot, which is protected. It's a double protect. And then there goes Kyogre. It's a 2v1. Our Caledon versus the world. Draco Meteor comes in. That's enough to take down the Tornadus. Muddy Water misses, and that should be your game. Another Draco Meteor comes in for 50%, so Gastrodon still lives, but Muddy Water only does about 29%. It does drop the accuracy, however, so there's still a chance. Gastrodon goes down to 2%. Muddy Water hits again. That's another 40%. It drops the accuracy again. Aurasphere, though, what a bring. Aurasphere breaks out. That Aurasphere cannot miss. One of those few moves like Aerial Ace that cannot miss, and that is a big move to just make sure you can finish it off and take game one. But already we're seeing a lot of heat. It's a 1-0 finish. We're seeing heat with that offensive Electabuzz that also has the ability to probably follow me, we assume. Let's go into game two and see how both teams adapt. Here we go. All right. Wo-Chien versus Wo-Chien, Toxicroak versus Kyogre and Tornadus. Toxicroak, of course, getting that boost from the rain, getting that passive healing. Fake Out goes into the Tornadus, focusing Inflict, and the other one gets switched. So now Snarl comes out without we're free, and the first move is all Hipi. Now Tornadus Tornadus comes in with that -1. Weezing gets the burn onto Gastrodon, not who they're looking for. They're looking for the Toxicroak. And now, continuing to lower the special attacks is that Wo-Chien. And then there goes a big damage. And the Sludge Bomb not nearly as much as the 4 times effective U-turn from the Tornadus. But now Tornadus can come out later in this game, and we can see something. Do we see any accuracy drops? We see the accuracy drop on the Kyogre. That's a big accuracy drop by the Gastrodon. And now Wo-Chien's neutralizing gas ability comes off because the Weezing switches out. Interestingly, we did not see any opportunity for the Kyogre to go with that water stab while Gastrodon's ability was nullified. Now, Wo-Chien's going to Terra into that poison typing to avoid being killed by the U-turn. U-turn instead is going to do only about 4%. Weezing's going to come out. It's going to get rid of Gastrodon's abilities and Wo-Chien's abilities. The Muddy Water is going to miss the Kyogre, so now it's 1 HP for both of them. Kyogre has a chance to go for an Origin Pulse, but it does have lower accuracy. Misses it on thing. It just keeps on going for the Icy Winds. And now the Drizzle gets set up for another rain. Now, Snarl's going to come out. It's going to keep hitting. Even though it's not doing much damage, it's doing what he wants to do. Hipi in a great spot here against the Caledon and Tornadus. Wo-Chien's in a great move. Wo-Chien doesn't do a lot of damage, but doesn't need to do a lot of damage. Electroshot's going to come out into the Wo-Chien. It's going to live, though, and the Snarl's going to come out. Critical hit into the Caledon is very valuable, and now the super effective Earth Power, bring it down 10%, and Hipi should be able to just clean up, provided, the crit almost kills. Wo-Chien goes down, but provided Gastrodon goes into that. It's a second crit, though. Actually, we have a 2v2 matchup now. It's still not a great matchup for Daredevil, but it's a 2v2 now. Our Caledon does get flinched. The Bleak Wind Storm comes out and does a lot of damage to Toxicroak. Can Origin Palkia get the Surf? It heals Toxicroak with the Dry Skin and takes down our Caledon and Toxicroak, and we're going to game 3. Whew. Moving on to this game 3. Here we go. After a couple interesting moves with the combination of the neutralizing gas and the rain, all comes down to this. Who can win this? Importantly, this is a big one, and this is a big one for Hipi to try to stay alive in playoff contention. Here we go. All comes down to this. Palkia, Origin, and Toxicroak versus Kyogre and Tornadus. Here we go. Weezing's going to come in, set Neutralizing Gas. This Neutralizing Gas is going to make it so that a Water Spout is not going to heal the Toxicroak. It's going to send Toxicroak down to the Sash. The Thunder Wave comes out from Palkia Origin, and that's going to put Kyogre into that area. The Spatial Rent's now going to hit for 50%. Storm Drain, though, interesting, the Ability Shield is revealed on the Gastrodon. Ability Shield revealed, so it means that it still has its ability even though Weezing's on the field, and so it gets that boost from the thing. Unfortunately, though, it is confused. So now, with that Strange Team confusion, now Gastrodon can't just sit there and do whatever it wants. The Tailwind's going to come up from Tornadus, and now Gastrodon is going to hurt itself in confusion again. Luckily, Palkia is still staying alive. It's going to switch into the Wo-Chien. Bleak Wind Storm's going to come out, do super effective damage into that Wo-Chien, do about a third. Strange Team's going to knock it down. Oh, critical hit down to 10%. Muddy Water, though, is going to come out, is going to land into both. It takes out Tornadus. It's going to be a 4v3 right now. Terra Fairy onto the Gastrodon. Does not matter. Wicked Blow still goes through and kills. Sludge Bomb going to take out the Wo-Chien. And now it's a 2v4. No, 2v3, sorry. Protect comes out from the Toxicroak, and the Surf is going to come in. Does that take out Weezing it? Yes, it does, and that's a very important Surf, because now the Neutralizing Gas goes down. Toxicroak's Dry Skin comes back in, and it can start healing. Sucker Punch is going to go in, and that's going to kill this Palkia. Close Combat's going to land and take out Urshifu, but if Kyogre could just land this hit, it will be over. Kyogre is paralyzed, though. It's a big para, and now Toxicroak is able to finish off Kyogre. Hipi Mochi takes the win on a clutch paralysis and an unclutch paralysis for Daredevil. That is a bad beat for him, but Hipi Mochi is able to take it down, and that ends up starting a 3-game winning streak that gets Hipi eventually into the playoffs. Anyway, we're actually not going to cover these two because that was another bit of Hipi Mochi stuff, and I'm running out of my voice. So, we're just not going to cover those two. We're going to cover instead. We're going to cover That Thing versus Howdy's. This one is, I believe, a Week 8 matchup. It is a big game because That Thing is on a big winning streak. 3 games into this one against Howdy's. So let's go with the first matchup. We're looking at the Black Kyurem versus, I believe it is Zamazenta Crowned. I could double check. Let's double check beforehand. So we're looking at Howdy's. Howdy's is rocking with, see here, Howdy's is rocking now with the regular Zamazenta. So this is regular Zamazenta, not Zamazenta Crown. So it does have an item, but it doesn't have that steel typing. It doesn't have the stat boost. Let's go with this first matchup. Here we go. And this is That Thing. That Thing is Twink is a girl, just for anyone clearing. Alright, here we go. Iron Moth with an immediate Terra Flying. Does big damage into both of them with the Dazzle and Gleam. It is Zorwork, it is actually Zorwork, not the, Pecharon. Big move. Surging Strikes, though, is going to be enough to finish off Iron Moth. And now it's a 4v3. Zamazenta coming in. Detect is going to come up from the Urshifu, and both of them are going to be avoided. Psychic is going to come out. There goes Zamazenta. Quick 4-2 lead. But with the Life Orb, Zorwork goes down. It's 2-3. 2-3. Now Ursaluna and Kingambit can't switch out. We know what these two are going to do. Ursaluna is looking for that burn to get boosted up. Close Combat, though, is going to bring Kingambit down to its sash from the Urshifu. Black Kyurem's going to get set up, and there we go. Urshifu has its burn. Where is that burn going to... Where is it going to go? Dragon Claw is going to go into the Kingambit, who went for the Sucker Punch onto the Urshifu. The Facade into the Black Kyurem, but that's not enough. The Citrus Berry brings it up back to 58%, and now, with the Terra Fighting Helping Hand, now, Close Combat goes into the Ursaluna, and that's your first game. That Thing picks up the first game win. Now, into the second one. Howdy's needs to keep this to go to around 3. I will mention this, we see some Scraggy gameplay. Scraggy is an interesting support mon that we don't see a lot of. We'll see if we see it in this matchup. Let's go. Volcarona comes in with the Lander Asterion. Oranguru on the other side with the Scraggy. It's Scraggy Gaming. Here we go. Intimidates on either side because nothing's more intimidating than Scraggy, as we all know. The red card comes in, though, from from the Volcarona to bring in the Zamazenta. Now Zamazenta actually in a pretty good spot, I would say. Trick Room gets set up. The tech comes in from Urshifu. The chilling water goes into it, but doesn't do anything. Bug Buzz is going to bring Oranguru down to about 4%. The Play Rough goes back into the Urshifu. Not enough. Instruct's going to go into the Zamazenta, though, and the Zamazenta's going to get to use Play Rough twice. Fiery Dance, because it's not a steel type, doesn't do it. U-turn's going to kill the Oranguru, but now Zamazenta can go with another Play Rough, and it's probably going to go into that Landorus. No, it's a Stone Edge, and actually, not only does he get big damage onto the Urshifu, but now he also gets the kill onto the Volcarona. Instruct is huge in this moment, and now Coaching goes into the Zamazenta. Zamazenta in a big moment, only 19% into that Scraggy. Scraggy incredibly bulky with that Eviolite, and now Zamazenta in a great move with Trick Room. With Trick Room, the Coaching is just going to keep coming for Zamazenta. U-turn's going to go in, not do a ton of damage. Urshifu Rapid Strike comes on out. Play Rough's going to go in and take down that Urshifu Rapid Strike. And now it is a 3v2. Intimidate comes in, but the Clear Amulet blocks Zamazenta. And Zamazenta pulls out the Dig. Where is that even going? The Dig comes in, it avoids both the attacks and gets drops from both, and then Snarl from Scraggy gets drops into both. There's a Protect. Scraggy goes down, it's a 2v2. Ursaluna's going to come in. Zamazenta in a really good spot here. Going to be a helping hand into the... Oh, it's going to be a miss! Miss onto the Dark type Landorus. It's going to go in and it's going to be protected. Ursaluna now with the deck. It's going to be a protect from the thing. It's going to be a blocked Play Rough. On the other hand, Fusion Bolt's going to go in, only do about 10%. Facade's going to hit for 72. And while this is very close, it's not going to matter because even though these protects are coming out to stay alive, Ursaluna and Zamazenta just put out so much more damage than the Black Curum and also the Landorus. At this point, it's 2v1. Play Rough's going to land, and there goes Landorus. That's your second game. Howdy's makes it a 1-1 game. Finally, in our final match on stream today. Final match on stream today. Started at 2 o'clock. It is 7:20 now. That is 5.5 hours, and we haven't even gone over final standings yet. Here we go. It's Howdy's versus Twinku's a Girl. Final match for all the marbles in this round. Here we go. It's going to be the Urshifu Rapid Strike and maybe Zoroark or maybe the Pecharunt. We'll see. The Intimidate comes out from the Oranguru Scraggy hybrid. U-turn's going to go into the Oranguru, bringing out Volcarona. Poison Gas comes out into the Oranguru and Confused. So that's definitely the Pecharunt, not the Zoroark. It's going to be a red card, bringing in Ursaluna. Trick Room gets set up. Now Ursaluna gets the burn. Ursaluna's set up in a great spot. Going to go into Facade. It's going to bring... Ooh, it brings it down to only 2%. Parting Shot goes into the Ursaluna. And now Urshifu Rapid Strike comes out. Fiery Dance comes in. It's only going to do about 15% though. Poison Gas continuing to do damage on the Oranguru. Oranguru, of course, not getting it because it was confused before. The Protect gets protecting the Facade. Instruct, though, goes into the Ursaluna, which again goes in. Bug Buzz is going to finish off the Oranguru. Instruct not able to do much in this matchup. Now, Ursaluna, there's another Intimidate drop onto the thing. Here comes Pecharunt. Fake Out goes into the... but there's a Flame Body burning Scraggy. Not that that matters a ton. Facade does about 38%. Now Scraggy's in there with the Ursaluna. Urshifu Rapid Strike and there goes the boost onto Ursaluna, getting it back to normal. It's going to do 60%, but it's not enough. Parting Shot's going to go back into the Ursaluna, dropping its attack down. Surging Strikes now goes into the Ursaluna to 31%, and there goes Ursaluna. It's going to be a 3v2. Twinku's Girl has the lead over Howdy's. Zamazenta comes in with Dauntless Shield. And now it's going to Wide Guard. And Psychic, that goes in. Single target damage. It's going to not get blocked by Wide Guard. Both are not going to get blocked. Scraggy is going to go down to 9%. Coaching goes into the Zamazenta, but it is basically Zamazenta versus the world. Scraggy goes down next turn. Play Rough going to come in, and it's going to take down the Pecharunt, because that's not the Pecharunt this time. That's the Zoroark. And Scraggy goes down, and now comes Pecharunt. Actual Pecharunt this time. Pecharunt and Urshifu Rapid Strike come in. Play Rough's going to land. It's going to not quite kill the Zoroark. Not Zoroark. It's not quite going to kill the Urshifu, and the Urshifu is going to finish it off. That is going to finish off a 4-game winning streak, culminating in a 6th seed for that thing. So now let's go over some quick standings, and then we'll go over all the playoffs. Moving into this one, we see a 6-2 for the top 4 seeds in Laser Shot, Loquitus, Nobody, and Plesiolord. So that's a big one, winning against one of the top seeds for Red SSB to get those 3-game winning streak in the end, to take that 5-3, to get into the 5 seed and 6 seed. That thing with the 4-game winning streak loses on the 5th game to not get one of the top seeds, but does get 6 seed. Overly French takes the first 5 matchups, even though they're on 3-game losing streak, they still get the 7 seed. And then 2, 4, and 4 teams in the Your Yampers with Hipi Mochi we saw earlier, and Hundu Hunter, and still Howdy's does very barely scrape in on the 10 seed. Looking forward to seeing how that could possibly do anything. Otherwise, we had me who went 3-5 to the Iowa City Night Highs. The Eon Power Daredevil Mason just missed out on it with a one more game loss, one less loss differential. And then finally, we had 2 more Scary Monsters Over Heaven and Orange. Scary Monsters Over Heaven, importantly, I believe was brought in for someone else and ended up winning most of their matchups. Orange took down 3, kind of spread across. Alaskan Prairies took 2 and 6, and Nom with an 0-8 season, rip, but did stay through it. Respect for that. Now here we go. It will be time for the entire playoff picture, what we're looking at. But we're going to quickly go to a little break because I just need to rest my voice for about 5 minutes, and at 7:30 we'll go over our playoffs. So be right back. All right, we are in the home stretch. We are in the home stretch here. We are on to our final bit where we talk about final playoff stuff. So we're going to start, we're just going to go through each one. Start with just going over playoff games. We'll probably go more in depth with them and stuff, but we're going to mainly do this. Here's how it's going to work. Because it's already 7:30, because I've been streaming for 5.5 hours and my voice is a little shot. What we're going to do is we're going to go over, we'll go over just our look at our playoff seedings, which games I'm hoping for the most, which games I'm looking forward to seeing the most, and then we'll leave the rest of it for playoff streams that I plan on doing later. So I think that'll be the play. And yeah, so first of all, let's look at our Genesis division. First of all, in our standings, we had our LonelyLitten at the top, Kung Fu Panda at 4, at 2, Gert Bilbo at 3, blitzkreig at 4, Camel at 5, Friedel at 6, Carakaza at 7, DriteWhake at 8, Zebstrikemdown at 9, and Lennart at 10. So in our playoffs, that leads to DriteWhake versus Zebstrikemdown and Carakaza and Lennart in the 2 play-in games, round 1, you could say, are play-in games, because they will both end up having to face off against either the 1 seed or the 2 seed. These 2 games actually look really good. I like how Carakaza plays. We had a lot of close games with them. And also, I really love Zebstrikemdown's team. I love seeing DriteWhake play, so I think I'll be really interested in game 65. But yeah, those 2 will be together. And then on the other hand, we got blitzkreig and Camel, Kung Fu versus Gert Bilbo and Friedel for Wii U in their first matches. And those will be in for the thing. I just think this will be a really good one to see with Kung Fu Panda. When we see that, it will be, believe Kung Fu Panda will face off against the winner of Camel versus blitzkreig, so we could see another rematch of the big matchup we had earlier between Kung Fu and Camel Convention. So I think that'll be really cool to see. So yeah, keep a look out for that. On to our next one. We're just going to go quick like this because I'm running out of voice pretty quickly. So next on our list, we have the Moonsault division. And here we go in the standings here. We've got Gamer Not Found, It's Hydra, Hipi Mochi at 3, Riptide at 4, Citric Sage at 5, Major Comeback at 6, Starvin Pig at 7, Benja Boy in 8, Shadow at 9, and S at 10. So big thing with that is going into playoffs. Benja Boy versus Shadow and Riptide versus S will be our play-ins. And personally, I really like that Riptide versus S battle. I think that'll be really good. Looking at our rosters for that one, we saw a lot of S. That's been a we saw a lot of that in this one. We saw a lot of that team in this one. And that was really cool. Riptide is one of my favorite teams in this entire division because of the use of the Terra Rhydon. Really love that from Riptide. It's shown to be really valuable and really powerful. So I want to see some stuff out of that. I really like Riptide's team because of that, and then we could see more of that happen. They will end up going up against It's Hydra and Shadow versus Benja. Winner will go against Gamers Not Found. Major Comeback and Citric Sage should be a pretty good game. And then Starvin versus Hipi. We saw one of these. This will be a really good game. And I feel like Starvin would have it no other way than to have it game 69. The winner of this will go on. Winner of game 69 will go up against Gamer Not Found and that winner, and then Citric Sage versus Major Comeback against It's Hydra, or the winner of that. So I don't know. I like Riptide. I like this Starvin Pig Hipi Mochi matchup. These will be some good matchups to see. Moving on next, we've got the Sky Strike division, home of a lot of big moments and home of the biggest comeback that I covered earlier. Sky Strike division. As of now, and I believe we can kind of confirm it, Lilia is in the playoffs as the 10 seed against Silver. If we look at our standings, I think this is basically confirmed at this point, because I don't know how they're going to rule this, but honestly, I would just rule it so that Lilia can stay in, because these two should have gotten their matchups together. I'm for Lilia getting the win. So, Bani, of course, with the perfect season is the 1. Mimico at 2. Bummerr at 3. Sherry at 4. Leezy Peasy at 5. Scary Monsters Over Heaven, another a big one. I feel like Scary Monsters Over Heaven. This was the one we saw in Klangurst division. come in and have a lot of success. They're very good at what they do. Silver at 7. Golden Mazda at 8. We saw some good play from him. Pabby at 9. And then Lilia at 10. So this will be a good setup into the playoffs where Golden Mazda and Pabby will be a very good game. I guarantee that game will be good. I also like seeing how Lilia can go. Maybe she can go on an Linsanity run. For one, I remember going in with just a big win streak to barely make it into the playoffs, and I ended up winning the whole thing back in the day. So I like to see the dark horse Lilia come in and do some good stuff. On the other hand, the winner of Golden Mazda and Pabby will have to go up against the one player who hasn't lost yet. So that's going to be a really tough one. And then on the other hand, and then Lilia versus Silver. If Lilia can beat Silver, there'll be a rematch against Mimico, which, as we remember from before when we watched, was a 1-0 win in Mimico's favor the first time, but really much closer than people thought it would be at first, given that Lilia drops to 0-4 from that matchup. So Lilia can take that match that we showed on thing, flip it, and maybe go deep into these playoffs. On the same time, Bummerr versus Scary Monsters Over Heaven will be pretty good. And yeah, and then Sherry versus Lee Peasy will go up against this winner. Bummerr versus Scary Monsters Over Heaven will probably go up against Bani. Like, I don't want to... that's not to say that Golden Mazda and Pabby I don't think can pull up the upset. But it is important to bring up that he is the only 8-0 team. So I feel like there's a good chance he will make a deep run in this playoff. If he doesn't, though, and Clayhouse reigns, we will be sure to cover it and be freaking out about it. All right. On to number 4, we are in the Twinkle division. That's right, it's the Twinks. Back at it again. And here we go in our standings. First of all, we have the Madison Monsters Phantom leading with 6-2 and 20 record. I'm personally stoked for that because Phantom is, I actually introduced him to the PWC, and now to see him doing so well is awesome to see. So cool. And he's been doing really well, using a just really good sound player, really good at just, some players win by very out-of-the-box thinking. Phantom just goes in, does the thing, does it right, doesn't fuck it up, and just wins. It's really that simple, and a lot of times that can be really powerful in these upper leagues. In the second, though, we've got Swagachu. We've got, in third, the People's Champion, Mr. Grimes. In fourth, we got Cinderace, the commissioner of that team draft league thing I talked about. 5, we have this Numble Burns as high. We have the Jellicent Enjoyer, which is really fun. I love the Jellicent Enjoyer, Jolly Jellicent. I love that someone's favorite Pokemon is Jellicent, and they're making everyone else's problem. It is amazing. I love it. Keep doing that. This might be one of my favorite divisions. I'm not gonna lie. All the matchups in this are awesome because these people are awesome. This Twinkle division is amazing. This is the fun league. The Twinkle division is the fun league. Deadpants then at 7, Stormtide at 8. We talked about that. Was able to make it in on week 8. KawaiiPotato at 9, and then DTN 98 at 10. So let's get into that playoffs. Break down those playoffs. Looking at Phantom taking on the winner of KawaiiPotato versus Stormtide. Could be interesting to see how that one goes, honestly, because both of them were not doing the greatest at the end of the year, I believe. Yeah, KawaiiPotato coming off of 2 losses, and then Stormtide does come off a win, but 2 losses before that. So interesting too that don't have a ton of momentum going into the playoffs. Both of them have a pretty good matchup, and then both of them the winner of them has to go up in the other one. On the other hand, we've got Deadpants and DTN. This could be a little bit of the opposite because DTN barely sneaking in, but still has a chance. Deadpants coming off of 2 losses. This could be another one where we're not quite sure. Maybe DTN, knowing that they got in on the 10 seed, maybe they can just about run it a little bit, and they will go up against Swagachu. On the other hand, we got Jellicent Enjoy versus Cinderace and Mr. Grimes versus High. Mr. Grimes, I'm almost certain, is happy that they're in game 69, but also these should all be good matchups. As I said, this is the fun league. All of these matches will be fun. And yeah, so I really like these. Really like these matchups. Really like this division, and this will be one of the most entertaining to cover here in the playoffs. Next on the list, we got the Doom division. From Twinkle to Doom, we got the Doom division. And here we go with our standings. Number 1, we have Hotrodtoaster. Number 2, Scepterbird. Number 3, Fox Hunter. These are your big 3. I am almost certain one of these three will win. If one of these three doesn't win and it's someone else, then someone's gone on a crazy run. Because one of these three, I think it'll be Fox, honestly, but I think it'll have to be one of these three. And everyone else going into these playoffs is at a, I wouldn't say disadvantage, but I would say they're underdogs. The other three are underdogs. We've got Timmy at the 4 hole, Wolfpack at 5. Though I did face off against Wolfpack. Wolfpack is a good player. I faced off of him in playoffs before. Night Celestial at 6. Blind Fangs at 7. Time Vault at 8. Bread Enthusiast at 9. And Sadie just sneaking in. Saw you on the stream. Thanks for watching. At the 10 seed. So going off into the playoffs, we have Blind Fangs versus Sadie. That's going to be a tough matchup for Sadie, I will say. Blind Fangs has a quite good team for what I remember. Let me check rosters of Blind Fangs. Yeah, so got that Decidueye Hisui. We got the Latios Mega. We got the Gliscor Cinderace, Iron Hands. Very strong team here. But this will be a good matchup. It'll be a good matchup. If you're in, now you get a chance to win. And I hope you do well because you've been watching the stream, so shout out to you. On the other hand, we got Time Vault versus Bread Enthusiast. Winner of that will go up against Hotrodtoaster and the Rain team. So, I guess interesting. Let's look at Time Vault and Bread Enthusiast real quick. Time Vault with that Galvantula, but not a lot of water resistances. Not a lot. On the other hand, we have what was the other one? It was Bread Enthusiast. Bread Enthusiast has the Delmise para along with Celesteela, Swampert. So honestly, personally, I like rooting for chaos a lot of the time. I want Bread Enthusiast to win this match, game 65, because if Time Vault wins, then his team does not match up too well into the big rain team that is Hotrodtoaster. Bread Enthusiast, as a team comp only, in a team comp stance, I would say, has a better chance against Hot Rod. So I want Bread Enthusiast to win just to make it a better game 67. We'll also be seeing, I believe this is will we see Night Celestial in game 69 against Fox Hunter. Fox Hunter has been doing really well. We've been seeing it. He's my pick. But Fox Hunter versus Night Celestial, this will be a big game. This will be a big game because Night Celestial, we saw earlier, took Scepterbird, the 2 seed, right down to the wire. So this will be a big match between these two to see what happens. And finally, Timmy versus Wolfpack for life. They will be going up against, I believe, Scepterbird, and the winner of the second one. I believe that's how that works. If I'm wrong, correct me later. I'm not quite sure how that works because it could be going vertical and then horizontal because they don't label these games. They just label them winner, quarterfinal 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it could be like vertical, in which case these two would have to go up against this. And I could just have been wrong at the first part. But there's some good matchups within there. Moving on. Ooh, we're running out of time here. Come on. Almost there. Inferno Division. Here we go. In our standings, we have number 1, Poison Healing. We saw them just miss out on the 8-0 season. We also saw Lillian Official on the Hollow Husks. Then we saw Jake W at 3, Ager at 4, Kaneki at 5. We saw Drippin at 6, Jfin at 7. Eliminathan at 8, Mr. Monkey, the one who was able to take down Poison Healing, at 9, though importantly that is without a last game played. If a last game has been played and hasn't been added in, and he lost by more than 2, if he lost by more than 2, then he actually would not be in here. So this is an interesting one. Because this last game isn't in here, if Mr. Monkey goes to 3 and 5. If wins, he's in. If he loses by 1, he'd stay here, or might drop down here. But one of the two, he'd stay in here. If he loses by 2, he'd drop down for sure. Maybe drops down even out. But if he loses by 3, then Ictosolark would jump into the 10 spot, and Dr. Mario would jump into the 9 spot. So technically, we're not fully confirmed here, just because that last one hasn't been put in. Given, though, that it's after the final deadline, we'll just have to see why that happens. So maybe Ictosolark can make it, but it's very unlikely, especially considering that it's 2 and 5 team that Mr. Monks is going up against, which means that in general is a better chance of winning probably. But yeah, moving into the playoffs. As they stand now, JFim will be facing off against Dr. Mario. Epicnathan will be facing off against Mr. Monkey. I love Epicnathan's team. We saw him. We took a trip on seeing how he clinched a playoff spot. But Mr. Monkey also has that upset factor. If Mr. Monkey can win over Epicnathan, he will go up for a rematch against Poison Healing. And he is the one person to have taken down Poison Healing so far in this game. So that can be a big rematch there in Game 67. On top of that, Jake W and Drippersauce. Drippersauce needs to stop the bleeding, keep going back like that. That could be a good game there. Kaneki is a really good one. And then we haven't seen a ton out of Lilian Official. So it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. But yeah, no, definitely what I would be watching in this division, if Mr. Monkey can take a win, this is a big rematch. So I'd be watching for that. Moving on now to the Blitz division. The Blitz division, we've got in our standings. Number 1 is David Olivo, who went 7-1 with that last loss out of nowhere to Cydomia, allowing Cydomia to take that 10 spot. More on that later. But second in the division, another 7-1 team, Blue Fusion 3-2-1, which we didn't get to cover all too much. But Thud also, with a 6-2 record, took the 3 seed. Cobra Poison, which we didn't cover too much, with a 6-2 record. Then SSJ Silver, channel supporter, thank you very much, 5-3. Nachis at 6 seed with 5-3. Naomi at 7 seed. Fourth Mage at the 8 seed. Cyan Yoshi at the 9 seed. And Cydomia, the person who came back from 1-4, at the 10 seed. So looking into our playoff matchups, Cyan Yoshi versus Fourth Mage will be a very good matchup. I've loved watching Fourth Mage. I've loved watching Cyan Yoshi. Cyan Yoshi was not in this stream, but Cyan Yoshi was on a lot of the early ones due to there just being a lot of good games with them. Both of them produce good games that'll be very good. On the other hand, we've got Cydomia and Naomi. If Cydomia can ride this hot streak, they can get on into a battle against Blue Fusion. That'll be another tough one, but they were able to take down David Olivo. Interestingly, because they're on the opposite sides of the bracket, it's likely that if Cydomia can just run the table, there's a good chance we could see the rematch between the 1 seed and the person who removed their perfect record in the grand final, which would be amazing to see. Also, on the other hand, we could see SSJ Silver and Cobra Poison. That could be a good game. I haven't seen a lot of Cobra Poison. I'll be interested in seeing how that goes. We've seen a lot of SSJ Silver, not a lot out of Cobra Poison. Silver fell off a little bit from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, so he's looking to turn it around going into these playoffs. And yeah. Now on to our two VGC divisions. Nightmare division's a little bit of a scheduling nightmare because, as we know, these standings are far from complete. There's a lot of people missing one or multiple matchups, and so because of that, we can only confirm some of these placings. For instance, technically, Yoshi City missing these two. If this goes up to 6-2, we'll jump up to number 6, and these two will drop down to. These two, if they lose a couple, could drop down. If Zach Hero wins, there could be jumping up. However, as it stands right now, so he is at the number 1 seed. We saw the one loss they had. Camel at 2. Furt Bang at 3. Andre RM at 4. Muizard at 5. We saw a lot of Muizard. Muizard's very good. Polar at 6 with the clinch playoff spot at 5-3. Squeaks at 7. Dan Chunks at 8. Snickers at 9. The only one to take down Sahia in the 1 seed. And Spooks at 10. This sets up some interesting playoffs because, again, we see another situation in which the 1 seed and the 1 player to have beaten them can go up against each other. That will be if Dan Chunks and Snickers battle. If these two happen to be the 2 in here, which obviously the playoffs are still in flux because of all the missing matches, if Snickers can take this win, they will go up and reface Sahia, which they took down in 2 games on this stream this time. On the other hand, we got Squeaks and Spooks, the winner of which will go up against Camel. Camel's never an easy battle, so that'll be interesting to see how they can do that, and maybe they can win, maybe they pull upset, but maybe Camel just keeps going. Furt Bang versus Polar, we saw how Polar was able to play to pull out the win against Layton to get into the playoffs. If he can continue that, he'll be good. And then finally, Andre RM versus Muizard. Muizard is a big feature of this division, and I think Muizard will do pretty well. I have Muizard probably going into the semifinals pretty easily. Finally, we have, let me just pull this one up. We finally have one more division, that being the Clangers division. Standings, here we go. Laser Shot at 1. Loquitus at 2. Nobody at 3. Pleasiolord at 4. Red SSB at 5. That Thing at 6. Overly French at 7. Hipi Mochi at 8. Hundo Hunter at 9. And Howdy's at 10. Howdy's making it close. So even though they were 3 and 5, they were the 1, 3 and 5 team to make it because kept it close, made it go to a lot of game 3s. A lot of good play there. Moving into the playoffs, though. What do we see here? Any for interesting games? Howdy's and Overly French. Both of them, everyone 6 seed and lower are all coming off of a loss. However, Overly French is coming off of 3 losses in a row. Howdy's is coming off of 2. So this will be pretty interesting to see which one of them can regain their momentum. On the other hand, Hipi Mochi is coming off of a pretty big win streak before that last loss. Hundo Hunter is coming off of its own 3-game losing streak. So I could have Hipi Mochi going just because of like a more recent winning streak, more momentum in the positive direction. Pleasiolord versus Red SSB will be a good matchup. I'm almost certain of that. This looks like a good matchup. On the other hand, Laser Shot, as much as they are the 1 seed, the 2 1 seeds in this are a little bit more fallible than they have been in other things. Laser Shot and Loquitus, just because they get to play the wild card teams, doesn't mean it's going to be easy for them. So they're going to have to be on their guard to keep going here. This division could have a lot of winners. I could see anyone in this playoff winning without too much of a stretch. So that is your final division. Big one to watch. But yeah, we'll be doing streams over these coming weekends, covering playoff coverage. We'll be doing, since there's a lot less games, we'll be just covering all the games, regardless of how close they are, focusing on your playoffs, figuring them out. And finally, one last thing before we go, let's just go over and get some stats. If we look at this, now that we're out of the regular season, our top mons in this season 13, we have, with a 30-4 record, we have the Heatran from Laser Shot. We have the Kyogre in the number 2 slot. I don't know exactly who that is, though. We have the Kyogre in the number 2 slot from the Nightmare Division. We have Walking Wake at number 3. We have Ursaluna number 4. We have Groudon number 5. We have My Iron Hands from the Iowa City Night Eyes at number 6. We have 19-4. We have Blaziken at number 7, and we have what is it? We have not Iron Dreads. No, Great Tusk at 8. Now I will bring this up because it is important to mention. These mons, I feel like, got a little head start from the fact that they were all in multiple matches. It's hard to win if you're on a singles team because a lot of the doubles had a lot more options. On top of that, in the KD winners, we had a 4-0 record for Mon of the Week. For Mon of the Week, we had 4 kills, 0 deaths for the Walking Wake. Blah blah blah. You can all see it right there. It's hard to describe it when I'm not exactly sure where all those matches come from. As for the top coaches league-wide, you have you have the usual suspects. We have Bani at number 1 for the regular season, being the only one to go 8-0. Hotrodtoaster, David Olivo, Pup, LonelyLitten, Blue Fusion, Mimico, and Poison Healing. Congratulations, all who competed in there. And yeah, so let's get ready for playoffs. I'm looking forward to doing more of these streams. Maybe not quite 6 hours long, but I digress. Thank you all for anyone who was watching, anyone who had watched. We will get a VOD up as soon as I can. It might be a few hours, though, just to process, get the VOD up, and then do all the timestamps because there's a whole lot of stuff going on. So thank you all for watching, and I hope everyone has a good day.